If you were a kid in the 2010s, you've almost definitely heard this song.
Adventure time! Come on, grab your friends. We'll go to very distant lands. We'll take the dog and then the human. The fun will never end. It's adventure time.
But have you heard this version of it?
It's adventure time. Come on, grab your friends. We'll go to very distant lands. Jake the dog and Ben the human. The fun will never end. It's adventure time.
This is the pilot for Adventure Time, airing in 2007 on Nicktoons, and later airing on Fred Seibert's Random about a year later. The short follows Jake the stretchy magical dog and Pen the human, who have to save Princess Bubblegum from the Ice King. And as you'd expect, hijinks ensue, such as Finn having a psychic or maybe dream conversation with Abraham Lincoln on Mars. Unfortunately, Nickelodeon passed up on this idea, but when it aired on Random, another studio saw potential. Cartoon Network decided to pick it up, and it aired on April 5th, 2010. However, I don't think Cartoon Network or Pendleton Ward or Fred Seibert or anyone else could have predicted that this would be one of the most popular cartoons to this very day.
What time is it? Darn it! Adventure time! Nice try, boy!
Hello everyone, it's me, Emerald, returning from my prolonged stasis once again to bring you a very brief, not big time commitment video delving into a cartoon that ended nearly a decade ago. And if you were not born in the last 5 minutes, you've probably heard of Adventure Time. And by probably, I mean you have. Now you might say that's a big assumption, but I don't think so. Adventure Time has basically subtly ingrained itself in our culture at this point. I'm 99% sure that you cannot have seen a single episode of Adventure Time, but you definitely know...
Bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes!
Or...
Fall.
Or... Or how about...
Cream cheese! Pickles for my boy Prismo, and some dill! Diced boiled eggs! Bird from the window!
Or any of the many pieces of goofy slang featured in the series, such as...
Oh my god!
Or...
Mathematical!
This show was everywhere. The show is everywhere, because as I was still making this video, a season 2 for the adult continuation / spin-off of Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake, was announced, as was a prequel movie for Adventure Time, alongside the announcement of a new regular show series that I'm fine with. I'm not pissed at all that it totally outdates my video. And I think all of this means that now is the perfect time to look back on the original show and ask the simple question, okay, but was it really that good? And what makes this video's subject much more interesting is how much Adventure Time evolves as it continues. Yes, the previous show we covered on this series, regular show, it changed and evolved, but that is tiny, minuscule differences in comparison to how much Adventure Time changes. It's basically a different show, and today we're going to see exactly how it changed, whether those changes were for better or for worse, and at the end I'll answer that burning question. Also, my boyfriend is here.
Hi.
So, without further ado, let's begin. So, just a quick rundown of how this works. Here I'll give my thoughts on a season and go through episodes I believe are of note. For example, Slumber Party Panic. Slumber Party Panic is decent, I guess. Hot take incoming, but this is a really weak first episode. It's a fun episode, but it just never made sense to me that, this is what they started with. It doesn't really introduce you to the world much. It kind of feels like it expects you to already know these characters a little bit. It just sort of thrusts you into the Candy Kingdom and then thrusts you into the Candy Kingdom being turned into a zombie apocalypse. It doesn't even really introduce you to Finn and Jake's dynamic much. Hell, Jake is basically a side character in this episode. Again, it's not that this episode is bad, it's just that it really doesn't feel like it should be the first episode, as it really only introduces Finn, the young but brave and kind hero, and Princess Bubblegum, the ruler of the Candy Kingdom who also doubles as a scientist. And even though it doesn't introduce him well, there's Finn's adopted brother, Jake. Yes, brother. And I guess based on what we learn later, Finn is the adopted one? It doesn't matter. Anyway, Jake has stretching powers, and he's a lot more laid back and chill. The plot of this episode is that Princess Bubblegum, with the help of Finn, tries to make a concoction that will resurrect people, but unfortunately it just turns them into zombies, which is kind of the same thing when you think about it. And Princess Bubblegum has to work on a cure, while Finn has to stop the people of the Candy Kingdom from figuring out what's happening because he made a royal promise to keep it a secret, and you can't break it even when the zombies are dealt with, which he does, and it causes time to freeze, and the Gumball Guardians the Guardians of the Royal Promise to ask him a math question, which he gets right, and gets to live. I think this episode perfectly displays just how different Adventure Time's early seasons are in comparison to the later seasons. Early Adventure Time is incredibly random, absurd, and really, really fast-paced. And not only is that displayed through the writing, obviously, but the art as well. The art and animation is incredibly loose and chaotic, and also very expressive because of how off-model they're allowed to go. In fact, the Adventure Time style guide actually encourages the animators and artists to go off-model. And that leads to one of my favorite quirks of Adventure Time style. It's that you can always tell who's storyboarding an episode just by looking at that episode's final product. Like, you can always tell when Rebecca Sugar or Pendleton Ward storyboard an episode, because you can just see it in the final product. It makes every episode just feel a little unique on top of the already very unique art style. I really like the art style for Adventure Time. It feels somewhat reminiscent of rubber hose animation, with the way a lot of the characters' arms wave and flow around like they're noodles or something. Now, the next episode I want to talk about is Adventures in Lumpy Space, because it introduces what I consider to be one of the worst Adventure Time characters ever. Lumpy Space Princess, usually abbreviated to LSP, and I hate LSP. Ever since I was a kid, I found her so annoying. Her voice is annoying, her personality is intentionally made to just be as obnoxious as possible. And don't worry, if you don't think she's bad here, just wait till later on. She's gonna do some truly vile stuff. But for here, she's not too bad, I guess. She accidentally bites Jake, which gives him the lumps, which is just him turning into a lumpy space person. So she takes them to Lumpy Space, which is a separate dimension, and I really hate that this place is related to her because I really like the design of it. Anyway, this episode goes exactly how you think it does. Jake turns more and more into a lumpy space person, all is lost, then he turns back at the end. Happy ending. Anyway, yeah, LSP sucks. I hate that lumpy space looks really fucking cool. On to the next episode, which is Prisoners of Love, which introduces us to Ice King, who's voiced by the legendary Tom Kenny, who you probably recognize because of his famous role as additional voices in Hotel Transylvania. Hell yeah! Ice King is a wizard who can control ice and freeze people, if you couldn't guess. He also is obsessed with kidnapping princesses and trying to get them to fall in love with him, which, as you can guess, is not exactly an effective dating strategy. And after Finn and Jake are captured and trapped in this whole kidnapping fiasco, they manage to escape and deal with Ice King. But don't worry, he will come back. I assure you. Now, the next episode I want to talk about is the Enchiridion, and this one is really funny to me. Like, yeah, the episode is funny on its own because it's just got funny jokes, but the episode is especially funny with the whole series in mind. You see, this episode introduces the Enchiridion, which is the hero's handbook, and Finn, understandably, really wants this book, and as you'd expect, on his quest to get this book, he has to pass a few trials, and as you'd expect, these trials are absurd and hilarious.
What? Every time you say what, we'll destroy an old lady.
What?
Every time you say no, we'll destroy an old lady.
No! What?
But the funniest thing to me is how, in canon, him getting the book here is like the most important thing. It's definitely one of the most important things, and it's just so casually handed to him. The Minotaur just saying, "Oh yeah, here it is, dude," is literally one of the most important events in Adventure Time canon. But other than that, this episode is still pretty funny, and also keep the Enchiridion in mind. As I said, it's going to be very important later. Now, the next episode I want to talk about is Ricardio the Heart Guy, because it's partly the reasons I had nightmares as a child. This episode introduces us to Ricardio, who, as you can guess, is a weird little heart guy, with a very overly detailed face. Despite these factors, he's quickly winning over Princess Bubblegum, which makes Finn suspicious and also a bit jealous.
I'm into Xanoids. They're the best.
Xanoids kill hundreds of thousands of plantoids a year.
Oh no, not the plantoids!
Plantoids produce mellotoxin. Mellotoxin kills Xanoids.
So are Xanoids good things?
You're totally jealous of Ricardio.
And while initially this just seems like Finn's jealousy, we later learn that all of his suspicions were justified because Ricardio is fucking insane and wants to rip out Princess Bubblegum's heart with a glass bottle. Because, as it turns out, he's Ice King's heart, who after a failed spell crawled out of Ice King and went to take Princess Bubblegum's heart. But luckily, he's defeated and put back into the Ice King. Thank God. Now we'll never have to see him again. Right?
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
I hope I don't have to explain why this episode gave me nightmares, so let's quickly move on to my two favorite people, which introduces us more, she was in the pilot, to Jake's girlfriend, Lady Rainicorn, a very long flying unicorn thing that only speaks Korean. And I did look into it, and if you're curious, I'm pretty sure in Korean, she's also just speaking complete gibberish. Jake decides he wants Finn and Lady to hang out a little more, but since, Finn can't really understand her, he decides to use this translator to make her speak English, even though she can't speak it. But exactly what you'd expect to happen happens, and Jake starts to get jealous because they hang out too much, and he feels left out, all that. I only wanted to mention this episode because it introduces us to Lady Rainicorn, Jake's relationship with her, and their relationship is pretty cute, I will admit. Now, let's move on to another very important episode. Evicted! You gotta say it like that because there's an exclamation point. This episode famously introduces Marceline, the vampire queen. However, unlike every other vampire in fiction, she just drinks the color red. She doesn't actually drink blood. Well, she can drink blood, but she just chooses not to. Here, Marceline is far more of a villain than later on, as she reveals that she actually owned and lived in the treehouse before Finn and Jake, and evicts them. And come to think of it, that's not the only time this is gonna happen. But anyway, back on topic. Yeah, she steals their home and they have to find a new one. And after many trials and tribulations, as they keep searching for a new home, they finally find a cave to live in. And unfortunately, Marceline owned that too. And Finn and Jake get fed up and they just decide to fucking kick her ass. And they don't win, no. But they just fight well enough that Marceline starts to like them and decides to just give them their house back. This ain't the last time Marceline tries to fuck with them, but later on they definitely tone down her dickishness, I want to put it, as the show goes on. One episode I want to mention very briefly is What is Life, which introduces us to Nepter, a robot Finn creates that thinks Ice King is his father. I really only just want to mention it because Nepter shows up in some episodes I want to talk about. So now, let's move on to Freak City. This episode introduces us to Magic Man, and Magic Man is a fucking dick.
Magic. Away!
He just uses his OP magic to fuck with everyone, including Finn and Jake. He decides to fuck with Finn in particular this time by turning Finn into a foot, which, as you can guess, makes his usual ass-kicking routine slightly more challenging. Eventually, he finds other victims of Magic Man, and they all turn into a weird Megazord and beat up Magic Man, who reveals the lesson he was trying to teach Finn.
I wish I'd never been nice to you, because you're just a big jerk!
Oh yes, that's it! You finally learned your lesson. And now I am off to spread my teachings to more sissy do-gooders. You're welcome.
He's a jerk. That's it. Literally, Magic Man's whole thing is he just shows up and just annoys the hell out of Finn and Jake and ruins their day. And every now and then, it'll be to someone else if he needs to spice it up. But don't you worry, because his character is gonna get fucking wild later. Now on to Henchmen, another Marceline episode, where Finn finds Marceline torturing and ordering around a poor old man, and Finn, being so kind-hearted, takes his place and becomes Marceline's slave. And there's definitely people out there who would take the old man's place for an entirely different reason. And the whole gag is that Marceline is just fucking with Finn by making everything she orders him to do seem evil, but she's actually helping people and doing good. This episode is definitely more in line with the Marceline that everyone remembers. Like, she can be mean, maybe seems a little scary, but at the end of the day, she's still a pretty good person. The ending has Finn catch on and establishes him and Marceline as good friends rather than antagonistic, which is a much better dynamic, in my opinion. Marceline probably wouldn't be as beloved of a character if she was just the same as she was in Evicted all the time, because she's just way more of a just dick. So this is much better. Now, the next episode we'll be looking at is What Have You Done?, which follows Finn and Jake capturing the Ice King after Princess Bubblegum ordered them to because he accidentally caused an ice plague in the Candy Kingdom. The reason I want to bring up this episode is because of this line.
One magical crown. Probably stolen.
I didn't steal it. I made that item. Made it with the magic that I stole.
This line not only just displays how little of the show was planned, but it also displays how well they worked with these just random throwaway lines and gags early on. Like, just keep this in the back of your mind for later. I'm gonna blow your mind. Now let's move on to Finn Meets His Hero. Or just His Hero, as the title card says, for some reason. Which follows Finn meeting his hero, a giant named Billy. And much like the Enchiridion, Finn meeting Billy here is again one of the most important moments in Adventure Time history, and it is just so silly. Like, they sing this whole song that's just a singer screaming about how cool Billy is and how he defeated an evil ocean and cast the Lich King down. And I just want to let you know that not only is Finn meeting Billy here really important, the fact that he cast the Lich King down is one of the most important events in Adventure Time history, and it is portrayed as him fucking roundhousing him down the stairs.
Who cast the Lich King down?
This is the first time we see the Lich, by the way. Anyway, the plot of this episode is that Finn meets Billy, and Billy has given up his life of fighting evil. Instead, he recommends alternative ways to help people by contributing to the community. And after a while of trying that and being unsuccessful, Finn comes to the conclusion that sometimes you just gotta punch evil in the face. and then he tells Billy this, which encourages Billy to take up his sword once again and kick ass. I'm sure this will turn out well for him, and he will live a long and prosperous life. Now, onto the season finale, The Gut Grinder. The plot of this episode is that a mysterious monster called the Gut Grinder keeps robbing villages, like these weird cloud people's village, or these square people, or these spiky people. And the further Finn and Jake go into investigating, the more Jake becomes convinced that he is the Gut Grinder. And eventually he just becomes the Gut Grinder and begins attacking people. But Finn manages to bring him back from his Gut Grinder insanity by playing his viola terribly. And then the Gut Grinder is revealed to actually be the Spiky Town's mayor in a disguise that is just happens to look like Jake. I did that all in one take. Did you know that? They actually call me the one-take master. Did you know that? I also noticed that by doing this in one take, I accidentally said it was the mayor of Spiky Town. It was actually his wife. But I'm too proud of doing it in one take to remove it. So, overall, Season 1 is very odd to look back on with the rest of the show in mind. Its pacing is incredibly fast and almost entirely just meant to be humorous. It will forego things like the plot making complete sense if it further services to make you laugh. And I won't lie, it is very effective. Season made me laugh multiple times and is overall a very strong start. Though, I'd argue is not as strong as regular show was. There's way more forgettable episodes in this season, while regular show's first season was just fucking hit after hit. But overall, strong start. Now let's move on to Season 2. Season 2 opens up with It Came from the Nightosphere, which introduces us to Marceline's father, Hunson Abadir, who Finn summons after learning about his and Marceline's estrangement. Unfortunately, after summoning him, they don't make up like I imagine Finn envisioned, and instead, he begins just absolutely devouring the souls of everyone he sees. This episode also has another line that's unintentionally foreshadowing a later plotline.
All history's greatest monsters, you are by far the most evil thing I've encountered. Offer your soul to me, Dark One.
Quack, quack.
No! You can't have my soul! I don't even... Look, just get in here.
So just keep this one in the back of your mind as well, for now. Anyway, it ends with Hunson Abadir being defeated, and him and Marceline having a nice little talk. Oh, also Jake's here.
Sup, Jake?
Here's a fun little fact, by the way. Marceline is voiced by Olivia Olson, and Hunson Abadir is voiced by Martin Olson, her real-life father. This has absolutely no relevance, but it's a fun little fact I only just now learned while doing research for this video. Anyway, this episode's fun. I like seeing Marceline again. They definitely know how to start a season off right. Now, why don't we talk about Loyalty to the King, which follows the Ice King shaving his beard and being mistaken for an entirely different person, the Nice King. I think this episode is one of the most blatant signs of how different the early seasons are, because this concept is so absurd. Like, I can't imagine this happening later in the series. Like, I can't imagine that none of the princesses, or Finn and Jake, wouldn't realize that this is the Ice King because he doesn't have his beard. Especially since he's not, like, hiding his crown. That being said, I like this episode. It is very funny because of it. I love Ice King's design without his beards. It's so fucking stupid. And the fact that women suddenly throw themselves at him and just are absolutely in love with him no matter how badly he treats them. And then they just turn on him immediately once Finn and Jake glue his beard back on and just beat the shit out of him, which, you know what, fair enough, but this plot is just so stupid that I love it. Now, let's go on to the other tarts, which introduces us to the Royal Tart, which I keep calling the Wonder Tart because of Cuphead. Apparently, the Royal Tart is like the most absolutely fucking phenomenal, spectacularly amazing thing ever conceived by a mortal, or I suppose immortal mind, and Finn and Jake have been trusted with taking the royal tarts to a meeting that Princess Bubblegum will be at, and if they aren't successful, Princess Bubblegum will be fucking beheaded. Jesus fucking Christ. Luckily, the job is simple. Take it down the well-guarded, designated path that has worked for years to the meeting. However, hearing this, Finn concocts the most absolutely foolproof, bulletproof, absolutely astounding plan to not do that. Instead, he tasks Cinnamon Bun with taking poisoned tarts down that path as a distraction, and him and Jake take the real tarts through the Desert of Doom. Unfortunately, they're robbed and attacked by basically everything and everyone in the desert because they all want just a single taste of the royal tart. Meanwhile, Cinnamon Bun has like the most easy time in the fucking world. And it's very unfortunate that he does, because he gets there first with the poison tarts. But luckily, Finn fucked up. He was carrying the poison tarts the whole time. Cinnamon Bun actually had the real ones. No beheadings for us, unfortunately. I wanted to mention this episode, not only because it's just really funny, but also because it properly introduces us to Cinnamon Bun, a character who will have a wild journey as this show goes on. Just you wait. Oh, also, the Royal Toader shows up and says this.
This cosmic dance of bursting decadence and withheld permissions twists all our arms collectively, but if sweetness can win, and it can, then I'll still be here tomorrow to high-five you yesterday, my friend. Peace.
Now, let's talk about the episode right after this, To Cut a Woman's Hair. This episode follows Jake being sat on by a balding witch who will only let him go when Finn brings her beautiful hair to cover her bald spot. The episode isn't very important, but it's memorable specifically because it's famously the first time Finn took off his hat, revealing he had long, gorgeous blonde hair that is immediately shaved. I just wanted to mention here, because this is a really fun thing that they do, they actually keep really good continuity with Finn's hair. Like, after he shaves it here, it's short for a while, and then it gets a little longer, and then he'll cut it again, or something will happen, all that. It's just really fun, even though he doesn't take off his hat a lot, as you can guess. It's just a fun little detail. Now, let's move on to her parents, which follows Jake meeting Lady Rainicorn's parents. Apparently, in the Crystal Dimension, which is where Lady is from, dogs and rainicorns had a bloody, brutal war over territory in said dimension, so it's very possible that Lady's parents will not be fond of her dating a dog. I wasn't expecting to hear about rainicorn and dog racism, but hey, this is a fun episode. They think Finn is Jake's butler and just absolutely abuse him, Jake only finally dropping his disguise when they try to eat Finn, which is apparently just normal among rainicorns, and despite what Jake expects, her parents not only don't mind that he's a dog, they are absolutely thrilled to learn he is a dog, because apparently Lady's granddad was saved by one, much like the real-life event in World War II in which German ace pilot Franz Stigler saved the crew of an American B-17 bomber. Possibly even an intentional reference to the event, as the dog soldier appears to be wearing a pilot uniform, specifically an American pilot uniform. I swear this theory makes sense. You just gotta trust.
You've lost your mind. You've lost your goddamn mind, Charlie!
So yeah, this episode is pretty fun. The ending has them all eat food meant to imitate the taste of human flesh, and this scene explicitly confirms that Finn enjoys the taste of human flesh, so that's interesting. Now, let's move on to Susan Strong, the episode that introduces the first human besides Finn, and I'm pretty sure is the first episode that even establishes that humans are incredibly rare. Oh, also, I didn't even realize this, but it's also the first time Princess Bubblegum mentions her uncle, Gumbald. I know I've been asking you to do this a lot, but this is another thing I want you to keep in mind for later. Way later. However, right now, Finn and Jake discover a strange underground sunken ruin that seems to be inhabited by an entire tribe of humans, including one very important human, Susan Strong, who they decide to take to the surface and show around, wanting to help the tribe adjust to life on the surface. Unfortunately, Susan is terrified of everything at first, even grass, which, to be fair, is not very uncommon, on the internet at least. Oh, also, random side tangent, but a detail that's always stuck out to me about this episode is Susan's eyes, as well as the rest of the humans. For some reason, they all have green eyes that, glow in the dark. I imagine this was done to show that they were more used to the dark of the underground than the light, but in every other episode she just has the standard black dots. Same with the rest of the humans. So that's just odd. Anyway, Susan does start adjusting to the surface world and gains quite the affinity for candy, visiting the Candy Kingdom, and after learning that everything in the Candy Kingdom is candy, decides to get the rest of her tribe and fucking eat everything. Well, everything except Peppermint Butler, of course. You know, they draw the line somewhere. And unfortunately, Finn's plan to scare them with shadows doesn't work, because now Susan knows everything Finn taught her. But before the tribe even gets inside the kingdom, Jake accidentally sets them on fire, causing them to take off their hats and reveal that they aren't humans. They're just fish people. However, only one character doesn't take off their hat, that being Susan, who just runs off, making the ending of this episode quite ambiguous. This episode is the first one that really hints at a bit of a deeper story, not only pointing out that Finn is the only human, but also the ending, leaving whether or not Susan is a human or a fish like the others a bit ambiguous. And the simple fact that Finn is the only human, other than maybe Susan, just makes you wonder what happened to the other humans. And don't worry, you'll get to see. But for now, we're going to move on to another Marceline episode, Go With Me, which follows Finn trying to get Princess Bubblegum to go to the movies with him, and enlisting Marceline to help him. This episode also reveals that Marceline and Princess Bubblegum know each other.
Greetings, Finn. Hey, Marceline.
Hello, Bonnabelle.
Oh, they fucking what? They're just saying hi to each other.
It's also the first time we learn that Princess Bubblegum's first name is Bonnabelle. Here's a random fun fact. According to the Adventure Time Pitch Bible, which, yes, I read in preparation for this video, and I highly recommend checking it out if you're curious seeing the original concepts Pendleton Ward had in mind for the show, Bubblegum's first name was originally Betty, but in the show it was changed to Bonnabelle. I'm sure that fact will have no relevance later on. Anyway, Finn's many attempts to get Princess Bubblegum to fall head over heels for him are ineffective, and just make Bubblegum think he's gone completely crazy. So instead, he decides to ask Marceline to go to the movies, and she agrees to go. Just as friends, though.
Of course I'll go with you, Finn.
You will?
Yeah, as friends.
Of course as friends.
But no tongue.
What?
Now, let's move on to what may be the most important episode in the show. Mortal Folly. This episode introduces us to the most popular antagonist in the show, and one of the most popular cartoon villains in recent years, the Lich King. Or, properly introduces us to him, he was in His Hero, getting his shit kicked in by Billy. Fun fact, by the way, this scene, His Hero, is the only time we see the Lich with two horns, implying that this kick broke one of his horns off. I just think that's a neat little detail. Anyway, after Princess Bubblegum has a weird vision while meditating with Finn and Jake, she reveals to them that he's being kept trapped in sap in the candy tree on top of the Candy Kingdom. And while checking on him, all they have to do is keep these little things on their head to prevent the Lich's psychic powers from reaching them. And of course, they have to stop anything from, breaking the sap and releasing the Lich.
What the nuts?
That is mighty unfortunate. So Finn and Jake are tasked with taking down the Lich before he ends the world, Finn being given a comfy sweater and the Gauntlet of the Hero. Unfortunately, after they leave, Ice King kidnaps Bubblegum and follows them, trying to get their blessing to marry her. Unfortunately, they don't really have time to deal with the Ice King, so they dive into the Lich's lair, and he immediately shatters the gauntlet and the crystal protecting Finn's mind, leading us to the scene that so many remember.
Stop!
Aren't you cold, Finn?
Luckily, though, Finn is able to resist the Lich's control, and the sweater protects him from his flames. And once broken free from his spell, Finn uses the sweater to defeat the Lich. Though, based on his laughter and the fact that he has way more famous scenes in the show, I'm sure you can guess that he's coming back. But for now, at least, everything turned out alright.
Go free! Oops, I've got the dropsies.
Like I said before, that is mighty unfortunate. And the next episode, Mortal Recoil, picks up right after this, with Princess Bubblegum luckily not being dead, just extremely sick. So Finn and JT Dogzone have to keep an eye on her while she recovers. However, Princess Bubblegum quickly shows that she's not just sick.
PB? You in there?
I'm busy.
And after a little while of denial and escalation, Bubblegum turns into a big monster that begins just rampaging through the Candy Kingdom and kicking Jake's ass. But with the help of Ice King, they eventually freeze her and accidentally murder her, but they manage to put her back together, and she's now, in essence, a 13-year-old.
Oh, dang it! Well, I'm out of here. Goodbye, everyone.
The same age as Finn, which is an interesting direction. Now let's move on to the season finale, Heat Signature, which feels like a very odd episode to end the season on, but hey, it's a Marceline episode. The plot of this episode is that Marceline, along with her ghost friends, decide to fuck with Finn and Jake by convincing them that they're vampires. But Marceline, now being much less of a dick, starts to feel like her friends are taking things way too far, and eventually her friends just try to eat Finn and Jake's brains. But Marceline heroically rushes in to, well, say sorry. Apparently vampires just can't beat ghosts. It's a rock, paper, scissors thing, and I'm very curious what the third thing in that row is. And I just want to let you know, by the way, the fact that it's a rock, paper, scissors thing only comes into play one other time, in the last season. But anyway, Marceline can't save them. Instead, the fact that they have a movie called Heat Signature, which the ghosts really want to watch, is what saves them. So, they let Finn and Jake go and watch the movie, and the episode ends. So overall, this season was pretty good. You can already feel them slightly shifting away from the goofy, episodic, fast-paced style of the first season, with the introduction of certain plot threads and arcs, like the Lich and Susan Strong. Also, Bubblegum being changed to a 13-year-old, which continues into the next season. Another interesting thing about this season is Finn's voice.
And if I did have something to tell you, then I would, in a second, and it would make my life easier, unless there was something stopping me, like a promise, but there isn't, so I won't, so it's cool.
What? You lost me.
This stink-ups Mega Bam Bam to the J-stop. We just go back to the brain eating or whatever.
His voice actor, Jeremy Shada's voice, has clearly gotten a bit deeper. And you see, unlike most cartoons, which would opt to recast a voice actor when their voice gets too deep, Finn has the same voice actor throughout the whole show, and I'm pretty sure the whole franchise except once. And Finn is actually aged up with him, canonically going through puberty as the show goes on, which really makes it feel like Finn is growing with the audience. It's such a fun, rare thing for a show to do, but I really enjoy it. Makes Finn feel more real, I suppose is how I'd put it. Now let's move on to Season 3. Season 3 opens up with Conquest of Cuteness, which follows the Cute King and his army of cuties trying their best to become feared conquerors. Unfortunately, him and his army are like, annoying at best. Finn, Jake, and some others just pretending to die when they attack to get them to go away. But the Cute King sees through this ruse, and Finn just explains that being cute is a weapon, and that he can control others with it. Which, you know what? Fair enough, that's definitely true. People will basically do anything for an animal if it's cute enough, while telling any animal that's not cute to go fuck itself. So if any animal were to one day gain human intelligence and decide it wants to overthrow humanity, it would probably be the cutest ones that succeeded, and they wouldn't even have to try. Anyway, this is a pretty fun start to the season, and an overall fun episode. So let's move on to Memory of a Memory, which opens with a strange, armless old man hurriedly rushing Finn and Jake to Marceline's home, claiming she's in danger. Apparently she accidentally casted a sleep spell on herself, and Finn and Jake have to travel into her mind to find the memory of the spell so they can wake her up. This episode lets us see into Marceline's past, such as the memory of a very young Marceline living in a post-apocalyptic city, her only companion being Hambo, a weird pink bear thing. We also get to see the deeply traumatic memory of Marceline's dad eating her fries.
Young man,
What?
don't eat those.
But the most important memories are of her ex-boyfriend, Ash, who is like the fucking worst character in the show. I fucking despise him. He treats Marceline like absolute shit, and he's legit just sexist. Like, he literally tells her to get back in the kitchen and make him a sandwich.
Ash gets hungies at 8 o'clock. You need to get back in the kitchen and make me dinner. I want a turkey sandwich with tomato. Also pickles.
And even worse than that, he sells Hambo to a witch for a wand, which, okay, I used to quote this scene a lot, but fuck Ash still.
You're not a genius. You're not a genius.
But after combing through these memories, eventually Finn and Jake find the memory they need. And surprise! The old man is actually Ash, and the memory he wanted was actually just his and Marceline's breakup. After just deleting the memory, basically, he takes Marceline back to his place, and Finn actually comes up with a pretty clever plan to save her. He takes Marceline into his mind and shows her his memory of the breakup. And after seeing this, Marceline gives Ash what he fucking deserves.
Oh my, oh, not,
Yeah, girl, fuck that douche. The two important things to take from this episode is 1, Ash is the biggest shit stain to ever exist in the universe and deserves all the pain ever in history, and 2, this is our first time really getting a good glimpse at Marceline, and more importantly, the world's past, as we see Marceline in the ruins of very modern-looking cities. This isn't the first time it's been hinted at. The Lich's Lair is an abandoned subway station, and there is a nuke in the intro, but this is the first time we've really gotten a good look at Oo's apocalyptic past. Now, let's move on to Too Young, which finally continues the whole plot point of Princess Bubblegum being 13, as she's unfortunately usurped by the Earl Lemongrab for being too young to rule. And Lemongrab is, well, let's say the person casted to voice him didn't age very well. Apparently Princess Bubblegum made him a long time ago, and he's kinda gone haywire. And of course, this haywire lab-grown madman doesn't make a particularly good ruler, and Finn and Bubblegum's attempt to prank him gets them thrown in a dungeon for the gazillion years. Bubblegum then explains that she just enjoys getting to feel like a kid again, that she likes having the chance to have fun and goof off again. But now, with the help of her candy people sacrificing parts of themselves, she can reform back into her adult form, which works, and she kicks Lemongrab out. So the status quo has been restored, and Bubblegum is back. I don't know why, but as a kid, I remembered this arc lasting much longer, so learning it happened over the course of 2 episodes was a bit surprising. This arc was fun, though. Now, I think we should move on to Adventure Time with Fiona and Cake. The idea for this episode spawned because of art drawn by Natasha Allegri on 4chan. Yes, a wild origin, I know. Also, in this art, Cake looks like Garfield, and Fiona is incredibly lanky with the longest neck I could ever imagine a character having, if they weren't a giraffe. But this art, as I just said, would later become the inspiration for this episode, which introduces us to a gender-bent Adventure Time world that follows Fiona and Cake, who save Prince Gumball from a kidnapping attempt from the Ice Queen. And, after this rescue, Fiona and Gumball begin to have more and more romantic tension, culminating in him asking Fiona to a ball, which seems to be going very well until it's revealed that it's the fucking Ice Queen. Yeah, she was just disguised as Gumball the whole time. So Fiona ends up having to battle it out with her. Also, the animation gets really smooth here for a moment. I don't know why. And Cake swoops in, taking out the Ice Queen with her own crown. Once again, I know I've been asking this a lot, but keep this line in mind for later.
No, you might catch her crazy.
Oh, also, by the way, the whole joke at the end, the whole gag, is that this was a fan fiction written by Ice King.
The end. So, what did you think of the fan fiction I wrote about you guys? Tell me you thought it was good!
It's good, it's really good.
Now, let's move on to what was missing. This is one of my favorite episodes in the whole show, and I'll show you why. This episode opens with a weird door lord stealing items from Finn, Jake, Bubblegum, and Marceline. They all follow him to his weird door that they need to open to get their stuff back. Unfortunately, they have no idea how to open it. But, because of something the door lord said, they decide to try singing a song, which leads into the second best song in Adventure Time, I'm Just Your Problem, which starts off pretty normal, but turns into Marceline ranting about her relationship with Princess Bubblegum. This scene right here is probably the first time I ever shipped characters. I didn't even know what being gay was back then, but I still thought, yeah, Marceline and Bubblegum should kiss. Like, this scene made me ship them so hard. Just look at this. The song also seems to work on the door, the weird faces on it beginning to smile and glow more and more, as it seems to be opening. But Marceline gets cold feet, which causes it to close back up. Eventually, they figure out that honest emotions get the door to open, and after Finn sings a song, they finally get it open and get their stuff back, discovering that Bubblegum's lost item was a shirt Marceline gave her.
It's mine! That's mine.
You kept the shirt I gave you?
Yeah. It, means a lot to me.
Oh, they fucking look at them sparks. They're just talking to each other.
And also, Marceline didn't have anything stolen. She just wanted an excuse to see Bubblegum. Again, this episode is amazing. One of the best in the show. It's got a fun story, some good drama, a lovely song, and a sweet ending. And it made me and so many other people ship these two so hard. Like, I'm not usually one to say this, but like, there really is no straight explanation for this. Like, I don't know how you could have watched this episode and thought, oh yeah, they're just friends. Like, yeah, with benefits, Anyway, despite how much I could talk about this episode, I think we should move on to the creeps, which I remember freaking me the fuck out as a kid. The plot of this episode is that Finn, Jake, Cinnamon Bun, LSP, and BMO have been invited to a fancy banquet by a mysterious host. You can guess where this is going. Their host is a ghost that says he's going to kill everyone and immediately takes out Cinnamon Bun, which Jake immediately calls out is just the same trick he used on Finn's birthday, but Finn swears up and down, honest to God, that it isn't him, and Jake gets to see the real ghost take BMO, and fucking murder Bubblegum, which causes Finn to admit he was pranking Jake earlier, but Bubblegum, and as we learn, Cinnamon Bun and BMO, being fucking murdered, obviously wasn't part of the plan. I think what freaked me out as a kid is the scenes of Cinnamon Bun and Princess Bubblegum melting. It's so freaky looking, and the music doesn't help. Anyway, after a brief chase scene, Jake is taken by the ghost, leaving only Finn. By the way, the sound they use for the ghost, like, phasing through walls is the warp pad sound effect in Steven Universe. I don't know how I noticed that. Anyway, so now Finn is all alone, and he has a brief confrontation with the real ghost before Jake reveals it was all his doing. The ghost lady was Lady Rainicorn, every dead person was switched out for a fake, and it was all just to show Finn how much he sucks at pranking people. Oh, and the real ghost girl? That wasn't him. He thinks Finn is just bullshitting. So they leave the manor, and Finn puts the memory of the real ghost in his mental vault, so he doesn't have to think about it again. I think what really scared me as a kid, even more than just the death scenes, is the real ghost, because it's so fucking freaky looking, man. And it's not helped by the fact that this isn't explained for, like, a while. Anyway, now let's move on to Buttopia. We are just going back to back with the childhood trauma. In this episode, Susan Strong returns, no longer with a thirst for candy blood. Instead, she's enlisting the help of Finn and Jake to help her reclaim her people's big city, Buttopia, which was taken over by Lubglubs. And while Lubglubs seem like they're just pool floaties, the adventure is still very treacherous. But luckily, they make it to Buttopia in one piece, and Jake, fed up with Susan being scared of everything, decides to prove to her that Lubglubs are completely harmless.
Watch! I'm putting an end to all this craziness with my pickaxe hand! No more craziness! Whoa.
Nope, Lubglubs are actually monsters designed to give children nightmares. That's me. I'm one of those kids who were given nightmares. But really, I love these guys' designs. They're so freaky. And I love the subversion that, unlike before, Susan's fear was completely justified and reasonable. Luckily, despite these things being absolutely horrifying, Finn manages to light the flame of Buttopia and get them to fuck off. And at the end, Susan lets Finn feel under her hat and he's surprised. While never explicitly said, it's pretty blatantly confirming that Susan is a human, which, to be fair, they already hinted at in our first episode. But I think it's pretty cool that we still don't know for sure. He could have felt something else under that hat, but like, it's obvious he felt that she also didn't have gills. Now, let's get on to Jake versus Meow. This episode follows Jake and Finn hanging out with Raspberry Princess. Unfortunately for Jake, a cat assassin named Meow climbs into Jake's nose and poisons him, saying he will only give Jake the antidote if he kills Raspberry Princess. So, what you'd expect to happen, happens. Jake keeps trying to work around it, and or trying to kill her, which makes him look even more suspicious, and eventually, Meow poisons him more, and decides to do it himself. Luckily, Raspberry Princess deals with him, and Jake just stretches to deal with the poison, which is a really OP ability that he can just expand to overpower any poison. Now, the next episode I want to talk about is The New Frontier, which introduces us to the Banana Man, voiced by Weird Al Yankovic, and I only just now noticed he was voiced by Weird Al. The reason Finn and Jake meet him is because Jake had a dream that his last days will be spent in space, and Banana Man is building a rocket to space, so Jake just kinda thinks it's destiny. But luckily it turns out he was wrong. Or was he? He was. I just wanted to bring this episode up because Weird Al is in it, and he's always a treat to see. Now, let's move on to another insanely important episode. Or episodes, I guess. Holly Jolly Secrets, Part 1 and 2. This is a two-part Christmas episode, which follows Finn and Jake deciding to watch a bunch of secret tapes that Ice King desperately tried to hide. And also, Ice King desperately wants to be involved. and he doesn't realize it's his tapes, so he keeps trying to get inside to watch. As the situation escalates, he eventually realizes that these are his secret tapes, and he tries to stop them from watching them now. But he fails, and they watch the final tape.
Hello, my name is Simon Petrikov.
And it reveals that Ice King is actually a human named Simon Petrikov, who discovered the crown, and after wearing it, he was slowly driven completely mad, until he was the sad, lonely Ice King we see today. See? I told you that Fiona and Cake line would come into play. Not only that, but what does he say his wife's name was again?
I brought it home and excitedly showed my fiancée Betty.
Hey, wait a So yeah, this is our first glimpse into Ice King's backstory and tragic secret. So now, let's move on to Marceline's closet, which follows Finn and Jake waiting on Marceline at her house, but Jake decides to go inside her house.
Jake, get out of there! Marceline's gonna kill you! Jake! I know this isn't a mirror. What the? You're doing it wrong even! Get out! Get out!
And Finn goes inside to try and get him to leave, because, you know, that's breaking and entering and all that. But then Marceline arrives, and not wanting her to fucking flip out on them, they hide in her closet and get into many shenanigans as they attempt to escape and stay hidden.
What happened, man?
I'm not going back out there.
But of course, eventually they are caught, and turns out Marceline is really chill about it, because she spies on them all the time too. So this episode is fun, also has some of the best jokes in the series. Anyway, let's move on to Dad's Dungeon. This episode follows Finn and Jake, discovering a message from their dad. Apparently, it's one last gift, specifically made to toughen up Finn, and their dad even encourages Jake to be an asshole to make Finn tougher. And eventually Finn learns that everything Jake said was because of their dad, and it really wears him down as he fights the final monster to get his father's sword. But luckily, Jake plays one last tape where their dad says he's proud of him. Doesn't really make up for before, but it's sweet. And it encourages Finn enough to defeat the monster and finally take the Blood Demon Sword, which is quite possibly the most iconic sword from the show. Ask anyone, and this is probably the first sword they think of, and it's definitely a fan favorite, which, fair enough. It's a sick design. I love the red, and the fun little design on the hilt. It's also one of the longest lasting swords, so it's the one most people probably saw during the show's peak. By the way, this isn't in the script or anything, but I just wanted to mention this, since we're talking about swords right now. You know that golden sword Finn has really early on? Yeah, that one, the really fucked up, busted looking one. That one actually has a name, but it's never said in the show. It's said in the video game, Adventure Time, "Hey Ice King, why did you steal our garbage?" It's revealed that the sword's name is Scarlet. So there's a fun little piece of trivia for you. Anyway, let's move on to the season finale, Incendium, which follows Finn sulking as he desperately wants to get with Bubblegum, but of course that won't work out. So Jake decides to give him a little pick-me-up by finding him a girlfriend in the Flame Kingdom, which turns out to be the princess herself, who's being contained in a lantern by the king, voiced by Keith David. So I like him.
Leave now, buffoon, for you have failed.
Jake desperately tries to convince the king to let Flame Princess go free, and eventually it works. But
any prince ruthless enough to kill his own buffoon would make an excellent boyfriend. Yeah. For my evil daughter! What?
Yeah, so Jake, pretending to be Finn, immediately tries to, walk back the whole dating her thing, which doesn't go well, as she then sets Finn and Jake's treehouse on fire and slaps Finn.
Who was that?
The princess of the Fire Kingdom?
Dude, I think I have a crush.
Oh boy. Here we go. So, Season 3 was pretty good overall. You can definitely feel the writing style shifting more, as the pacing is a lot less high speed, and there's a lot more focus on balancing the comedy with the drama and overarching narratives. And this will continue even more as the show goes on. Yeah, it never becomes a full-on drama, but they definitely focus more on overarching narratives and character arcs as the show goes on. They also become more and more experimental as they go on, but of course, that's for later. For now, let's move on to Season 4. So, Hot to the Touch continues right where the Season 3 finale left off, with Finn trying to track down Flame Princess and ask her on a date, obviously.
Come on, man. I really like her. Help me out. Jake? Jake, help me out. Help me out. Jake? Jake, help me? Jake? Jake, help me!
Yeah, okay.
Also, obviously, this, doesn't work and ends up just making her even more pissed, and then she starts attacking a town. Finn and Jake use fireproof mech suits designed by Nepter to try and stop her. However, Finn, seeing that putting out the fire is hurting her, rips his way out of the mech to try and reason with her, which doesn't work until he starts crying over his failure, which causes Flame Princess to finally stop as she confuses him for a water elemental. And Finn says he'll try to make it work with her, even if hugging her gives him severe third-degree burns, which does make dating slightly more difficult if I'm being honest. So this episode is a pretty good start to the season. Finn seems to have found someone he actually has a chance with. I'm sure this relationship will be perfectly healthy with no problems or manipulation at all. Now let's move on to In Your Footsteps, which follows Finn and Jake saving a bear from choking, and afterwards this bear goes to their home and begins copying everything Finn does. And I mean specifically Finn, he has no interest in copying anyone else. And as the episode goes on, it seems the bear wants to be Finn, literally wearing his clothes and learning to speak, even eating his special Finn cakes. But Finn only seems to really care when he throws a party and pretends to be him. What I find funny is that literally everybody knows it's not him because, obviously it isn't, and they just scorn Finn for being so mean and assuming they're all so incredibly stupid they can't tell the difference between a bear and the real him. So, as an apology to the bear, he decides to give it the Enchiridion, so he can be a great hero just like him. And then...
Did you bring the book? Yes. One step closer.
Okay, so maybe stopping the bear was a better option. So, now let's move on to Goliad. This episode is kinda infamous, and one of the first big pieces of evidence that Princess Bubblegum is evil, or the real villain. So let's see if this episode is truly as damning as it seems. The plot of this episode is that Princess Bubblegum makes a strange candy sphinx clone to be her successor named Goliad, but she's so incredibly exhausted after staying up all night to make it that she decides to have Finn and Jake teach it.
That's all it takes.
So, just gonna say it right here, this episode is not good evidence that Bubblegum is evil. The plot is that Goliad sees Jake being very stern and aggressive to kids that Goliad is supposed to lead. He assumes that this is the best way to lead and tries to imitate it, taking things way too far as she uses intimidation and force, and eventually uses her psychic powers to begin forcing people through the obstacle course. And after seeing this work, she concludes that yep, this is the best way to rule. And after reading Bubblegum's mind and learning that she's gonna disassemble her, decides to take over the castle now. Eventually Bubblegum makes a second Sphinx from Finn's DNA to trap them in a permanent stalemate. So what's going on here? Well, what I'd say is that this is an episode showing Princess Bubblegum is just innately and naturally evil. It's showing a child with powerful psychic abilities and an incredible intellect that's still very impressionable learning the wrong lesson, and since she's still a stubborn child, she doesn't really listen to reason. I think this episode, in a way, is showing how bad Bubblegum could have been if things had been different in her upbringing. She could have been this cruel ruler only based on what seems to get the best results, and not really caring about the well-being of her citizens. So why is Stormo good? Well, I think it's simply because Finn is just naturally so good and selfless. Finn is just naturally determined to help people, so a clone from him is much more easily attracted to good and kindness, while Bubblegum is much more gray, and her intellect plus Goliad's naivety can lead to her becoming much more cold if she sees something get results. So yeah, there's my attempt at analyzing this episode. I'm no genius, so sorry if none of that made any sense. I just think a lot of people kind of misunderstand and misrepresent the plot of this episode. Because whenever you see people bring it up in trying to argue that Princess Bubblegum is just an evil, vile dictator, they always just say oh, she made one clone and it was super duper evil, and then she made one from Finn and it was super duper good. When, the plot of the episode, when you actually watch it, is that, Goliad turned evil because he saw Jake use intimidation and thought that was the best way to lead. They even show in the episode that she doesn't agree with Goliad. Anyway, that's the end of my analysis of a cartoon episode. Let's move on to Return to the Nightosphere. This episode starts with Finn and Jake waking up in a jail cell on a pile of bananas. That is a strange sentence. Anyway, they have absolutely no memory of how the hell they got here, their only clue being a video that Jake recorded of them about to walk through a portal, and then his phone dies, so they don't know what happened. The only thing they really glean from this is that they went through a portal, and that portal was to the Nightosphere. So they decide they're gonna go see Hunson Abadir to get back home. But getting to Abadir is no easy task, because there's a lot of lines in the way. Yeah, a lot of this episode is just Finn and Jake being forced to wait in lines.
Excuse me, big man, over here.
Huh? What? Me?
Yeah, how long have you been in line for?
How long?
And the culmination of all that waiting is them nearly being murdered by a laser shooting cloud, which pisses them off so much they follow him back to Hunson Abadir's home to get some goddamn answers. To which Hunson gives the standard response:
No one leaves the Nightosphere!
But despite that, they open a portal and nearly escape, but right before they do, Finn slices Hunson with his sword, and yeah, that's not Hunson Abadir. That's Marceline, who has somehow turned into Hunson Abadir? Marceline basically tells them to stay away for their own good and closes the portal they opened, leaving them utterly baffled and confused, but also determined to help right after they take a shower. And after said shower, they do help in Daddy's Little Monster, which opens with Finn and Jake finally figuring out what happened. Apparently Hunson really wanted Marceline to become the new ruler of the Nightosphere, and when she refused, she tricked her by giving her the amulet that makes whoever wears it into the ruler. And when she puts it on, yeah, you can guess the rest. After learning this, they decide to go back and try to save Marceline again, this time with excellent disguises. But despite their excellent disguises, they still fail and have to run away, bumping into Hunson Abadir as they do. He is of no help whatsoever, so Finn and Jake use the power of freestyle rap and beatboxing to cause the citizens of the Nightosphere to rise up against Marceline, which is effective, and they finally get the amulet off her, freeing her. But their plan may have worked too well as the demons start attacking Finn and Jake, which causes Finn to put on the amulet so they can escape, and before the evil can fully overtake him, Hunson takes the amulet back, and him and Marceline have a heart-to-heart, where he admits that he is proud of her, and it may not have been the best idea to trick her into putting on a magic amulet that makes you into a heartless monster. So, that's sweet, I suppose. Oh, also, Finn is completely traumatized. And with this over, I can finally talk about Card War. This is my favorite episode of the whole show. It has been my favorite since I was a kid. And it's not my favorite because it has some deep intellectual, emotional story. It's my favorite because it's just really fun. I love episodes of shows where it's just the main characters playing a game. Bonus points if it's a fictional and creative game. And Card Wars ticks off all those boxes. Basically, Jake is bummed out he can't play Card Wars with Lady Rainicorn anymore, because he always beats her, so Finn offers to play. Turns out Card Wars is like comically overcomplicated, so Finn just decides to wing it, and has the most insane case of beginner's luck as he keeps winning and beating Jake. But eventually we learn that Jake is a very sore loser.
You play! You play!
So in the end, Finn throws the game and accepts his role as loser. I love this episode because it's just so fun, and the design of Card Wars and the animations are really silly and creative. I remember as a kid I desperately wanted to play this game in real life, and yeah, sure, there were official Card Wars mobile games, but first off, you don't get the cool holograph table, and secondly, they're really simplified. Understandable, but still. But my dreams were actually answered this year when YouTuber Big Holes began a devlog series trying to make a Card Wars game as accurate to the episode as possible. I highly recommend checking them out. These videos are lovely and the game is playable right now. But first, finish this video. I promise it's not a huge time commitment. So yeah, Card Wars is my favorite episode. I know it's not Shakespeare, it's no What Was Missing, but I like it. It's just fun. And also, nostalgia is definitely playing a part here. So, let's move on to Sons of Mars, which follows Magic Man being hunted down by Glob. Yes, Glob themselves. And Grob. And Gob. And Grod. Turns out Magic Man is actually Glob's fucking brother and terrorized Mars for years before being banished to Earth. But now they've decided this punishment wasn't enough, so they're coming to finally finish him off. But before they get to him, he shapeshifts into Jake and turns Jake into him, so they end up taking Jake instead. And Finn goes with Magic Man back to his house, which is like an absolute dump, and Finn demands Magic Man tell him how to get Jake back, knowing that the only way there is in his house. And while Magic Man is being his usual dick self, after looking at a picture of him and his wife, he has a brief moment of empathy, I think? And tells Finn where the device to get to Mars is. And once Finn gets there, he sees Jake being put on trial by Glob and Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, this is a callback to the pilot. Abraham Lincoln is the king of Mars, and he sounds like this.
Just learn to care about living things again. You could have come back whenever you wanted.
And right as he's about to be executed, Finn attacks Glob, which makes them accidentally tap Jake with a wand that fucking kills him. Abraham Lincoln, realizing he was wrong, sacrifices his life to death in exchange for Jake's. After that, Finn and Jake return to Earth and kick the shit out of Magic Man and free the tiny manticore he was keeping prisoner. So overall, a happy ending. And it's definitely interesting seeing them hint at Magic Man having a more sympathetic backstory and is also Glob's fucking brother. And we're going to be seeing more about that as we go further. Like I said before, it gets wild. But for now, let's move on to Burning Low, which sees Finn and Flame Princess continuing to date, even helping her build a new house, though they still have hiccups. They also take quite a few precautions to simply hug, to make sure Flame Princess doesn't fucking melt Finn. Finn even gets some nice advice from Jake.
What about Tier 15?
Stay away from that. Do not do Tier 15!
But while they continue to go out and have fun, once PB learns that Finn is going out with Flame Princess, she is absolutely appalled. And while her many attempts to, straight up break them up are framed to be jealousy, so much so that Finn just tells her to fuck off, it's revealed that what she's actually worried about is the fact that Flame Princess is incredibly unstable. So much so that if she just gets too happy, she'll melt through the planet and burn it from the inside. Apparently that's why she was kept in that lantern. Princess Bubblegum specifically had that lantern built to contain her. And this is the real first bad thing Bubblegum did, even if Flame Princess is unstable, trapping a child in a lantern is fucked up. Unfortunately, she does get too happy when her and Finn kiss, and she begins melting through the earth, Finn immediately diving down to save her. Princess Bubblegum's plan here is to basically use Jake to cover the hole and snuff out the flame, which is also fucked up. But luckily Finn helps Flame Princess calm down and she becomes stable. For now at least. So, all is well that ends well, I suppose. First truly evil thing Princess Bubblegum has done, I think. But anyway, let's move on to Lady and Peebles, which follows Princess Bubblegum and Lady Rainicorn going to try and save Finn and Jake, who have gone missing after a battle with the Ice King. This is a rare team-up for the show, but fun fact, it was actually originally planned for Lady and Bubblegum to be a duo, but this was changed in the series. But it's nice to see this pairing in the show for once, even though you can't understand one of them, even if you speak Korean. Again, she's just saying gibberish. The big twist of this episode is that Ricardio has returned. Jesus. And he's made himself a new body because now he wants to get with Princess Bubblegum, not just her heart. And he's just as creepy as ever. But luckily Princess Bubblegum kicks his fucking ass, and so this episode was fun and also nightmarish. I didn't need to see Ricardio again, but overall it was fun. Oh, and also we learned this.
I am pregnant!
I'm puppies!
Now let's move on to You Made Me, which is the return of Lemongrab. Finn and Jake discovering he's been watching Candy Citizens sleep by asking some banana guards. So they decide they'll just tell Princess Bubblegum.
This is our weird secret, okay? Remember that. Hey, could you zoom in?
So after every single Candy Citizen in the entire kingdom knows that there's a possibility of a big lemon watching you sleep, Princess Bubblegum decides to figure out what the hell is going on, discovering he's upset that he has a massive kingdom but no citizens to rule over. So Princess Bubblegum tries to get some of her citizens to go to Castle Lemongrab for a little bit, and they don't want to.
Come on, Mr. Cupcake. Just for a little while.
I can't, Princess. My arm is broken.
The only ones who will go are the notorious Pup Gang, who Lemongrab immediately tortures. So eventually Finn, Jake, and Bubblegum go to save them. Princess Bubblegum revealing she's made a new Lemongrab, so he can finally have someone who understands him. So that's nice. I'm sure nothing will go wrong here. Now, let's move on to Ignition Point. This episode follows Finn and Jake sneaking into the Flame Kingdom to steal some of the Flame Princess's scented candles. Unfortunately, they get caught up in a conspiracy to assassinate the Flame King, and Finn and Jake decide to stop it, which they succeed in by using a play to make one of the assassins nervous. And after saving the Flame King, him and Finn discuss her D&D alignment.
Then, is Flame Princess evil? Or maybe chaotic neutral?
She's evil.
Okay, so your daughter's evil. We've established that. But, do you think if a good guy really liked her, could he change her to good?
Well, there'd be penalties to her experience if she acted out of alignment. But, yes.
Afterwards, Flame King realizes they couldn't try to change her to good, so he decides to try and sway her to evil.
Evil, 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 evil.
I like this episode just because we get to see more of the Flame Kingdom and see how many people there are just evil. Now, let's move on to one of the most critically acclaimed episodes of the show. I Remember You. This episode opens up with Ice King trying to write a song that'll get him all the babes, so he decides to go ask Marceline for some help. She is definitely an expert at getting babes. Get it? Because she's... Anyway, shockingly, this episode reveals that she knows him, and after Finn and Jake try to deal with him...
Your constant harassment of the female gender makes me sick.
It's revealed that she actually wants to help him. We learned that she knew Ice King before he was Ice King, and she desperately wants to help him remember who he was. And it's pretty sad to watch and see him get the complete wrong idea as Marceline has a breakdown. Then they sing my favorite song in the show, It's called Remember You, and it's about Simon slowly going insane and worrying about what will happen to Marceline after he, well, doesn't remember her. And it is so depressing to hear a song about Simon and his perspective of him slowly going mad by wearing the crown. It genuinely makes me tear up a little still watching it today, and the ending gives us another glimpse at the apocalypse and Simon and Marcy surviving in it. Overall, this episode is really sweet, and I'd say it's one of the greatest episodes in the show, just because it's a bittersweet story that shows a broken relationship. I could go on about it forever, and maybe one day I will. Let me know if you'd like to see my analysis of I Remember You. But for now, let's move on to the season finale, The Lich. This episode starts very strong as Finn dreams about the Lich murdering Billy. Random tangent, but dream sequences are very common in Adventure Time, and they actually capture that, weird vagueness most dreams have, where they're kind of, nonsensical and strange. Anyway, after realizing that because the Cosmic Aloe was there, it could mean the dream is prophetic, Finn and Jake go to check on Billy, who says that they need to collect the Crown Jewels of Power to defeat the Lich and save the world. And so they do. And we learn that once all the jewels are placed in the Enchiridion, they'll open a portal to basically an interdimensional hub that Billy will push the Lich into to trap him. Also, once again, notice how LSP's gem is kind of rejected when they all go into the Enchiridion? Keep that in mind. So after Billy explains this, they go to take the last crown jewel, Princess Bubblegum's. And unfortunately, she's not asleep like everyone else, so she actually struggles a bit. But Finn manages to take the gem and put it in the Enchiridion, causing it to become a strange brick. And as he brings it to Billy, Princess Bubblegum reveals...
Billy!
Yeah, that's not Billy. And Finn, realizing he's been tricked, tries to destroy the book. Unfortunately, that opens the portal, and the Lich climbs through, and we end with a weird, pointy-nosed Finn and normal dog. Well, that's odd, but this finale is perfect. The plot twist with Billy is pretty obvious, though as a kid I didn't expect it, so I guess it was effective for the target audience, and the ending is so vague it makes you just really want to see what happens next. So this season was pretty good. It introduced a fun new relationship for Finn and had a cool overarching story building up to the Lich returning. And of course, it had the best, most critically acclaimed and beloved episode in the show. And also, I Remember You was there, I guess. I'd say so far this season is my favorite. It has my two favorite episodes and overall just tells some good stories. So now, let's move on to Season 5, shall we? Season 5 opens with Finn the Human, which follows Finn and Jake following the Lich through the portal into the Time Cube, and they meet Prismo, the Wishmaster, who's already granted the Lich his wish. Can you guess what it was?
Nasty jazz.
Luckily, Finn and Jake are protected from the wish because they're in Prismo's Time Cube. I love Prismo's design. The idea of him being like a projection or shadow on a wall is such a creative and fun idea, and his voice is so casual. But before we can see much of him, Finn makes his own wish, that being that the Lich never, ever, even ever existed, which transports him to that weird world with the normal dog and pointy-nosed Finn, or Farm World, as it's been titled. In this world, the nuke that created Ooh never hit, meaning that this world is considerably more normal. In this world, Finn is living in a village with his parents, who are being harassed by a gang of delinquents called the Destiny Gang. So much so that they have to sell Finn's bestest animal friend.
What the heck, Mom?
Yeah, it's the donkey, it's not Jake. And while Finn's going into town to sell him, he finds a cave with a frozen nuke in Simon's body, and the crown, which Finn tries to take until he's confronted by Marceline, who's a very, very old woman with a gun that does not work.
Oh, man.
So he steals the crown and leaves. but it's stolen again by the Destiny Gang, and Finn decides that he can't stands the Destiny Gang no more, so he puts a new sword attachment on his arm, oh, he's got a robot arm by the way, and decides to fight to take the crown back.
You want Big D's crown, huh?
Yeah, in Barbar.
Here you go then.
Or actually, he's just handed the crown by the leader of the gang. And then he discovers the gang has set his village and house ablaze.
Destiny! Destiny! Yeah! How did I even get here, son?
He decides to use the crown to put the fire out, and that's where it ends. This is a very good start to the season. I love seeing this alternate version of Ooh, showing that the Lich kinda has to exist for magic to exist. He's a necessary evil in a way. And the Destiny Gang are just so fun and stupid. Oh, also, little side note, this episode is one of many that foreshadow Finn losing an arm, specifically with Farmworld Finn and his, well, missing arm. I think the first time was back in Mortal Follies, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh, also, Prismo is already the best for the short time we see him, so let's move on to Jake the dog. This episode basically shows the other perspective of Finn's episode, with Jake still in the time cube just hanging out with Prismo, while also cutting back to Farmworld Finn, who's, well, causes the nuke that Simon froze to explode and start the apocalypse, which is a bit of an oopsie-doopsie if I'm being honest, you know. Quite a large flub. I really like Prismo and Jake's interactions here. They have such great chemistry and basically become besties immediately.
You know, you get a wish too.
What?
Yep, totally. You can have anything you want.
I wish for a sandwich.
Prismo being an all-powerful god, yet so chill, and becoming besties with Jake just because Jake is just that cool of a dude is so fun. Back with Finn, the crown is slowly driving him mad, only using the remaining amount of his sanity to send his family far away. Also, Farmworld Jake? Yeah, he becomes the Lich. Meaning that this wish didn't even fucking work, and Jake, finally noticing his best friend is in mortal danger, tries to help him, but Prismo,
You see, Jake, there's rules to this stuff. Wishing an event to be changes elements before and after it. Memories will be destroyed, babies will not be born. Potential worlds could be evaporated by your wish.
Yeah, a little overwhelming. But with some coaching from Prismo, he wishes to change the Lich's wish from kill a life to simply send Finn and Jake back home, which obviously confuses Finn, but Jake, kinda explains what happens, and it all turns out good in the end. A weird thought about this episode is that, well, our original Finn is technically Farmworld Finn, so that's a weird thing to think about. It's kinda like how in Steven Universe, technically the original Steven died, because, you know, they do this whole time travel thing where there's a bunch of different Stevens from a bunch of different, like, timelines, and then when he destroys the time machine, it, like, makes all of them, including original Steven, melt. So that's weird. In other news, this episode was great. I love seeing more Prismo and more Farmworld, and the ending changing the Lich's wish is pretty clever since it does effectively trap the Lich. Now, why don't we move on to all the little people? I'm pretty sure this episode is infamous among the fans. I don't know, I'm not super into the fandom, but basically the plot is Magic Man leaves a strange bag that Finn finds and discovers it's filled with tiny versions of him and most of his friends. And he basically becomes a massive shipper and causes huge relationship dramas by being God and using his hand of fate to influence them. And this kinda freaks Jake out a little cause it's fucking weird. After losing days of sleep watching his little people drama, Finn decides to fix it by doing the thing God won't and feeling himself and intervening, telling the many people that it was all his fault and that they should just have a dance party, and then he gets rid of them. So that's nice. Now let's move on to Jake the Dad. Jake the Dad follows Jake having to take care of his newborn kids, even moving in with Lady Rainicorn to dedicate his time to it. However, because he's so closely following his mother's parenting guide, he basically becomes the ultimate helicopter parent, becoming incredibly overprotective of them.
Kinda like a dead person. The puppies aren't moving!
Perform CPR, they might be dead!
Saved him.
And eventually, Mr. Fox, he's a recurring character by the way, the joke is that he's like just a normal dude and all the foxes sound just like him, decides he wants to try eating babies along with his pack. And while Jake tries defending them, one of his kids, Jake Jr., says her first words.
Dad, the manual's a bunch of junk! Just give us a chance.
Yeah, so Jake finally realizes the book is fucking stupid, and while he realizes this, he also doesn't really need to protect or raise his kids because rainicorns have accelerated aging, and most of them are adults already. So he moves back in with Finn. But don't worry, his kids will return and get expanded on, I swear. So, let's move on to Mystery Dungeon. This episode opens with Ice King, Lemongrab, Nectar, Tree Trunks, and Shelby the Worm waking up in a mysterious dungeon.
Awake! Avast! Hold tight your buns, if buns you do hold dear, for time has come to wake and run, and not give way to fear!
What are those awful words?
I'm reading the wall!
I feel like this one is really the writer showing their influence on their sleeve, since this one really feels like a D&D one-shot. The characters traveling through a dungeon with puzzles tailored to their skills. Adventure Time has always had some influence from D&D. Susan Strong is literally based off a character Pendleton Ward made for a D&D campaign. Sorry for going on a tangent, but I remember reading a Reddit post that pointed something out that I'm shamelessly gonna rip off. They pointed out that Adventure Time itself feels like a D&D campaign, starting with some random one-shots, only loosely connected by the main characters, but eventually, as the story goes on, the stories become more connected, and overarching narratives, mysteries, character arcs are all introduced. Loose threads from earlier are expanded upon more as the story begins to just build up to something more. Again, sorry for the tangent, I just thought this was a really fun way to look at the series. Anyways, they eventually get to the end of the dungeon and Ice King reveals that he was the one that brought them all here, so they could help him through the dungeon with the end goal of bringing his Fiona and Cake fanfiction to life.
Yes!
Yeah, it doesn't work, and the life-giving Magi just leaves afterwards. Ice King depressed with only Nectar to comfort him. So now, let's move on to All Your Fault, which opens with Bubblegum receiving a letter from the Lemongrabs saying they need more food, when she gave them enough candy seeds to basically produce infinite food. So Bubblegum sends Finn and Jake to give them more candy seeds to deliver to the Earls. Unfortunately, they have to navigate the insanity that is Lemongrab's kingdom, which is filled with freaky, starving citizens and other odd lemon creatures, until finally getting to the Lemongrabs. It turns out they know Bubblegum's life-giving recipe and just keep using it on the food, including the candy seeds Finn and Jake just brought. And then they finally decide they'll get food by pillaging the Candy Kingdom. They reveal their castle is basically alive and named Lemon John as it approaches the Candy Kingdom, though eventually Finn and Jake defeat Lemon John, not by killing him, but by making his heart finally beat, to which he decides to destroy himself to end the conflict. And then Bubblegum removes the life-giving formula from their brain.
But how come we don't just fix their hearts like we did with Lemon John so they're more selfless and less selfish?
Oh, no. Their hearts are fine. They're just like this.
So that's nice. This episode does make the change that Lemongrab and their kingdom is a little closer now. Not a huge deal, but an interesting change. And also, this episode is just fun because Lemon Grab is a really funny character. Now, let's move on to Bad Little Boy, another Fiona and Cake episode, which opens with Ice King telling a real shit story to some princesses who, well, give some unappreciated criticism, wanting more romance.
What the? I'm sorry I didn't think you were real, Gob. But now I've seen your power, and I've got some things I did that I have to say sorry for.
And Marceline, who just shows up, offers to tell a new Fiona and Cake story. This one introducing us formally to the Fiona and Cake version of Marceline.
Oh, hey Fiona.
Hi, Marshall. Yeah, Marshall Lee, who I'm 99% sure was the bi and gay awakening for me and many others. Anyway, with that out of the way, Marshall Lee convinces Fiona and Cake to ditch Gumball to go with them to a party. And one thing I noticed here with this song is that Marshall Lee is a bit more like Season 1 Marceline, that being he's much more antagonistic and mischievous, even calling himself a villain. Kind of makes me wonder if Marceline maybe has a little bit of self-awareness, of how much of a dick she used to be. And after a little bit of scolding, after threatening to bite Cake, he...
Really? Well, what if I just take her right now,
What?
Unexpected!
Marshall!
Yeah, and now Fiona has to fight her way to get Cake back, and they seemingly kill Marshall, and Fiona finally gives him a talking to about how much of a dick he is, which makes him feel bad, and reveal he's just faking it, and apologizes, which leads to Fiona punching the shit out of him. Everyone seems to really like Marcy's story, except Ice King, of course. This episode's ending also builds up the idea that Ice King believes Fiona and Cake are real, having a massive shrine to them and dreaming of the day that he will meet them. Once again, keep this in mind. Now, let's move on to Vault of Bones, which follows Finn deciding to take Flame Princess out to a dungeon, a very romantic activity. And as they venture through the dungeon, well, when you and your partner or friend or whoever play a game and you or them keep trying to make the other play the game right? Because you or them have gotten so used to playing the game that way, seeing them do something different and kinda, annoys you. That's what Finn does. Constantly insisting they do it the right way, and not really letting Flame Princess do her own thing. Mainly because Finn is worried that her own thing will be evil, so this leads to her not really getting into the whole dungeon crawling thing. But eventually Finn realizes his mistake, and finally lets her start doing things her own way, so she can have her own fun. While she also shows that evil isn't rubbing off on her, and she even learns his own methods of doing things have merit. And they finally get the dungeon's treasure and have a sweet little talk before they open it and...
Try this key. What is it?
What the fuck? That is one of the strangest endings to an episode in this whole show. Alright, let's move on to another one of the most beloved episodes, Simon and Marcy. This episode opens with Finn, Jake, and Ice King hanging out and playing basketball at Marceline's house, and Marceline decides to tell Finn and Jake her and Ice King's backstory, which follows Simon and child Marceline traveling through the apocalyptic ruins of civilization. They have such a sweet relationship, Simon trying his absolute best to keep Marceline not only safe but happy in such a fucked up time in the world. But the big problem? Well, their most effective form of defense from danger is the crown.
You will no longer terrify a 47-year-old man and a 7-year-old girl!
But every time Simon uses it, it drives him slightly more insane, and turns him more and more into the Ice King we know. But that's not the main thing on Simon's mind when he realizes Marcy is sick and in need of the perfect, all-healing power of chicken noodle soup. This causes them to head into the city, and if you know anything about apocalypses, cities aren't great, and this apocalypse is no different, with these strange mutant creatures populating the place. They're called oozers, I'm pretty sure, and Simon actually doesn't use the crown to take one out, but eventually, while on their journey, they begin being chased by a horde of them. He's left no other choice. But, using the Cheers theme song, he tethers himself to reality while using it, and takes it off after being given chicken noodle soup by a glob of gum, which he finally gives to Marcy to make her feel better. They have a sweet little moment, and...
I love you, Simon.
I love you, Gunter.
I love that line. It seems silly, but has such a dark undertone, showing that even if he managed to keep himself in reality, he's still going mad and losing himself to the crowd. And then we cut back to present day, where Marceline has a sweet little moment with Ice King, and Finn and Jake seem to have a whole new perspective on Ice King. So that's really sweet. Adventure Time does emotional stories really well, and I think the fact they space them out makes them a lot more effective. I Remember You probably wouldn't have been much of a punch in the feels if it had like 10 emotional episodes right before that. Same with this. Again, I could go on about these episodes. They're some of the best in the show, and maybe one day, again, I'll do a video about these episodes and why I think they're so great. But for now, let's move on to Puhoy, which follows Finn, Jake, and Beemo stuck inside the treehouse because of a sword storm. So they're making pillow forts. Well, except Finn, who's stewing and a little anxious because Flame Princess didn't laugh at one of his jokes. So Jake tries giving him some advice about not getting hung up on tiny issues or imaginary problems.
See this cup? This is literally my favorite cup.
But Finn doesn't seem to get it, so he just goes further into the pillow fort to stew and finds a pillow dimension with a bunch of pillow people who he helps out, and they throw a celebration for him. At this party, he meets a sweet pillow girl named Rosalind, who he decides to start a relationship with since he can't find the door out. And as the years pass, he has some kids with Rosalind and makes a home in the pillow world. But eventually, when he hears about the door being found, him and his family, now a bit older, go to find it. But he eventually gives up the search, going back home, and spending the rest of his life in the pillow world, eventually peacefully passing away. And then he sees Golb, a strange creature that resembles Glob, except he's much more big and monstrous. And after that, he returns back to the normal world, but he was only gone a moment. And he even gets a call from Flame Princess. Apparently she just didn't get his joke until just now, and she thinks it's actually pretty funny. This episode was so weird and experimental, but I loved it. It's also the source of one of my favorite fan theories on the show, that being that the reason Golb showed up right at the end is because Finn died and escaped the pillow world right before Golb destroyed the dimension. That's such a great theory, since Golb's inclusion seems kinda random and odd otherwise. Now, why don't we move on to James Baxter, the horse. This episode follows the exciting arrival of James Baxter, the talking horse on a beach ball who just everyone loves. As I'm sure you know now, this character was both made in tribute and animated by animation legend James Baxter, who worked on animation classics such as The Lion King, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Beauty and the Beast, Hunchback of Notre Dame, and much, much more. And while he's deserving of all the respect he gets, I also partly blame this episode as being the reason why whenever there's smooth animation in anything ever, everyone's like, was this made by James Baxter? Sorry for the rant. This episode is sweet and fun. It's just about Finn and Jake trying to be like James Baxter and, well, not being very good at it, because there's only one James Baxter. Now, let's move on to One Last Job, which opens with Jake Jr. being kidnapped and held for ransom. So Jake has to do what he never thought he'd do. He has to assemble his old gang of criminals to steal one of the most valuable items in the Candy Kingdom, the Baker's Shard. So he calls up his old gang, which consists of Bernard, a strange guy with a very detailed face and the ability to basically hypnotize people with his gaze, and also is voiced by Sam Marin, who voiced Benson in regular show.
Yeah, babe, I'm totally famous, and you love me.
You're fired! No!
There's also these weird twins who can perfectly mimic any voice, and Tiffany, a weird blue and blonde guy who seems to have been besties with Jake, and it seems they're all down to help him. And the heist goes on without a hitch. But then it's revealed Jake was being played the whole time, and the gang takes the Baker's shard and leaves him to take the fall, which causes him to get pissed and hunt down the gang, until the big reveal.
Ta-da! I totally double-crossed you!
Yeah, Jake Jr. was the mastermind the whole time. Apparently she was just trying to make Jake proud, so he explains that he committed all those crimes before he knew it was wrong. Yeah, that's a running gag, by the way. Earlier in the show, Jake would reveal he did a lot of crimes, and then would just use the excuse that he didn't know it was wrong. But he says he is proud of her, so that's sweet. Now, why don't we move on to Wizards Only, fools. Starchy is very sick. Starchy is very sick, and refuses the medicine Bubblegum tries giving him, only accepting a healing spell. But apparently Bubblegum hates wizards, and think they're just using science, but don't understand it. Anyway, her, Finn, and Jake disguise as wizards and sneak into Wizard City, using the top secret passcode.
Say the password.
Ow! My pinky! Ow! Thank you. You know, no one has touched me in months. Could you touch me again?
Password! Now!
Oh! Oh! Wizard's rules! The password is Wizard's rules!
But as they look for a healing potion or a spell, they accidentally disrespect wizard culture, causing them to be chased. Eventually they're captured and detained by the wizard police, and after she tells the wizard king to go fuck himself, they're thrown in wizard jail. I'm gonna make a counter for how many times I've said wizard. Anyway, while at wizard prison, Princess Bubblegum has a fight with the wizard Abracadaniel, who she got captured along with them. And while they fight, she uses the cold spell she took, realizing it's actually, like, cold like winter and freezing. So they just freeze all the wizards and leave, Princess Bubblegum finally giving Starchy medicine with Abracadaniel's help. Wizard. So that was nice. Now let's move on to Be More. This episode focuses on BMO, who, to be honest, not the biggest fan of BMO, especially their solo episodes. They're usually best as a side character, but this episode is different, you'll see. Basically, BMO is damaged and can only be helped at the Mo factory, so Finn and Jake take him there, and after learning only Mo's are allowed in the Mo factory, they just say they're Mo's. Eventually, this brilliant disguise is seen through, and they're chased by security, which causes them to keep having to evade security, and right when they're cornered... Yep, they realize that this is BMO, which causes the creator of all Mo's, Mo himself, to reveal himself, revealing that while he made dozens of Mo's, BMO is his most special one. He made him for a son that he never ended up having, so he just let BMO wander free to make someone else happy.
You see, I made BMO to be more.
This episode is really sweet. Mo and BMO meeting for the first time is so cute, and then Mo revealing BMO's family to him is adorable. Again, I'm not usually a fan of BMO solo episodes, but this one is really sweet. But now, with that over, let's move on to Sky Witch, which opens with Princess Bubblegum doing this with the shirt Marceline gave her.
Oh, they fucking.
Again, I do not know how someone could watch this episode and still say Marceline and Bubblegum were just close friends. And after getting dressed, she tries to teach everyone to resist sleep spells, but...
Don't go ungentle into that good night.
Hi!
Keep in mind that Cinnamon Bun is the only one who actually doesn't go down. That's actually kind of foreshadowing, maybe. Anyway, Marceline enlists Bubblegum's help in tracking down Maja, the witch, eventually revealing she's tracking her down to get her teddy bear Hambo back. I love this episode. They have such great chemistry, and this episode is nothing but them being a duo. Eventually, they find Maja and try to get Hambo back, when Bubblegum finds out she wants Hambo because of its sentimental value, she trades with her, giving Maja the shirt Marcy gave her for Hambo. Again, I really don't know how people thought these two were straight. Anyway, it's nice that we got a sweet little episode before the next one steals all my joy. Frost and Fire follows Finn and Flame Princess on a little date, and when Ice King starts harassing them, she gets into a fight and kicks his shit in. And then, later that night, this makes Finn have a dream that makes him very excited. So he decides that the most logical course of action to have this dream again is to manipulate Flame Princess into fighting Ice King over and over so he can keep having that dream. Eventually it goes way too far and she starts fucking melting the entire Ice Kingdom. And before he can stop her, Finn passes out and has one last dream where he turns into a literal man baby as Flame Princess leaves him, and the Cosmic Owl tells him how it is.
He blew it.
And after that, he finally admits to Flame Princess that it was him, which causes her to very understandably be completely pissed and heartbroken, leaving him. This episode is fucking terrible. This is so incredibly out of character for Finn, the kind-hearted hero. Remember in Goliad where Princess Bubblegum said that Finn was just so naturally good, Sharma was just immediately heroic despite being younger than Goliad and a little less mature? How the fuck is that Finn and this Finn the same character? This is something that's pretty fucking cruel and sinister, especially since it was all going so fucking well for Finn and Flame Princess. They had such a sweet relationship, and suddenly he decides to emotionally abuse and manipulate her and doesn't understand why sorry doesn't cut it. I get that the point is that Finn needs to grow up a little bit. I get that that's kind of what the episode is trying to say, but, like, I don't think this is how you portray that Finn is immature. I think one of the most important things about Finn is that he is almost never trying to hurt innocent people. He hates evil. He doesn't intentionally hurt people who do nothing wrong. Hell, he won't even hurt people who he thinks are evil if they just refuse to fight back. You'll see that later. So I don't get how this episode made it through without anyone pointing out how wildly out of character this is. Alright, before I rant for an hour, let's move on to Too Old, which follows Finn and Princess Bubblegum visiting Castle Lemongrab and seeing what's changed. Black Lemongrab is now super fat, while White Lemongrab is missing a chunk of his face and his legs, and looks incredibly malnourished. Finn is very clearly trying to, make himself happy and relive the good old days with Princess Bubblegum to distract himself from the recent breakup that he caused, specifically the days when she was his age. Because after they discover a little kid Lemon who loves playing the harp, named Lemon Hope, or
Bad Lemon, no hope.
To free him, Finn proposes they do a prank on Lemongrab, like the good old days. The result of this prank gets them thrown in the dungeon, and they use Lemon Hope's terrible flute playing to get White Lemongrab to free them, which gets him eaten by Black Lemongrab. And as they escape, Finn tries to get Princess Bubblegum to do another prank, to which she tells them that she's an adult, she has responsibilities, she can't treat everything like a game all the time, she has shit to worry about. And luckily, White Lemongrab and the citizens help Lemon Hope and Finn and Bubblegum escape. The episode ending with Finn calling Jake and saying he needs to patch things up with Flame Princess. So, that was okay, I suppose. I mean, it was more entertaining than Frost and Fire. Now let's move on to Earth and Water, which follows Flame Princess realizing she's being spied on by Bubblegum, who explains that she's trying to figure out how to deal with her volatile emotions. And Flame Princess actually agrees to go under all her tests, because she wants emotions cut off so she can't feel the emotional pain she's going through anymore. Jesus, That's fucking depressing. Oh, also, Ice King is living with Finn and Jake while Gunther rebuilds the Ice Kingdom. And unfortunately, while Flame Princess is going under these tests, Gunther attacks the three with Snowa Constrictors. So Princess Bubblegum leaves Cinnamon Bun in charge of the tests, and he decides, instead of testing her, to just take Flame Princess back to his home, and they quickly become friends. He also reveals to her that Bubblegum is the one that put her in the lantern, and we get to see her backstory. Shortly after Flame Princess was born, Flame King, knowing she'd be more powerful than him, had her sent out to the woods to die, which eventually led to Bubblegum finding her and taking her back to the Flame Kingdom, having her contained. She's furious hearing this, so her and CB return to the Flame Kingdom. Meanwhile, PB and Finn come back and realize Flame Princess and CB are just fucking gone, so they decide to go to the Flame Kingdom to find her, discovering the new policy that everyone must be totally honest.
To get inside to file my taxes. Also, I like using the bathroom here. Also, I like to crop dust the lobby.
Pass, friend.
This new policy was put in place by Flame Princess, who overthrew her dad with Cinnamon Bun's help. And it ends with Flame Princess kinda making up with Finn, saying what he did, that's in the past. Saying what he did, that's in the past. And, you know, water under the bridge and all that. And they can hang out whenever now. I don't know. I think I'd still be pissed. Also, Cinnamon Bun is now permanently living in the Flame Kingdom as Flame Princess's most trusted guard. And don't you worry, he's gonna become even more badass. So let's move on to Time Sandwich. Okay, I don't have much to say about this episode. I just feel as if I would get murdered in the streets if I didn't mention it. It's funny, there you go, that's my review. The sandwich looks absolutely delicious. Now, let's move on to The Vault. This episode reveals that Finn is having recurring night terrors of the real ghost from all the way back in The Creeps. Jake gets tired of these night terrors, so he decides to use hypnotherapy to help him. And with this hypnosis, Finn sees his past lives, and one of them is the Scary Lady, or Shoko, who is a criminal/mercenary working for this gang of bath boys who want an amulet that belongs to Princess Bubblegum. And when she gets to Princess Bubblegum, she starts to gain her trust by helping her build the Candy Kingdom. I know it's a generic trope, but this episode is pretty sweet, especially after she helps build the Gumball Guardians, and Bubblegum gives her a robotic arm, which clearly makes her very emotional. And after that, she surprisingly decides to go through with the plan, and steals the amulet, falling into a lake of radioactive goo, and turning into a mutant before dying. Kinda surprising to see such a grim ending in a kid's show, but it's not all doom and gloom. Finn calls up Princess Bubblegum and finally returns the amulet, making peace with his past life. Also, as Finn points out, Princess Bubblegum is like thousands of years old and not 19 like she said. This episode is nice. I loved finally seeing the explanation of Shoko, because it feels like Kid Me finally got closure. Now let's move on to Dungeon Train. This episode basically predicted Infinity Train. I do remember seeing some people claim it inspired Infinity Train. It probably didn't, considering the fact it came out in 2013, and Owen Dennis claims he had the idea since 2010. So yeah, I don't think it did. Anyway, slight tangent aside, this episode is actually really good. It follows Finn and Jake walking through the woods on their way to a dungeon. Finn clearly still processing his breakup when they discover a strange train with an infinity symbol on it. Going inside, it's basically a roguelike, just running through different rooms with different enemies and loot to collect. Finn's super into it and having the time of his life, as it distracts him from his breakup. Meanwhile, Jake is, bored pretty fast and keeps trying to get Finn to leave, realizing Finn's kinda becoming unhealthily attached to the train. He even finds an orb, showing that the way Finn's going, he'll stay there till he dies. Not even this, nor Jake leaving, convinces Finn, only being convinced when he sees the orb that shows that Jake stayed there with him and wasted his life too, just because he's loyal. So he decides to let Jake get off the train, and he'll get off in a week or two, so that's a pretty sweet ending. It is weird to see an episode that can be interpreted as like a good exploration of video game addiction, considering it's always pretty cheesy when anything else tries to cover it. So, why don't we move on to Red Starved, which follows Finn, Jake, and Marceline retrieving an artifact for Princess Bubblegum. Unfortunately, they're trapped inside these underground ruins, and Marceline has nothing to eat. So, Finn is tasked with finding something red for Marceline, while Jake has to keep an eye on Marceline so she doesn't go apeshit. Unfortunately, Finn is the wrong guy for this job, as this episode famously reveals that Finn has deuteranopia. That's right, I know words.
Check out this ruby I got.
That's an emerald, dude.
You too now? Emeralds are green, boy.
This thing is green.
Why is everybody messing with me? It's like a dark grayish red. Mostly gray. Sometimes red things are gray.
You're a little colorblind, and there's nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh. Whoops.
Which is red-green color blindness. So, yeah, not really very helpful. But luckily, Princess Bubblegum shows up in the nick of time.
What? Marceline's gonna rap for me?
Woof. Thanks, Bonnie. It's enough low-grade red to get me home at least.
I love Princess Bubblegum's design, like the shriveled design. It's so goofy, and I love the voice.
Did you get the spoon of prosperity?
So now, why don't we move on to Playdate, which follows Finn and Jake calling up Abracadaniel to hang out with Ice King because they're getting really, really annoyed of him. And they quickly become best friends, having a sleepover and everything. Unfortunately, they have a little too much fun and read the inscription on Finn's demon blood sword, which releases Keoth, who takes his blood back and kidnaps Jake, thinking he's Joshua. This directly leads into the pit, which follows Finn and Lady Rainicorn teaming up to try and stop Keoth while Jake's blood is drained, and he's imprisoned in a large pit, with this girl Samantha who really, really likes him.
But fate has brought us together. The stars have paired you with a goddess.
And gets rather upset when denied. But luckily, before things can get real bad, Finn shows up and tricks Keoth into eating frozen juice instead of blood, which kills him. So Jake is free, but now Finn's sword is destroyed, which is pretty sad. That was his dad's most treasured artifact, and he was entrusted with it, so I'm sure he feels like the best son ever right now. Anyway, the next episode is James, which isn't super important, but I want to quickly mention it. It follows Finn, Jake, Princess Bubblegum, and James. Yeah, that's right, James. All going on a mission that goes south when the Oozers show up. James ends up sacrificing himself, but PB doesn't really mind because she can clone him. So that's fucked up. She doesn't seem to understand why this is fucked up either. So there's another actually morally dubious Princess Bubblegum moment. Speaking of morally dubious, let's move on to Apple Wedding, which follows Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig getting married. Oh yeah, Tree Trunks met this guy called Mr. Pig and they became a couple. But Princess Bubblegum is absolutely flabbergasted to learn that she'll only let one man officiate the wedding, that being the one true King of Ooh, an eccentric earwax man who claims to be the one rightful ruler of Ooh. So he's very obviously a bit of a grifter and con man. Princess Bubblegum is so infuriated that he's the one officiating the wedding, she ransacks his airship until figuring out that his documents are out of date. However, when bringing this up to him, he shows her the up-to-date documents. Then, when he points out that the only criminal here is her...
Nope, stop talking, go to jail.
Oh! And then, when people point out how unfair that is...
Your prison may hold one of us, but it may not hold all of us.
Yeah, that's a dick move. Though, King of Ooh also tells them to just go fuck themselves and escapes the dungeon on his own. So, not great either.
You can perform your own dang ceremony. KingofOo.com!
Fun fact, King of Ooh is the official Tumblr for Adventure Time, and when Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig have a loving embrace, PB lets everyone out, so I guess she's not all bad. Now, let's move on to another favorite episode of mine, Blade of Grass. This episode follows Finn needing a new sword after his previous one broke. And I want to mention something interesting about how Adventure Time does overarching narratives. Most shows will typically have episodes that follow up on each other when there's some important narrative, like the main character's main weapon being destroyed. However, Adventure Time, unless an episode ends on a cliffhanger specifically, will have like 1 to 3 episodes in between most of them, and I actually like that. It makes it feel a bit more real. Like, of course Finn wouldn't immediately get a new sword, he's got a life. Anyway, Finn meets a strange merchant that gives him a grass sword. It's always bothered me that they never call it the grass blade, despite the fact that the episode itself made the pun. Anyway, Finn loves the grass sword, being able to do precise shit he never could even dream to do with the blood sword. But the sword is maybe too precise, so he tries to put it away. But oops, the sword is cursed and wants Finn's flesh. So they try to bring it back to the merchant, who is just gone, so they hunt him down and try to get him to lift the curse. But after defeating him, Finn realizes that now that he's accepted the curse, he can control it and summon it whenever he wants. So the curse isn't really a curse, it's actually quite convenient now, because he can just whip it out any time. I love the grass sword, it's my favorite sword in the show. I like unique ideas for swords, and Adventure Time has a lot of them, but the grass sword is just my favorite. Another thing I love about this episode is the sound design of all things. I love the weird sound effect that the grass sword makes when Finn uses it. I don't know how to explain it, but it sounds sharp. Like, you hear that, and it really sounds like it's just cutting through shit like butter. But now that Finn has the new sword, let's move on to Rattle Balls, which follows Finn still trying to fill the void Flame Princess left by basically becoming Princess Bubblegum's slave, against her will. You know, she's very much not into this, so she tells him to just go relax. So he goes to the dump and meets Rattle Balls, one of the greatest swordsmen he's ever seen. Finn wants to be taught by Rattle Balls, and eventually he concedes and teaches him. While teaching him, he tells Finn his tragic backstory. Apparently, before the Banana Guards, PB made the Rattle Balls, which were much more efficient. Too efficient. So, PB had them relieved of their duty and eventually tried to destroy them, with this Rattle Balls being the only survivor. And Finn tattles on Rattle Balls, causing her to show up with the Banana Guards to kill him. But, when she sees he's not killing them, and that he's still so loyal he'll accept her decision in killing him, she decides to let him work as the secret defender of the Candy Kingdom. So that's nice, but this is still another example of a genuinely just evil thing Princess Bubblegum did. She fucking murdered all of the Rattle Balls except one. Now, let's move on to Betty. This episode opens with Ice King in Wizard City, walking in on some other wizards accidentally summoning Bella Noche, a being of anti-magic, which causes all of them to lose their magic, affecting Ice King the most as he is no longer Ice King. That's right, Simon is back.
Hey, stop looking at yourself. You're ugly, bro. Get lost. This is my busking spot.
Yeah, fucking show him, Simon. Anyway, Simon, who's on a time limit because he's quickly aging, wants the help of Marcy and Hambo to open a time portal to say sorry to his wife Betty.
Yes?
Marcy, it's me, Simon. I'm back, but my body might donk out soon, so get to the Ice Kingdom fast and help me with this time portal so I can find Betty and say I'm sorry before I croak boat. I know that's a lot to process, but hurry and bring Hambo. Hambo is the key. Okay, Marcy? You got that?
They succeed, and Simon tells her he's sorry for going bonkers. Unfortunately, she decides to leave Simon. For Simon, jumping through the portal and defeating Bella Noche, vowing to find a permanent, non-lethal cure to Ice King's madness. Not gonna lie, this is one of the most wild ways to work in a character from the past, but I actually like it. Betty's gonna get a really interesting character arc, so just you wait. Now, let's move on to Lemon Hope 1 and 2, which finally continues Lemon Hope's story with him being educated by Princess Bubblegum, so he can one day free the citizens of Castle Lemongrab. However, he doesn't want to free them. He just wants to live his life exploring and having fun, believing his freedom means he doesn't need to do things he doesn't want to. Even seeing the suffering at Castle Lemongrab firsthand doesn't convince him, and instead he runs away, eventually winding up in a desert and having strange guilt dreams. And before he dies, he's found by Flannel Boxing Day, a monster hunter who rides on a cloud, and he spends a while just exploring with him, but eventually the guilt is just too much for him, so he finally returns to Castle Lemongrab, and with the help of the Lemon citizens and White Lemongrab, he finally defeats Lemongrab with the harp that started it all. And afterwards, PB puts Lemongrab back together and offers Lemonhope a room in Castle Lemongrab to help fix the kingdom. But he says no. He just wanted to come back here and do what he needed. But eventually, hundreds of years later, he finally returns to the castle and goes to sleep. I really love this ending, it's super sweet, and I think it's interesting that Lemonhope is a character who's not interested in doing more than he feels he needs to. He's just a kid and wants to live his life free from duty. So, let's move on to the season finale, Billy's Bucket List. This episode has Finn finally processed that Billy is dead, and his arch-rival wore him as a skin suit. And when Finn meets Billy's girlfriend Canyon and discovers his bucket list, they decide to fulfill all the unfinished things on the bucket list.
Wait, tell Finn that thing. What the butt is that?
I don't know.
Okay, that's gonna bother me forever.
Which is pretty sweet. It's nice watching Finn actually handle Billy's death, since he really didn't get a chance to, even process the fact that Billy was dead at the time, because, he had a bit more important things going on. So this is really sweet. Also, Canyon is a fun character. And the episode ends with Finn getting over his fear of the ocean. Oh yeah, Finn's had a crippling fear of the ocean for the whole series up until now, by the way. And he sees Billy talking with him in the stars. And he asks Billy what the thing that he wanted to tell Finn was.
Your father, Finn. He's alive. 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 He's alive.
That's right, Finn's dad is alive, and now he's gotta find him. This season was pretty good. I will say it does feel kinda dragged out with 52 fucking episodes, and I also think 5 seasons is like a pretty good amount of seasons. Like, I feel like 5 seasons in your overarching narrative should at least be when you start wrapping things up, but no. So I'm worried as we go through the next 5, the show's gonna feel a lot more dragged out, which is a complaint I've heard a lot of people say about Adventure Time, that it feels like it goes on way too long. So I guess I'll see if that's true. But hey, we're halfway through. That's cool. Take this as a brief intermission to, I don't know, take a piss, make a snack, go outside, I don't know. I promise the video will be here when you get back. Alright, are you back? Cool. Now let's move on to Season 6. This season opens with Wake Up, which opens with a party in Prismo's time cube, revealing that the Lich is just kinda sitting there, with nothing to do because he can't commit mass murder in the time cube. Also, side note, the idea that Jake is just chillin' with a bunch of godly cosmic beings cause Prismo likes him that much is really funny. But once he returns home, he discovers Finn, still in shock, as he explains his dad is still alive, and in a place called the Citadel. He's unsure if he even wants to see him, thinking he may have been absent for a good reason. But Jake says that he should, and decides to go back to Prismo, who tells him the Citadel is the worst prison ever, only for the most sinister villains to roam the universe. However, with a bit of convincing, Prismo agrees to help them and tells them to find an old sleeping man and bring him back to the time cube. And after fighting some shadow Prismos, they do so. Prismo revealing this old man is him, and Prismo is just the dream of an old man. And if this old man is woken up, it will kill Prismo. And killing a Wishmaster is a cosmic crime, which is a one-way ticket to the Citadel. But don't worry, Prismo will only be dead for 1,000 years. Then the old man will go back to sleep. Unfortunately, our old man will not be going back to bed.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Yeah, so the Lich kills Prismo, causing him to be taken to the Citadel, Finn and Jake falling behind, which directly leads into Escape from the Citadel, which opens with the Lich being imprisoned in Crystal and Finn finding his father. Turns out, however, the Lich wanted to be imprisoned, as he quickly begins corrupting and freeing prisoners in the Citadel to become part of his army. Another bummer is that Finn's dad is a total douche, only wanting his help when he needs the Guardian blood to heal his leg. He doesn't even remember why he left Finn in the forest. He's just completely self-interested. And when the Lich shows up, he immediately runs away to make his escape and abandon Finn again. But before Finn can really stop him,
fall.
Yeah, this is the fall scene, where the Lich gives his speech about how fucked everyone is and how he's going to use his army of criminals to completely destroy everything, until Finn splashes some Guardian blood on him. Since Guardian blood heals all and brings life, it actually is the Lich's greatest weakness as the bringer of death, and he's defeated, turning into a large horned baby. Also, Finn tries to halt his dad's escape, the grass sword turning into a massive plant arm that gets ripped off, meaning that Finn is finally armless. For now. Finn and Jake manage to get home, Finn clearly not in the best of spirits after his dad was a complete piece of shit and ripped off his arm. Also, Jake isn't doing well after one of his best friends just got murdered. Also, they leave the baby, who they name Sweet Pea, with Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig. So, pretty good start to the season. Prismo dying is genuinely surprising. Finn's dad just being a complete ass is also a great little subversion. I hope you're ready, because we got quite a few episodes to get through. Oh no. So let's move on to The Tower, which follows Finn dealing with his missing arm. Apparently, all the princesses keep making him arms that don't really work, and eventually he gets so fed up with living with one arm that he manifests a new one specifically so he can build a tower into space and rip off his dad's fucking arm. Jesus. Also, his anger arm starts using telekinetic power to pull more materials for the tower from the surface. Jake seems chill with this, but Bubblegum is incredibly worried for Finn, but can't exactly stop him, especially without Jake's help. Eventually, he gets to space and starts suffocating, because this plan wasn't well thought out. Luckily, he's rescued by his dad, who he immediately attacks, but just can't bring himself to rip off his dad's arm, because he has this thing called empathy and a moral compass, though frost and fire might have misled you.
Didn't help much, did it?
No. Wait, what?
Bong bong. Sorry, buddy.
Also, yeah, this wasn't actually Martin, it was just Princess Bubblegum in disguise. And after realizing this isn't really what he wants, his arm vanishes, and he mellows out a bit. I really like this episode. I feel like Finn, once again, being so naturally good that he doesn't want to take revenge is nice. But this ain't the last time we're going to hear about Finn's dad, just you wait. So, let's move on to another thief of joy, Breezy. Also, I did that all in one take. Anyway, Breezy follows Finn, who, by recommendation of Dr. Princess, goes back into the dating scene and meets a bee who really likes his flower. So much so, she becomes his wingman, and helps him kiss a bunch of princesses. But it doesn't seem to really help his mental state. Eventually, she becomes a queen bee to save him from other bees, and Finn kinda breaks her heart. So he's alone again, and runs into Lumpy Space Princess, who, doesn't just want a quick kiss.
We're taking this to the deep end.
But I'm not a good swimmer.
Don't be scared, Finn. Lumpy's on lifeguard duty.
I am very uncomfortable with the energy that we've created in the studio today.
Okay, so this is extremely fucked up. Finn is very clearly uncomfortable with LSP's advances, and also says he wants to put this entire memory in the vault afterwards. It's pretty clear what the implication of this scene is, and Finn is very clearly uncomfortable the whole time. And this episode is what made me and everyone else go from just disliking LSP for being annoying and rude to actively fucking hating her She was always my least favorite character, but after this, she just sucks. I don't like her. The good news is that after Breezy finally pollinates his flower, it causes a new arm to grow. I decided to do a bit of research and see what the fandom thought of this episode, and would you believe me if I told you it was divisive? There's a lot of conflicting opinions about this, mainly regarding LSP, and I learned that the intent was apparently Finn being at his darkest moment and making a bad decision, which isn't really portrayed well, as Finn does not make the decision. In fact, he expresses that he's uncomfortable. I'm not implying that they're lying or anything, I just think the failure to portray this well makes the implication so much worse. So yeah, this episode kinda sucks balls, and I hope LSP dies in a house fire. That's right, you just heard me wish death on a fictional character. Now, let's move on to the next episode before I have a fucking aneurysm. The Prince Who Wanted Everything follows LSP. Fuck! It's a Fiona and Cake episode where LSP shows Ice King her fanfic. It's the worst one, and that's not just me being biased against LSP, it just kinda sucks. It's a funny implication that Fiona and Cake stories are so popular that there's fan fiction of the fan fiction, but that's literally the only thing of merit I got from this episode. I'm only covering it because for some reason I decided I wanted to talk about all the Fiona and Cake episodes. Now let's move on to Ocarina, which follows Jake's son Kim Kil-won, who is very fed up with Jake's lack of responsibility and constant lollygagging. So, in an attempt to teach Jake a lesson, he decides to buy a treehouse and turn it into an apartment. They try to buy it back with a gold bone, but since it was on the property, it's already his property. So they are just kinda homeless, and this episode just makes me really not KKW. I don't know. I don't think it's a good move to leave your dad homeless, if you ask me, even if it teaches him a lesson. But the ending does kinda bring him back around, as Jake gives him a gift, that being an ocarina, and Kim Kil-won takes it and gives him the treehouse back for free. So that's pretty sweet. This episode was refreshing after the worst episodes in the show, in my opinion. Now, let's move on to Joshua and Margaret Investigations, which is a flashback involving Finn and Jake's parents, Joshua and Margaret. Margaret is pregnant, so Joshua is very protective of her, only really taking safe jobs since she doesn't want to take a break from work, but the seemingly safe little pie thief investigation turns into Joshua being attacked by a giant blue shapeshifter and being bitten by it, before finally Margaret fights it off. But the bite from this creature causes Joshua to become extremely sick, meaning Margaret must hunt down this creature and get its venom so she can make an antidote. And once she finds it, she realizes it's actually just a baby, but still gets the venom.
So sorry. For this! I'm sorry.
Fortunately, Joshua isn't dying. Instead, the monster impregnated him, and Jake pops out of his head.
Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mommy. It's so nice to be here with you now.
Oh, also Jake's brother Jermaine is born. That's a fun little twist. I liked this episode, even if the twist is a little obvious once the alien shows up, but it's still super fun. Now, let's move on to Is That You?, which finally follows up on Prismo's death, Finn and Jake holding a funeral for him and eating the last pickle he gave to Jake, before going to sleep, and the next day, Finn finds that Jake is in some kind of time glitch. Him and him alone being trapped in moments from previous episodes, and the moment Finn interacts with him and breaks that timeline, he explodes. Meanwhile, Jake is in Prismo's time cube in a similar scenario where Prismo seems to also be stuck reliving past events, including his own death. And as he traverses the time cube, he discovers a bed that seems to be specifically designed to make Jake fall asleep in it. And it works. Why was this bed made? Well, to bring Prismo back. Meanwhile, Finn, reenacting the funeral ritual with looped Jake, finds his way to the time cube as well, following another time-looped Jake and talking with Prismo, who's communicating from the past and explains that this was his backup plan if he ever died, and that Finn now has to go wake up Jake, and then another Jake from another loop lies down in the bed, and Finn has to stop another looped Finn from waking him up, so Jake is permanently asleep, and the other Jake can keep living. When Finn stops himself, the other Finn turns into a sword, alright? And that's Finn's new sword, the Finn sword. And honestly, it's my least favorite design-wise. Just kind of looks generic and simple in comparison to the others. But this episode is really fun. It's such a weird, out there, creative idea in use of a time loop, and time in general, and it's really fun to see Prismo again. So, let's move on to Dentist, which follows Finn developing a cavity and, well, needing to go to the dentist, which turns out to be a bunch of ants in a well of sand, running a boot camp. Also, Tiffany is there. Remember him? From the heist episode? Yeah, he's there too, and he resents Finn quite a bit, as he wants to turn Jake back into a criminal like the good old days. Unfortunately, they have to work together to fight some sandworms, Tiffany desperately wanting to stab Finn in the back. Unfortunately, when Tiffany tries to be like Christopher Nolan's Batman when Finn is dangling over a worm,
won't kill you, but I don't have to save.
Finn gets shot back up by the worm, knocking Tiffany down to a seeming death. And after that, Finn's cavity and shattered teeth are fixed, so that's good news. So this episode was pretty alright. It's nothing to write home about, and Tiffany's appearance felt a little out of nowhere, but hey, he's fun. Also, this episode introduces the fact that Finn can communicate with the Finn sword, and that the Finn sword is still sentient. Now, let's move on to the Cooler, which opens on the Flame Kingdom experiencing problems, that being that the kingdom is cooling down, which is the opposite to what's happening to us here on Earth, where we can't stop making the planet fucking warmer. So Flame Princess decides to enlist Princess Bubblegum's help, despite her brother's desired outcome for the Candy Kingdom.
Blow up the Candy Kingdom!
Obviously, considering Princess Bubblegum put Flame Princess in a lantern for her entire life, things are very tense between them. Eventually, Flame Princess takes her to the Flame Guardians, who are apparently massive flame beings in stasis, and Princess Bubblegum starts stealing their batteries, and once she's caught, she tricks Flame Princess into destroying them, only allowing her one as a show of good fortune. Also, she put a camera in Cinnamon Bun to spy on them, admitting she spies on everyone she knows. Also, she's the reason the kingdom is cooling down in the first place, specifically to get to the Guardians, and she stops it and lets it heat up again. Her and Flame Princess reaching a bit of a middle ground. Flame Princess even telling Princess Bubblegum her real name, Phoebe. Also, Princess Bubblegum destroys her surveillance room, realizing the error of her ways. So, that's nice, I suppose. But also, this is another fucked up thing Princess Bubblegum did to add to the list, but this episode was alright. But I don't know. I'd be more pissed even if Princess Bubblegum said sorry if I was Phoebe, but that's not a super big deal. Now, let's move on to Evergreen, which is a massive flashback that introduces us to the concept of the elementals. Okay, so this is explained later in the show, but I'll do it now. Basically, Princess Bubblegum, Slime Princess, Flame Princess, and a character we'll see later are actually the most recent incarnations of the 4 elements: Frost, Fire, Slime, and Candy. Anyway, yeah. And these are the previous incarnations, who are currently discussing what to do about the Catalyst Comet, which will basically reset the world when it hits Earth. All the elementals are seemingly at peace with that, except Master Evergreen, the Ice Elemental, who wants to create a crown that can grant whoever wears it their deepest wish, which will of course be his, and it will be to get rid of the comet. So, he freezes everyone and goes on a quest to steal magic artifacts to make this crown. Hey, wait a minute!
I didn't steal it. I made that item. Made it with the magic that I stole!
I told you it would come back. I fucking told you. You didn't listen to me, you little shit. Anyway, him and his servant/student, Gunther, go after these artifacts. Evergreen is a fucking dick. He treats Gunther like absolute shit when Gunther is nothing but nice to him. But he pays for that when Gunther needs to make the wish and he can't focus, instead wishing to be just like him, which means the comet does in fact hit Earth, and all but the crown is destroyed. So this episode was really fun. Master Evergreen is so perfectly hateable, and Gunther is a sweet protagonist. The ending is pretty dark considering the fact that literally everyone died, but I liked it. So, let's move on to Astral Plane, which follows Finn astral projecting out of his body and journeying all over Oo, eventually making it to Mars and meeting Glob again, who is the only person who can see him. Apparently the Catalyst Comet is at it again, but this time it's heading towards Mars, which Glob is trying to stop. Eventually, when all else fails, Glob just flies up to stop it himself and dies. After that, Finn finally wakes up.
Oh, my blood!
What is it, boy?
Glob is dead.
You know, I'm just now realizing that this is the equivalent of watching, like, Jesus die in heaven. Anyway, this episode was fun. Also should mention, it's not the Catalyst Comet, it's Martin, which we'll get into right after Gold Stars. Gold Stars follows the baby Lich, or Sweet Pea as he's known now, being raised by Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig, and about to go to school. Unfortunately, he runs into the King of Oo and Toronto, who's like his little squirrel sidekick, who convince him to become basically a circus freak, rewarding him with gold stars as they receive more money. But eventually Sweet Pea realizes that he's been swindled, and when the King of Oo threatens to burn down his parents' orchard if he doesn't keep working for them, well...
Stop.
Things don't go well. That's right, the Lich is still alive, deep down in Sweet Pea. So, that's not good. Though, it's nothing to worry about. For now, at least. Now, let's move on to The Visitor, which has Finn sleepwalk to where his father landed in his spaceship. Apparently, he's now pretending to be a forest spirit to convince a village of tiny people to help him out. There's obviously some tension between Finn and his father, you know, considering his father bailed on him twice, and the fact that he lies about losing his arm and then immediately reveals that he lied doesn't help matters. He's also basically abusing and manipulating the goodwill of these villagers to help repair his ship. The only thing of any value he gives is he finally explains how Finn ended up in the middle of the forest. Apparently they were lost at sea, and eventually Martin got separated from him. Also a giant robot and Tiger may have been involved. So, not very, fulfilling. After explaining this, Martin runs off once again, at least offering to take Finn with him, but of course he turns it down, so he just dips. Every time Martin shows up, I hate him more. He's such a sleazy prick. That being said, this episode was fun. I always love seeing the contrast between Martin's selfish nature and Finn's just pure, kind heart. Really shows just how great of a character Finn is. Now, let's move on to the diary. Not gonna lie, this episode is not important, it's just funny. It follows Jake's kid, TV, discovering a journal and becoming obsessed with it. I love TV. He's voiced by Dan Mintz, who's the same voice actor who plays Tina in Bob's Burgers.
My crotch is itchy.
Whoa! And is basically doing the same voice, so I love him. The big difference between TV and Tina, though, besides being a unicorn dog hybrid, TV is, well, a gamer who still lives at home and has no job. So basically, he has all the free time to become engrossed in this diary and all the drama it contains. Eventually, Jake joins him in dissecting the diary, eventually discovering it belonged to Nurse Poundcake. I haven't mentioned her, she's a super minor character who's appeared a few times. This episode was nice. TV is a really fun character. So, let's move on to Jermaine, which introduces us to Jake's brother, Jermaine. It's so distracting because he's voiced by Tom Scharpling, who voices Greg in Steven Universe. And just like Dan Mintz, he's doing the exact same voice.
Who's there? I have a waffle iron!
Anyway, Jermaine has been tasked with protecting Joshua and Margaret's house, surrounding it in salt and a singing bear to keep demons from breaking in. He's incredibly bitter towards Finn and Jake and their much more responsibility-free life. Eventually, though, Finn and Jake cause too much chaos in the house, and eventually end up breaking the salt circle, which means the demons are now free to attack it. Jermaine becomes so fed up with all this, he attacks Finn and Jake, and accidentally sets the house on fire. Jake and Jermaine finally have a bit of a face-to-face talk, Jermaine realizing he trapped himself here, and he decides to just let the house burn so he can finally get on with his life. That's nice. This episode was pretty sweet, and Jermaine is a fun little foil to Jake, and you know, there's bonus points because he's voiced by a Steven Universe voice actor. By the way, if you're curious, my next video is going to be on Steven Universe, so get ready for that. Now, let's move on to You Forgot Your Floaties, which follows Finn and Jake discovering Betty, who's collecting Glob's helmet and working with Magic Man. Unfortunately...
Good plan!
That's fine!
Baby!
Yeah, so they can't really stop them. Apparently Magic Man is trying to use this helmet to become the new Glob, and fuck with Mars even more, so that's not great. While this process of gaining powers begins, we get to see his tragic backstory. Apparently his wife Margot's was taken by Golb. Yeah, remember him? And he tries to remake her as a type of guardian, but it went haywire when he couldn't let her go, and, you know, he started to become the Magic Man we all know and love, fucked with Mars, and got sent to Earth. Unfortunately for Magic Man, Betty tricked him and actually just steals his magic powers, leaving him completely normal and powerless. So that's unfortunate. Also, Finn becomes a bread Finn carrying Soup Jake, and Tiny Manticore takes them to Wizard City to get turned back to normal. I really liked this episode. Magic Man's backstory has been hinted at for a very long time. Also, Betty becoming Magic Woman and completely fucking over Magic Man was a great comeuppance to him. So, let's move on to Orgalorg, which follows Gunther suffering an injury to his head, which causes a weird brain to start growing from his head, and him to start regaining memories as he sends a message into space. You see, Gunther isn't actually a penguin. It turns out, in reality, he's an evil alien named Orgalorg, who tried to eat the Catalyst Comet to absorb its power and knowledge, but failed, and his body was compressed into the body of a penguin as he landed on Earth and lost his memories. But now he's finally been freed, and he's finally going to enact his plan, for real this time. So, let's not dilly-dally and move on to On the Lam, which follows Martin imprisoned on an alien planet after he flew off in the previous episode. But luckily, after some rebels attack, he manages to escape, and seems like he's trying to inspire these rebels. Turns out, he's just conning them, immediately selling the big bird thing they gave him. The only thing he seems to care about even a little bit being this little guy he named Martin 2. Unfortunately, he's being tracked down by authorities, and eventually abandons Martin 2, because he thinks the authorities were chasing after him. In reality, they only cared about the rebel leader, which was Martin 2, and when he figures this out, he just doesn't go back. He escapes with a bunch of gold and a giant space moth, so guess we'll see where this goes in the finale, but right before that, we have Hot Diggity Doom. Apparently, there's an election for a new ruler of the Candy Kingdom, the two candidates being Princess Bubblegum and the King of Oo. King of Oo is really winning over the people, while PB is refusing to even campaign, wanting to watch the Catalyst Comet through her telescope, just assuming she'll win without any effort. But when the King of Oo wins... So, she insults everyone and just moves out to a shack overlooking Butterscotch Lake. The only person really staying with her being Peppermint Butler because he's just so loyal. She even tells Finn and Jake to not take orders from her anymore and instead serve the Candy Kingdom, because she doesn't want them going unprotected, and the King of Oo won't provide protection because he is not competent. After the King of Oo takes control, everyone notices the Catalyst Comet is on its way, so everyone begins fucking panicking. Finn and Jake try to get the King of Oo to calm everyone down, only to discover that his campaign manager, Mr. X, is building a rocket, and is actually Gunther/Orgalorg. Princess Bubblegum notices the rocket taking off, which leads right into the season finale, The Comet, which continues off of that ending with Finn and Jake holding on to the rocket and climbing inside to try and stop Orgalorg. They don't succeed, and he destroys the rocket, turning into a big umbrella thing to eat the comet. Meanwhile, Finn and Jake are left drifting away from each other and lost in space. Eventually, Finn, all alone, bumps into Martin in his moth, and they make their way back to Orgelorg. Finn leaping in, and his arm turning into a big grass tentacle to cut Orgelorg into pieces and free the comet, who speaks to Finn, offering him the choice to journey with it through the universe or go back home. Finn chooses home, however, Martin takes the asteroid up on its offer. Finn finally accepts Martin won't change, and they actually come to an understanding of sorts, before Martin finally bails for good. Jake saving Finn with the help of Banana Man, and they return home. Though King of Ooh is still the ruler of the Candy Kingdom, so it's not a perfectly happy ending, but at least Gunther is back to normal. So this season was pretty alright, but it was also very long, Jesus Christ. Something I'm feeling set in for Adventure Time is that the show is kinda going on a bit long. It's not seasonal rot, not yet at least, but I can definitely feel that it could get there, and that's not a good sign. Especially when we have a little under half of the show left to cover. But hey, don't worry about that impending fatigue or whatever now. Let's just focus on the here and now. Let's move on to Season 7. Season 7 premieres with Bonnie and Nettie, which opens with the King of Ooh being an idiot and forcing Finn and Jake into a locked-off and unknown part of the kingdom, which turns out to house a weird candy dragon that secretes the juice that makes the Candy Kingdom's rivers. And the moment he notices other people,
Get up.
yeah, he runs off with Finn and Jake having to track him down. Finn and Jake asking Princess Bubblegum for help, where she admits that the dragon is her brother, Nettie, and they were both born from the Mother Gum. And from the wasteland to now, Princess Bubblegum is the only person he has. So she tracks him down and sues him with beatboxing, putting him back in the castle and making sure the King of Ooh won't try to touch him again. This episode was sweet, and a good way to start off the season. I'm glad they're sticking with the King of Ooh ruling the kingdom for a bit. It's a nice change of pace, a little shake-up. Now, let's move on to Varmints, which follows Marceline discovering PB is, well, no longer a P, and she meets her at her new shack at Butterscotch Lake.
Be cool, Marceline. Let's all be real cool.
Apparently she's having issues with varmints, so Marceline decides to help her out, and they go into a tunnel infested with varmints, eventually discovering some of their old graffiti tags, and PB doing something she rarely does: break down emotionally. She begins crying over her series of recent failures, and Marceline is the one to comfort her, and save the day, using her shape-shifting ability as the tunnel caves in. So this episode was pretty sweet. I know I'm biased because, I'm a big fan of these two and would like them to, do the smooches, but even then, I just think this episode is fun, and Marcy and PB have a sweet moment at the end. But I won't linger too long on that. Let's move on to Mama Said. Okay, so I don't actually have much to say about this episode, but there is something I need to mention about it. The plot is that King of Ooh tasks Finn and Jake with finding a flying mushroom, and they bump into Canyon, Billy's girlfriend, remember, who's looking for a sacred spring, but they're attacked by the flying mushroom, who begins spouting mushroom facts. Okay, so to give a little context, I watch these shows with subtitles because the AC in my room can be loud as fuck sometimes, and I only turn it off when I need to record because, it gets really hot in here. And I noticed that the subtitles for the mushroom guy weren't what he was saying.
The branch of biology dealing with fungi is called mycology.
We're learning a lot about mushrooms today.
Instead, it rambles about a tea called kombucha and how it's not actually healthy and could even cause severe side effects for some goddamn reason. And I have no idea why it's like this. Is it a joke? Does some guy at HBO or Cartoon Network just have a hate boner for kombucha? The weird part is, and even the subtitles point this out, kombucha doesn't even have mushrooms in it. I have no idea what's going on here, but it's hilarious. Anyways, let's move on to Stakes Part 1. This is the first of the 3 Adventure Time mini-series. Basically, this is an 8-part mini-series that focuses on Marceline, which is great for me. She is my favorite character after all. The plot of this mini-series is basically explained in the first episode. It's that Marceline wants to stop being a vampire. You know, she wants to stop being able to walk through walls, disappear, and fly, and be like all the other guys. So she goes to Princess Bubblegum to do so. Unfortunately, doing so causes the vampires she absorbed, which we'll learn more about later, to be freed, and begin drinking the blood of cattle in a nearby village, which they blame Marceline for since, well, she is the last known vampire, so they hang her up to be burned by the sunrise, and it ends on a cliffhanger, which leads right into Stakes Part 2, which opens up with us meeting Marceline's mom. It's very brief, but they have a sweet little scene. Then we see Simon leave Marceline as he's almost fully transformed into Ice King, which is depressing. We then learn that sometime after Simon left, Martha became a full-on vampire hunter, taking lessons from Abraham Lincoln, I presume, and she hunts down the Fool. She also meets some humans, and while they initially fear her, after some bonding over soon, they grow to like her, and she becomes a sort of guardian for them, absorbing more powers as time goes on, while the humans build a boat to sail away. Unfortunately, as they prepare to sail away, they're attacked by the Hierophant, who's a shapeshifter, and the worst of them all, the Vampire King. And then we return to the present, where Princess Bubblegum's vampirism cure worked, obviously, so she's not executed in town square. And at the end, Jake discovers that the vampires Marceline killed are back and, hungry for blood once again. Now, let's move on to Stakes Part 3.
Also, I used to be dead.
I just wanted to play that clip with no context. Anyway, this episode formally introduces us to the vampires. There's the Fool, who can fly, the Empress, who can go invisible and hypnotize people, the Moon, who can heal any wound, the Hierophant, who can shapeshift, and the King, who has telekinesis. Oh, also they're all based off tarot cards, if you couldn't tell. They all have, no idea what's going on or how they're back, but are thrilled to be back and aren't happy with the changes to Ooh, all going their separate ways after some disagreements with what they should do next, which Jake overhears and tells everyone.
Okay, there was one that looked like if a baby snake was a baby. Nah, that's not right. There was another one that looked like if an anthill were a girl. Nah, that's not right. There's one of them that looked like a wet uncle. Nah, that's not right. There was a lady who looked like black drapes on a cake pop. Nah, that's not right. There was also one that looked like an angry stop sign coming out of a loaf of bread. Nah, that's not... Oh, actually, that one's pretty close.
They all decide to team up and become vampire hunters. Marcy having a brief confrontation with the King before she discovers the Empress is just fucking beelining it right to the Ice Kingdom. She also kills the Fool again. And after regaining her flight, she goes to stop the Empress in Stakes Part 4, where the Empress breaks into the Ice King's castle and hypnotizes him. Finn and Marceline having to work together to save Simon from her control.
Simon, you have to resist the Empress!
But she's a woman.
Also, they confirm that Simon specifically has a past with the Empress, that she hypnotized him at some point before he was the Ice King. I really hope they show that backstory at some point. I think that could be a really interesting story. But anyway, back on topic, eventually the Empress realizes the Ice King is so stupid or insane that he can't even be hypnotized. He was literally just doing what the Empress wanted because she's a woman, like he just said. And after the Ice King, stops doing what she wants, she's left pretty defenseless and gives Marceline a chance to defeat her with Bubblegum's help. So now, Marceline has her invisibility back, and she apologizes for kinda going rogue on everyone, so that's nice. Now, let's move on to Stakes Part 5, which follows the team going up against the Hierophant, who's a shape-shifting, old-school vampire, meaning he won't enter a house unless he's invited. So after a trap involving LSP goes wrong, Jake turns into a house to protect everyone.
What sort of creature are you?
I'm a magic dog with magic blood.
I've got gallons and gallons of warm red teenage blood and you can't have it.
And in the end, he's shoved into the house without being invited, and he's so traditional that breaking this tradition causes him to explode.
No, I wasn't invited. No!
Which is the funniest death in the show so far. However, one important thing that happens is that Marceline has been poisoned and is now slowly dying. So Finn and Jake have to get the moon's healing powers in Stakes Part 6. Which, as I just said, follows Finn and Jake finding the moon's hiding spot, where she sleeps during the day, and not understanding if PB said take her back or stake her back, so they try to stake her back. And yeah, killing a vampire whose power is self-healing is difficult. Ask anyone who's tried to fight Deadpool or Wolverine in Marvel Comics. Eventually, night falls, and she wakes up and starts chasing them. So they decide to take her back, realizing that's probably what PB said. And the moon is like the freakiest of the vampires. She's got a bunch of legs, a toothy grin, and a deep voice. And I wasn't really watching Adventure Time anymore when this episode aired, so I'm just gonna assume the moon gave kids nightmares, like the Lub Glubs and the Lich gave me nightmares, because, those children should suffer as I suffered. Eventually, Finn, Jake, and the moon all get back to the Candy Kingdom and find Marceline. The moon takes out Finn and Jake and makes her way to Marceline and Princess Bubblegum, who are hiding in this little containment thing. Meanwhile, Marceline is having a bit of a fever dream, dreaming about her and Princess Bubblegum's future. Marceline realizing that she may not want to be mortal because she'll grow old and die, while Princess Bubblegum will remain forever young, meaning they won't get to be together forever. Yaw. After waking up, she has to face the moon.
Did you just yell pigs at the lock until it opened?
Who gets staked, and she has to suck her soul up before she can heal. So, now she's cured, so that's nice. This episode was freaky and sweet, and I really liked it. So, let's move on to Stakes Part 7, which opens up with everyone preparing to fight the Vampire King. Princess Bubblegum training with Marceline for the upcoming battle.
I was all old and withered, and you were still nice and pink.
You think I'm nice? Yeah, brains, I lost count.
But when the confrontation finally comes, the Vampire King doesn't want to fight. In fact, he actually wants to undergo the same vampirism cure Marceline got. Apparently he's realized that he's stuck in the old ways, and the age of dark and light battling is over, and he can finally step into a new age without his vampirism, because he doesn't want to contribute to the cycle the world is stuck in. And it takes some convincing, but eventually they finally let him undergo the process, as he promises there's no funny business going on.
Sorry, dude.
It's chill. See? No funny business.
And when he undergoes the process, he's left as a lion. Interesting. Unfortunately, after a series of shenanigans, his vampiric essence is let out.
Bucky.
Which leads into the final part, Stakes Part 8, which follows the Vampire King's essence turning into a monstrous cloud that begins just fucking shit up. Marceline feeling like a complete fuck-up, since her wanting a vampirism cure is what let out the vampires in the first place. So she finally just gives up and everyone else has to defeat the Dark Cloud on their own. Eventually though, after a talk with Ice King, Marceline realizes she can't just run away from her problems out of fear of the unknown, so she goes to join the fight. Meanwhile, the Banana Guards rise up against the King of Ooh, as do the other Candy citizens, as they all join her in the fight as well. Eventually, Marceline sucks up the Vampire King's essence, and I really like the colors for this scene. This cool Sailor Moon transformation type of design for Marceline looks really nice. Anyway, she absorbs the Vampire King's essence and is turned into a vampire once again, which she's chill with, saying that despite only being mortal for a few days, she feels like she's grown up a bit and matured. So it was still a worthwhile experience.
Bonnie, thank you for helping me grow up. Now I guess we get to hang out together forever.
Aww. This ending was sweet, and this whole series was really fun. Despite Marceline being the vampire queen, which implies there's more vampires, she's literally the only vampire we've seen up until now. So it's cool to finally learn more about the vampires, and why she's the only one left. All the vampires have really fun designs and creative powers. This series as a whole is kinda refreshing. Like I said before, the show is starting to feel dragged out and repetitive, so this season focusing on a different character is a real fun switch up, and it gives Marceline a real fun character arc. It's so weird seeing how she is now compared to the kinda dickish character she had originally. Like, she has changed so much over the course of the show. Now, let's move on to the more you mow, the mo you know. That was shockingly hard to say. This episode reveals that BMO's dad, remember him, died and has now transferred his mind into a Mo to visit BMO, who he immediately sends away to the factory while he takes BMO's spot among Finn and Jake. And he begins to act more and more suspicious as BMO discovers that all the Mo's were destroyed and turned into one big Mo cube. Yeah, if you can't guess the twist, this isn't actually Mo. It's a Mo, who's apparently like the anti-Mo, who BMO defeats as he reveals that Mo is dead and transferred his consciousness into a chip to be sent into space. A-Mo fucking up Mo's plan, stealing that chip after he died, and killing all the other Mo's, or I guess just squashing them into one big Mo cube. This ending is bittersweet, but I liked it. I thought the little ending monologue and reflection from BMO was kinda fun. Now, let's move on to A King's Ransom. Gunther's been kidnapped, so he enlists Finn and Jake's help to find him. Apparently, the Foxes want Ice King's crown in exchange for Gunther, but Finn and Jake try to stop them from taking the crown and get them to give them Gunther back. But,
What?
Yeah, it doesn't go as planned, so Ice King decides to interrogate Mr. Fox, the running gags that all the foxes sound the same. I think I mentioned that earlier, but just to remind you. Apparently, someone hired the foxes to kidnap Gunther and steal the crown, and that's all he knows. After discovering this, Finn, Jake, and Ice King go on a quest to find who hired the foxes and, stole Ice King's crown and Gunther. How are they tracking this mysterious person down? Well, Ice King's nose, of course, which grows when it's facing towards the crown. And soon, they find this person's hiding space, and after some trials and tribulations, with lava, Ice King gets Gunther and his crown back from Betty, who's done something to it. But hey, he's got them both back. And speaking of ice crowns, we get to see another Ice King return in Crossover, which follows Finn and Jake being tasked by Prismo to deal with Farm World Finn, because apparently he's teamed up with the Farm World Lich and is trying to, open a portal to the multiverse so he can cause mass destruction and death, and Finn believes that he's just gonna take them to a new safe world. Prismo obviously doesn't want this to happen, so he tells Finn and Jake to handle it, and gives them a weapon called the Maid to do so, but Finn just can't bring himself to kill Farm World Finn, and neither can Jake, so they decide to try another plan.
That should work.
That's not gonna work, you guys. Don't walk away from the maid. No!
And they try tricking Ice Finn until they realize who he's taking orders from.
What's wrong with him? He looks possessed or something. Ew, boy, here we go.
So they have another battle with the Lich as he reveals his plan to Farmworld Finn and gets his hand cut off. Keep that in mind. Farmworld Finn is now just left confused without his crown, so he's not only not a danger, but also just not a threat. Meanwhile, Finn and Jake can defeat the Lich with the Maid, and have Prismo delete the crown from the Farmworld universe, which finally lets Farmworld Finn go back to normal and get his happy ending with his family, which leaves Finn a little sad, realizing that Farmworld Finn has a loving family, but let's not linger on that too long. Instead, let's move on to Hall of Egress. I'm not going to spend too long on this one, honestly, because, you can write a whole video essay on it, but this is one of the most experimental and interpretive episodes of the show. Basically, Finn gets separated from Jake, falling into a temple. This temple is the Hall of Egress, with a big door that says Egress, which, as we learn, that means exit. But this door won't open. However, Finn can pass through if he closes his eyes, and after some failed attempts, he escapes. But when he opens his eyes, he's just sent right back to the Hall of Egress. Eventually, he just commits to a life of being blind, but Jake keeps opening his eyes, sending him right back. Eventually, he decides to just go off on his own into the wilderness to solve this once and for all. When he finally finds the door in the, blind world, he seems to realize that brute force never worked. He only made any progress when he just chilled out and went with the flow. So he finally takes the blindfold off, and the door opens, and he finally returns to Jake, for real this time. So this episode is very odd, but my interpretation at least is that it's about Finn learning to grow up and just go with the flow, and chill out. He's realizing that he's not a kid anymore, and that brute force isn't always just gonna make something go your way just cause you want it to. I actually saw someone on Reddit even point out how this somewhat parallels the earlier episode Another Way, where Finn does brute force through everything and make it all go his way. I don't know if this was intentional or not. I doubt it was, but this episode is really interesting to analyze, and that's a really good perspective and interesting way to view it. But again, I don't want to spend too much time on this episode. Again, you can write a whole video essay about what it means, so let's move on to Flute Spell, which follows Jake discovering that Finn has apparently been hanging out with Huntress Wizard, trying to use his flute to find the spirit of the forest. Jake is certain that Finn has a crush on Huntress Wizard, but Finn keeps denying it as they keep trying to find the spirit. Huntress Wizard even casts a spell on Finn that makes him immune to electricity attacks, and this is permanent. Finn just is not hurt by electricity anymore. Really cool, but also strange piece of continuity to keep. Eventually, Finn reveals he actually does have a crush on Huntress Wizard, and Huntress Wizard feels the same, but doesn't want to get together. So that's interesting. Hey, at least Finn finally found someone that seems really good for him. Now, let's cover the season finale, The Thin Yellow Line. Apparently a banana guard is putting up graffiti art, so Bubblegum wants him found. So she disguises Finn and Jake as guards to figure out who the vandal is. And here we get to learn what the guards think of Princess Bubblegum. Apparently they think she's a tyrannical guardist who they must obey or be murdered, which is fucked up. And the artist turns out to be Banana Guard 16, and he's worried he'll be executed if he's found out. But eventually he is, and it seems like he's about to be punished, until all the Banana Guards pull a Spartacus and claim they're Banana Guard 16, but then Princess Bubblegum reveals that she's not actually going to kill him and wants to hire him to make a mural for her. And she also doesn't enjoy the way the guards seem to view her, treating her like some goddess to be feared. There is one thing mentioned by the guards that you should keep in mind though, and that's that she turned her Uncle Gumbald and the first candy people into hideous monsters. Just keep that in mind. It's important, I promise. Overall, an odd season finale, but I liked it. This season was pretty good overall. Stakes was an excellent change of pace, and they had some really good refreshing episodes in there, even if Stakes did steal the show. But you know, they also had just standout episodes after Stakes, like Hall of Egress, which was really good. I think the crew realized this show was getting repetitive, so they've decided to start experimenting and switching things up again. You know, I find it weird, because I always hear that Adventure Time gets, like, absolutely shit at some point, but so far, the worst it's been is just kinda meh. There's only been, like, 2 true blue stinkers so far, so maybe this next season is finally where it gets bad? I doubt it, though, if this season is anything to go off of, but I guess we'll see. So let's move on to Season 8. Season 8 opens up with Broke His Crown, which follows Marceline taking Princess Bubblegum to hang out with Ice King. Marceline wanting Bubblegum to actually give Ice King a chance, since, well, he was basically her dad before he went insane. While Princess Bubblegum is obviously a little hesitant, since this is the man who used to kidnap her, like, weekly, and this whole visit goes especially poorly when Ice King is acting especially strange, like, you know, weirder than usual, which turns out to be because of Betty. Apparently she basically put a virus into his crown, so Marcy and Princess Bubblegum have to go into the crown to stop this virus, which is, well, just Betty's floating head in the crown. In the crown, they meet Gunther, like the actual Gunther, Master Evergreen's apprentice, the one who's the reason the crown drives people insane, and also Simon, who Marceline is thrilled to see. Apparently, if you wear the crown and die or go mad with it, your consciousness gets, like, uploaded to it. So they work with Simon and Gunther to defeat Betty, aka Magic Woman, and with the power of love, the virus falls in love with Simon and undoes what it did, which unfortunately forces Marcy and PB out of the crown and also locks it, so they can't just go back in and visit any time. So that's a bittersweet ending, but hey, at least Ice King is back to normal, in relative terms, I mean. Now, why don't we go on to Lady Rainicorn of the Crystal Dimension. That's a long title. Anyway, this one follows TV again, who is encouraged to get a job by Lady Rainicorn because, well, he's still living at home, so he decides to go to the market after eating Crystal Sandwich, which is apparently a powerful artifact that Lady Rainicorn's ex, Lee, wants. So he befriends TV, takes him back to the Crystal Dimension. After Lady Rainicorn discovers that TV ate the Crystal Sandwich and, you know, that Lee kidnapped him, she goes on a quest to the Crystal Dimension to save him. We also get to see her and Lee's backstory. Apparently Lady Rainicorn used to at least be tolerant of racial supremacy, considering Lee believes rainicorns are superior to dogs and actively harasses dogs to prove this point, but she got more uncomfortable as he got more extreme. Eventually she fucks up his plan to steal the Crystal Sandwich and hides it in the... well, she hides it in Ooh. I gave up on this line. And obviously she also stays there herself. Now, in the present, Lee got TV to throw up the sandwich and tries to use it. Turns out, he doesn't actually know how, and gets absorbed by it before TV contains it, giving it back to Lady and deciding to stay in the Crystal Dimension to be more independent.
Being independent is awesome. You guys have any food?
So this episode was sweet, especially that ending where TV finally decides to be independent, though not doing too much better for now at least. Too bad it means basically no more TV though. I really liked his character. So, let's move on to I Am a Sword. This episode follows Finn losing the Finn sword and being screwed up by it, even more so when he starts seeing visions of someone using the Finn sword for evil in his dreams. Eventually he tracks down the thief, which is Bandit Princess, and he tries to get his sword back, but... yeah, that's not great. But at least he gets the sword back. I will say, this episode is alright, but like, I think this is one of the times where the space between the arc, like the episodes in between, kinda hurt it a little bit. Just losing the fin sword fucked him up, but seemingly killing the fin inside it doesn't sink in yet? Alright, I guess. Anyway, let's move on to Bun Bun, which follows Finn dropping off a new friend for Cinnamon Bun in the Flame Kingdom, a little cinnamon bun named Bun Bun, who's sweet but a bit of a nuisance, and also accidentally lets the Flame King out of his prison, because he's really naive. Meanwhile, Finn and Phoebe catch up, Finn finally apologizing for what he did to her, and they seem to finally be friends again. Meanwhile, the Flame King, well, he can't get anyone to join him in usurping Phoebe. The only things that do what he says are a bunch of chipmunks and Bun Bun, who encourages him to not take over the Flame Kingdom and just chill out with the chipmunks. And he listens. Him and Bun Bun quickly becoming friends, which makes CB proud. So this episode was sweet. It's nice to see Finn and Phoebe finally on good terms again, and CB's whole story with Bun Bun is really sweet. So let's move on to Normal Man, which opens up with Magic Man, now Normal Man, sending Tiny Manticore to find Glob in space. This sentence must sound wild out of context. Anyway, Tiny Manticore betrays Normal Man and takes Glob to the top of a dangerous mountain. Normal Man then enlists Finn and Jake's help to save Glob, which they reluctantly agree to. Eventually, they reach the top, Normal Man trying to save Glob, but it seems they're both doomed to burn in the lava. They have one last heart-to-heart until Tiny Manticore saves them, realizing Normal Man has changed. Normal Man and Glob return to Mars, except not really. Glob returns to Earth's atmosphere, trusting Normal Man to rule Mars. So that's sweet. Magic Man has had such a turnaround. Like, he's been completely redeemed, pretty much. And I would like to remind you that this is the guy who originally showed up just to turn Finn into a foot, so he'd know how much of a jerk he was. So, let's move on to Elemental, which follows Ice King stealing hangers from Ooh to try and get something he dropped in a crack in his castle. When Finn and Jake discover this, they try to help him and investigate this crack. Apparently hidden deep under the Ice Kingdom is this strange ice orb. When they break it, they discover Patience St. Pym, who says that she's the Ice Elemental and is 10 times more powerful than Ice King, proving this by immediately taking out Finn and Jake, then commanding Ice King to kidnap the other elementals, which he does because, Patience St. Pym is a woman, and Ice King will obey anything a woman tells him to do. She then unlocks their elemental powers and explains the whole elemental backstory. She gives them the whole spiel that I gave you when I talked about Evergreen, and explains that apparently she was a part of the previous elementals who lived in, well, the normal world, and were much more discreet with their powers. Apparently they foresaw the Great Mushroom War coming, and just like Master Evergreen and the Catalyst Comet, all the elementals have made peace with it, except Patience St. Pym, who freezes herself in that giant ice orb to protect herself from the nukes, and now she wants to get the band back together, so to speak, and unlock their full potential, but they just escape and trap her in slime. This episode is fun because Patience is a fun character, but it's really just an exposition dump. Not much happens other than the princesses now having powers like Ice King, except Phoebe, she already had powers. Also, Princess Bubblegum is the weakest with her powers, so that'll be interesting. But other than that, it's explaining just what an elemental is, when we already kinda knew. So this episode definitely feels kind of just like exposition for something we were already told about. But, it's still fun. Patience is a fun little character, I like her personality, and it's cool seeing all the princesses have powers now. And again, Princess Bubblegum being the weakest with her powers. Now, let's move on to the music hole, which finally acknowledges the Fin sword being broken, with Finn being very depressed about its destruction, not being able to stand or even eat, so Jake and Princess Bubblegum decide to use their backup plan if Finn is ever depressed, which is making him the judge of the Battle of the Bands, okay? But he gets distracted by another song, a song only he can hear. Eventually he discovers its source. It's from a weird talking hole that, once again, only he can hear. This is the music hall. Apparently, only those with childlike innocence or those who have experienced deep tragedy and pain can hear her song, and Finn quickly befriends the music hall and decides to award her the winner of the Battle of the Bands. So that's sweet, and it's nice that Finn seems to have somewhat gotten over the breaking of the Finn sword. Now, the next episode is Daddy-Daughter Card Wars. Yeah! This episode follows Jake convincing his daughter Charlie to go to a Card Wars tournament with him. In exchange, she can use one of his bones for a card ritual. Wait, what? Anyway, here we get to meet Jake's longtime Card Wars championship rival, Grand Prix, and his partner, whose name I forgot. Apparently last time Jake went to a championship, he lost and fucking blew a head gasket before swearing off professional play. I love how nice Grand Prix are in comparison. Jake has basically constructed this rivalry in his head, and unfortunately for him, his daughter leaves after the first game. So Jake is just forced to pretend she never left with his stretching power, and begins acting more and more scummy as the tournament goes on. Meanwhile, Charlie does the tarot card ritual and sees her future life, eventually fusing with it, I think, and realizing she's being a dick, and comes back to help Jake play the last game in the tournament, after just making Jake humble. A bit anticlimactic, but the ending with Jake accepting defeat with grace is pretty nice. Now, let's move on to Pre-Boot. This episode follows Finn, Jake, and Susan looking in an ancient arcade for old artifacts. However, the episode takes a turn when a massive robotic worm shows up, carrying Tiffany, who's now sporting a robotic arm, and excitedly shows the three around the massive worm/lab. Apparently, after Tiffany's seeming death at dentist, he was rescued by Dr. Gross, a scientist who really likes making robotics and animal hybrids. Oh, and also,
sometimes I just gotta get out of this hot stim suit.
Yep, she's human, albeit when you notice that a good 99% of her body is actually robotics, you may question that sentiment. You may also question it because she's an evil mad scientist with a god complex who apparently experimented on unwilling humans while they screamed and begged her to stop. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, also, we get two big reveals. One, Gross makes reference to an island of humans, and two, she recognizes Susan, and Susan already had the chip implant she was going to give all of them.
XJ77. Wait! You're one of...
But luckily, Susan saves Finn and Jake, finding her way out of the lab with Tiffany's help. Unfortunately, they also let out all of Dr. Gross's hybrids, including a flying electric eel.
Hope nothing too big got loose. Like that giant electro eel. Headed straight towards the Candy Kingdom.
Which leads right into Reboot, which opens with the three of them fighting the eel, but when it shocks Susan, it activates some weird Terminator mode that makes her fuck up the Candy Kingdom, murder Rattleballs, and kidnap Finn, taking him to a beach and waiting for a boat so they can return home. However, Jake shows up and puts up a good fight, but doesn't succeed. But you know it does succeed. The grass thorn that takes out Susan, then absorbs the Finn sword, disconnecting from Finn's arm and creating a new grass person. And by the way, Finn losing his arm here, it's permanent this time. He's not growing back a new one. So let's see what that grass person was all about in Two Swords, which has Finn recounting the event to PB. Apparently this weird grass person turned into a grass clone of him that legitimately believes he's the real Finn, and the actual Finn is some wannabe doppelganger. But when Jake wakes up, he's quickly told the truth.
Why don't you set him straight and tell him who the real Finn is?
That one?
What?
Giving Grass Finn a massive identity crisis. Also, Finn has a new robotic arm, courtesy of Princess Bubblegum, and then they find Grass Finn wrecking up the treehouse. We also get to see Grass Finn's backstory. Apparently, after the Finn sword was broken, the grass demon responsible for the curse on the grass sword made a deal with the second Finn to help him escape. So yeah, they did escape, but aren't exactly having a great time in the world. Eventually, though, with the help of Finn Cakes, Grass Finn and Flesh Finn come to a bit of an understanding. So that's nice. Grass Finn is a fun character. I love his voice. I can't tell if this was on purpose, but I like that they got someone who just vaguely sounds a little bit like Jeremy Shada. It would have been easy to just make Jeremy do this voice too.
BMO? Oh, hey, my nose is back. Stinks good in here. It's got that big boy musk.
Now let's move on to Do No Harm. This episode follows Finn becoming a doctor for a day. Meanwhile, Jake and Grassfin try to hang out, but being a grass person, Grassfin doesn't have the ability to, eat or breathe, so he can't have meatloaf and he can't play the flute. And that's basically most of the stuff Finn loves doing. Well, except fighting evil. That idea brings us back to the Grass Wizard's home. Meanwhile, Finn is, going to drop a sword onto Susan's head, thinking she'll catch it with her warrior instincts.
No, let's see where this goes. I want to see brains.
Flawless idea, right? But in the nick of time, he's stopped and realizes he's a shit doctor. Meanwhile, Grassfin is just cruel to the Grass Wizard.
I am your master. Oh! Obey me! What? Okay, maybe just leave.
Until Jake stops him, making him feel like he can't even fight evil right. And in the end, Grassfin and Finn meet up and have a little talk. Grassfin deciding to go on a journey of self-discovery, taking on the name Fern the Human. So that's sweet. I'm sure everything will go smoothly for him, and him and Finn will have a nice, prosperous, brotherly relationship. Now, let's move on to Jelly Beans Have Power, which follows Princess Bubblegum getting jealous of how easily adjusted Slime Princess has become to her new slime powers. Meanwhile, her jelly beans seem really lame, only able to shoot 1 or 2 rinky-dinky jelly beans, and not even shoot them very far. They even have a fart sound effect when she shoots them. That's how you know they're bad. But as she connects with her past life, she manages to shoot more jelly beans, which is better, but still not her full potential. Luckily though, when this weird ice cootie catcher shows up and begins attacking the Candy Kingdom, Princess Bubblegum finally realizes her full potential and defeats it. Unfortunately, she realizes that she was so focused on this that she didn't realize what damage she did by destroying it with a massive explosion. If you couldn't guess, the cootie catcher was Patience, who's planning something. But don't worry about that, because now we're moving on to Islands Part 1, which follows a strange aircraft arriving on the beaches of Ooo. Turns out, this is what Susan was trying to call back in Reboot, and it quickly locates Finn, revealing that it knows him and safely lands, offering him a place aboard the ship. Did this lead to the big answer of Finn's mysterious backstory? Finally explain what happened with Martin and how he ended up in the middle of the forest? Yeah, nope. But when they discover that the ship is connected to Susan, they check in on her and try to help her remember. It doesn't really work until BMO manages to print out the ship's last command, which was to go to Ooo, then return home to a place called Founder's Island. Susan doesn't know why, but she really wants to go there. Same with Finn, who believes it could finally answer where he's from. Princess Bubblegum offers them her boat for the voyage, so they all begin saying goodbye. Finn tasking Fern with defending Ooo while he's gone, which I'm sure he'll do well at, and Jake saying goodbye to his kids and Lady Rainicorn. Princess Bubblegum says goodbye as they're about to leave and is very clearly worried about this voyage, knowing it means much more to Finn than he's leading on, and makes him promise he'll come back safe, which he does, also giving one last goodbye to Fern and Marceline. And they're off for another mini-series, and I'm very excited about where it's going to go. So let's not wait and let's get on to Islands Part 2, which follows them plotting a course and immediately going off course to save a sea dragon being attacked by random sailors.
We deserve that.
After helping him, the dragon, who introduces himself as Whipple, offers to help them get to Founder's Island. Unfortunately, Whipple is fucking boring, and is also a motor mouth, which is not the best combination.
Okay, but here's the really clever part, okay? Squirrel Girl wakes up and realizes she's alone. Squirrel Boy never existed. It was all a dream. Cool, right?
Whipple, you suck so much.
Unfortunately, BMO, who stowed away, reveals how annoying he is, which makes Whipple incredibly upset, causing him to create a massive water tornado, which destroys the boat. But luckily Jake becomes their new boat. Waterspout, that's what it's called. But luckily Jake becomes their new boat, which isn't a great idea, as strange poison parasites begin making Jake hallucinate and almost gets them killed. And after they save him, Finn explains that he doesn't want to turn back because, while he loves Ooh, he'll always feel like he's alone, because he's never met another human besides Susan, and he just wants to finally learn more about them and where he came from. Whipple hears this conversation and feels bad, deciding to help them by using his powerful wind to shoot them over a lot of the dangers in their way. How nice of him. So, let's move on to Islands Part 3, which follows Finn waking up on a mysterious island. Apparently the 4 of them got lost in a storm, and Finn washed up on this island. An island with very odd properties, like a glitchy sky, swapping through seasons at an incredible pace, and more. Eventually he's found by another human who doesn't speak English, alongside her pet bear. Despite not being able to speak to one another, they bond a little, the woman showing Finn a tape that explains what happened on this island. Apparently it was some strange artificial environment that went completely haywire, which depresses Finn, who thinks that they went all this way for nothing. Fortunately though, shortly after this, Finn and Alva, that's her name by the way, find Jake, who also washed up on the beach. And they learn from Alva that there's multiple islands nearby that Bimo and Susan probably washed up on, and they decide to head off to one, which leads to Islands Part 4. This next island is a strange abandoned sci-fi city, though it's not actually abandoned, as it turns out that everyone here is just in VR, being cared for by these strange robots. So Finn and Jake decide to go into this world to find Bimo. Yes, the plot of this episode is that Finn and Jake join VR chat, and Bimo is a mod. Bimo also really doesn't want to leave, so Jake decides to take drastic measures by just destroying the whole VR system, which makes Bimo upset, as well as the pathetic humans who aren't really a threat. But they decide to fix the system so the humans can game peacefully again, and even more fortunately, Bimo decides to go with Finn and Jake. Also, while in VR, they locate Susan, forgot to mention that. So, with the help of the helper robots, they're shot through a tube into the next island, which we get to see in Islands Part 5, which opens with Susan waking up on Founders Island and having a flashback, which teaches us that apparently Susan, when she lived on Founders Island, was raised to be a Seeker, which are cyborg android soldiers that stop hiders, which are people who try to leave Founders Island. Yeah, this is basically a cult. They even worship the founders and portray them as gold with angel wings. They even send the hiders to re-education facilities when they're caught, and even use phrases like,
"Experimental stuff's just boring." Boring can still be important. It's all part of the founder's plan.
Also, we learn that Susan's name isn't even Susan, it's Kara, and she was best friends with a girl named Frida, who's a little more rebellious, while Kara is much more loyal to the island's ideals. Also, in the present, Finn and Jake find her, but she's walking in a strange, trance-like state. Back in the past, with the shitty games that suck ass, Kara grows a little and even stops some hiders, including a very familiar one.
Hey there! Wink!
Eventually, as they grow older, Frida reveals that she's a hider and planning to escape, and wants Kara's help and potentially even wants Kara to go with her. Unfortunately though, Kara's programming overtakes her and she destroys Frida's boat motionlessly while Frida begs her to stop. That's fucking depressing. And in the present, she discovers Frida's hat, finally remembering who she is.
Susan, are you okay?
Kara. My name is Kara.
And it is so fucking weird to hear Susan talk like a normal person. But we get to hear more of it in Islands Part 6. Susan, having regained her memories with the help of Bimo, uses a ship to fly to Founders Island while revealing she knew Finn's mom and her name is Minerva. We then go into another flashback where we see her. Apparently, she's a helper, so basically she's a doctor. Meanwhile, Martin is a con artist who says he'll help hiders in exchange for gadgets. But he's actually playing both sides because then he'll rat on them to the Seekers, so they, go and find them. Unfortunately, this tiger-owning crime boss girl Wait a minute.
Whales and fish, squids. There was a tiger.
Sees how sketchy he is and forces him to go with them. And you already saw how that turned out. He shows up at the hospital Minerva works at and works his charm on her. But unfortunately, his first escape attempt, so yeah, he won't be leaving anytime soon. But as Minerva watches over him, she starts to fall for him. And honestly, I'm not fully sure if he's conning her or not here. Like, okay, yes, Martin is a con man, he's a grifter by nature when we meet him, but here, he does seem to fall in love with Minerva. I do think he's conning her when he's about to be taken away, since he literally does exactly what he said he would do to con her, but considering they get married and have a kid, I think he did care. Unfortunately, the lady he tried to con shows up, and he has to escape them and protect Finn. His plan is to just go out to sea and hide out for the night, but unfortunately, the Colossus Guardian tries to stop him. But despite everyone else, Martin actually defeats it and permanently damages it. Anyway, unfortunately, the explosion flings Martin to the sea, and Finn is left drifting on the tiny little raft that Martin had, with only a breadstick wand to feed him. Which, you know, that breadstick wand is kind of OP in real life, because it's just infinite food. Unfortunately, Minerva is left confused. Her son vanishing and Martin seeming to have left her, so that's kind of depressing. Also, this episode here is what spawns another huge fan theory about Adventure Time, that being that Martin suffered brain damage here. Basically, the theory is based off this scene of the explosion and some promo art for this episode, which shows Martin being found by a gang of sailors with his head bleeding quite a bit. The captain is even doing the how many fingers test. Martin's expression also does seem to look a little out of it. There's also the fact that Martin doesn't have very good memory of the event, and his behavior seems a little erratic, and his personality took a nosedive afterwards. Keep in mind that his last words to Finn were,
"Finn, I'll be back for you."
And when he sees him again, he doesn't even seem to fully register Finn as his son. This theory is pretty decent. It would explain why Martin went from a little scummy with a heart of gold, or silver at least, to, well, a complete scum shitbag. It's an interesting theory, but I do feel like it somewhat kind of just excuses Martin's actions and his character development, or regression. My personal idea is that Martin did suffer brain damage that day, but he probably would still become the Martin we know today regardless. I do think he would have gone back for Finn if he remembered him, and maybe if he did, he wouldn't have gotten as bad. Just want to clarify, by the way, I am not a psychologist or medical professional, and I'm not qualified enough to identify brain damage. I'm just a dude who draws and makes YouTube videos about cartoons, which, while making me an extreme intellectual, doesn't make me qualified. If by some miracle, though, someone who is qualified enough to identify brain damage is watching, what do you think of this theory? Let me know. I'm really curious. Anyways, sorry for the tangent. Let's move on to Islands Part 7, which has the four of them finally arrive at Founders Island, and Finn finally meets a bunch of humans, and even his mom. Unfortunately, his mom is everywhere, and doesn't even seem to recognize him. Meanwhile, Susan finds Frida, and well, she's obviously a little worried to talk to her because she did crush her dreams right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Finn and Jake cause a ruckus once Jake reveals he is magic / a mutant, so they're captured by the Minerva clones and put in containment until their blood is checked.
Where are the bones? That's my hand.
And once Finn is identified, all the Minerva bots are in a state of shock. Before they bring Finn and Jake to, I guess I'll call her Minerva Prime, it's the real Minerva. Anyway, she's obviously excited to see him and explains that after Finn and Martin vanished, Dr. Gross sent Susan / Kara to find them. Obviously that didn't work, and after Gross went full mad scientist, she accidentally unleashed a virus which began wiping out the island. Minerva took a drastic measure and uploaded her mind into a computer system, so she could be hundreds of helpers at once, with the added benefit that these helpers would never get sick. And well, it worked. After telling this story, she reveals she doesn't exactly plan to let Finn leave, and that leads directly into Islands Part 8, which opens with Finn not exactly thrilled that his mom won't let him leave, but she doesn't exactly listen to his arguments. Meanwhile, Susan finally gathers the courage to talk with Frida and, well, she doesn't really care about what Susan did, saying she grew up and has accepted the Founder's truth, which obviously upsets Susan as she realized just how much she screwed up Frida that day. Also, Finn tries to convince Minerva to let him leave by showing her his memories. Unfortunately, Minerva is not a fan of what she sees, and now she wants to just upload his mind like hers. So Finn just says fuck it and tries to leave, and get everyone else to leave with him. And he gives a rousing speech about freedom and how life is much more than what they're doing on the island. Frida also hears the speech, which reignites her explorer's spirit. What do the others think? They also like it, and want to go with Finn. So Minerva decides to just upload everyone's minds, so they can't leave, so she can protect them. Finn goes to stop her, showing her his memories, this time all the memories of him helping people. Minerva realizes that if Oo taught him to be a helper, just like her, must not be all bad. So with a little hesitation, she decides to stop the whole scorched earth mind uploading thing, and let him go. And unfortunately, while the other humans want to go with him, they don't want to go right now. I mean, they got stuff to do, man. I got something planned next week. So Finn, Jake, and BMO head off, and Frida and Susan go off on their own as well. Minerva even helps them out by shutting down the Guardian. Finn and her have one final talk in VR, getting as close to hugging as they possibly can. He asks if, after uploading her mind, does that mean she's still the same person? She says she's not really sure, but she feels like Minerva, and after that, she says one last goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, that's really sad, but that's the end of Islands, and the end of the season. Overall, this season was pretty good. It's a very refreshing season as it introduces a ton of new ideas and characters. You know, it's cool to learn about the elementals, for example, and Patience St. Pym is a fun character. And it's also nice that after all that foreshadowing, Finn finally lost his arm permanently and got a robot one. The best part was definitely Islands, though. It's nice to finally see more of the world outside of Oo, as wild as Oo is. So this season was great. It's weird, we're actually getting real close to the end of the show, and we grow even closer as we move on to Season 9. This season starts off with Orb, which follows the characters encountering a strange orb while on their way back home, and when they fall asleep, they all begin having nightmares. Jake learning that Jermaine has gotten into landscaping, I promise that will be relevant later, and they also both dream that Joshua is forcing them to dig a big hole. Finn dreams about learning to fly, and BMO dreams about directing a play. Of course, these dreams take a turn. Joshua acts more suspicious and rude, Finn bumps into Princess Bubblegum and her teeth fall out, and Amo, remember them, hijacks BMO's play. Eventually, their dreams begin connecting to each other, and soon after that, they discover that this was the work of the Nightmare Princess, who just wants their bananas. That's it. I'm not kidding. And they give her the bananas. In exchange, she gives them a bottle of nightmare juice, which will come into play later, just you wait. And soon, Oo finally comes up on the horizon. I'm sure everyone will be just thrilled to see them. So, this is a nice start to the season. Good little moment of just relief and fun, since we just had a bunch of drama. But the drama will return with Elements Part 1. Okay, so maybe they're using these miniseries a bit too much. They could do with a bit of spacing out. We did just come out of Islands, but I digress. The episode follows Finn, Jake, and BMO finally returning to Oo. Finn immediately noticing something's wrong, as they soon discover everyone has been turned into candy, including Fern, Nectar, and even Lemongrab.
I used to have a lot of fear and sadness, but now I'm fine!
Or I guess Lemon Grab is even more candy. In fact, the only person not turned into candy is Sweet Pea, for some reason.
Hey, buddy. What are you doing out? Hey! You're meat!
Yes, I'm meat. But everything else is weird.
Wow, Sweet Pea. That's almost exactly what I've been saying.
I imagine it's because he's technically the Lich, so he's just so internally powerful, he can resist the infection of candy. Eventually, the three of them discover that Princess Bubblegum has become a massive fucking tower of gum, and wants to turn everything and everyone into brainwashed, mindless candy people. She even did this to Marceline, making her into Marshmalline, the Campfire Queen. Quick little tangent, by the way, when Finn and the gang confront Princess Bubblegum, she tries to make them into candy, and Finn mentions he can feel his bones becoming candy, which is fucking horrifying. Like, the visual itself isn't that scary, but the idea of feeling your bones slowly turn into, like, gum is horrifying, and I hate it. It's a shocking little bit of horror there. Anyway, Finn and Jake are saved by the Ice King and his
sky hooks.
Unfortunately, Beemo isn't saved and is turned into candy. Rest in peace. And we learn how all this happened in Elements Part 2, where we learn that Ice King apparently got asked out on a date by Betty, so he got a bespoke suit just for his date, and on this date, Betty desperately tries to get him to remember his life as Simon. It doesn't work at all, causing Betty to become enraged, but then she realizes maybe Simon really just doesn't exist anymore. Maybe she should try to have fun and befriend Ice King. So she tries and... yeah, that's unfortunate. Even more unfortunate, Patient St. Pim hypnotizes the other elementals and starts a ritual to unlock their true power. Unfortunately, this, well, causes what you just saw. So yeah, not exactly what she had planned. After learning this, Finn and Jake and Ice King decide they're gonna go to the Ice Kingdom to rescue Betty, which leads right into Elements Part 3. This episode follows the gang plotting to break into the Ice Kingdom, which is now surrounded by a massive dome, and their plan works. And so they start heading to Patient St. Pim, coming across, well, not enemies, but just depressed versions of creatures they've seen before. Jake is also slowly becoming one of these depressed people as he lent Finn his sweater, so the cold is overtaking him. Eventually, they make it to Patience's little ball, which was supposed to be for all the elementals, but as you can tell, none of them showed, for obvious reasons. They do find Betty, though, and escape with her. Luckily, Jake leaves before he's permanently made into an ice person. We also learn that while Betty was a battery for the spell, she's not needed to keep ooh like this, so Patience can't undo it even if she wanted to. However, Betty reveals that with the Enchiridion and the crown jewels of all the elementals, she can totally fix ooh. Like, so easily. It wouldn't even be difficult. Like, it would be so easy. So they begin preparing to head to the Slime Kingdom in Elements Part 4. This episode is a nice little breather. It follows Finn and Jake being lost at Sky after part of the cloud they're on just breaks off. And it follows Finn and Jake just kind of hanging out and talking with each other. While playing Barber, Finn vents to Jake, talking about how he blames himself for what's happened to Ooh. However, after this, something happens that's a little rare. Finn also realizes how stressed Jake is, and well, realizing how much Jake always helps him, he decides to help Jake out using the same barber therapy, as Jake explains that he's really fucking worried about his friends, and more importantly his family, cause like, yeah, who the hell knows what's happened to them? We don't actually get to see, by the way. Eventually, after trying to use a sky toilet, which turns out to be bait from a monster, I hear ice cream is more effective, but maybe that only works on sponges and sea stars. They make their way back to Betty and Ice King, and prepare to get the first jewel. This episode's origins have always interested me, because, fun piece of trivia, this episode was originally conceived as a Season 1 episode, but obviously wasn't used until now. This makes me very curious what this episode would be like if it did come out in Season 1. Obviously they wouldn't be talking about the elemental conundrum currently going on, so maybe it would be about their backstories? I'm not sure, but it's fun to think about. Anyway, again, this episode was a fun little breather from the current drama, where we get to see Finn and Jake just hang out and bond a little. So that's sweet. Now let's move on to Elements Part 5, which follows Finn and Jake heading to the Slime Kingdom, discovering it's basically a constant roller rink, where the winners get to assimilate and the losers also assimilate. So, they decide to try to win with the help of LSP? Are you kidding me? Eventually they lose, discovering that, as I said, losing also results in assimilation, so all their efforts were literally for no reason. So they go in to get to the jewel, Jake keeping them tethered so they don't assimilate until he stops and assimilates himself, Finn almost doing the same, but him and LSP manage to escape, revealing that she wasn't turned into a slime person somehow. Ooh, what a mystery. And she'll be a main player in this arc from here on. And to think I was actually having fun. Otherwise, this episode was alright. Jake's assimilation was pretty sad, maybe even sadder by adding LSP to replace him. But let's not linger too long on that and move on to Elements Part 6. You got this. You got this. You got this. Do it for them, don't do it for you. So Finn and LSP, and Gunther, are tasked with going into the Flame Kingdom to get the next crown jewel. Unfortunately, while grieving the loss of Jake, Finn starts struggling with his anger, something I'm currently doing as well. This is a fun little plot point for him though. Finn is a warrior, and losing his best friend would definitely make him violent and angry. Of course he'd be susceptible to the Flame Kingdom spell out of all of them. And in the end, they battle with a dragon, which turns out to be Flame Princess by the way, and it eats the jewel, which causes Finn to finally give in and become a flame person. Oh, also, so does Gunther. Being an evil alien will do that to you. And after seeing this, LSP, being LSP, ends up making the situation much, much worse, as she accidentally gives them all the idea to invade and slaughter the Candy Kingdom. Great job. And we get to see this invasion in Elements Part 7, which follows LSP kinda trying to fix what she caused with a little help from Ice King and Betty. As this battle goes on, shockingly, the Candy Kingdom puts up a respectable fight. Eventually, though, LSP actually manages to bring Finn back to normal using a piece of bubblegum, and while I hate LSP, this little sequence of Finn remembering himself and going back to his happiest place is actually kinda sweet. And soon, Finn is back to normal. Unfortunately, Princess Bubblegum uses her power to turn all the flame people into candy people, which does cause Phoebe to cough up the jewel, which is good. Also, I like the detail that Finn calls her Phoebe. That's just a sweet little, attention to detail there. Anyway, he brings the jewels to Betty, who unfortunately was planning a Betty trail the whole time. I know. I am fucking hilarious. And the episode ends with Finn surrounded by candy people, not really knowing what to do. Until the next episode, Elements Part 8. This episode begins with Princess Bubblegum deciding to spread her candy to the whole entirety of Ooh. Meanwhile, LSP and Finn try to figure out what to do, and why LSP isn't affected by the elements, like at all. And we learn that, in short, lumps are the anti-element. Hey, remember this? That's right, we finally know why her jewel was rejected, and also that she can undo the spell. Meanwhile, we learn that Betty is planning to use the jewels in the Enchiridion to travel back in time and destroy the crown to stop Simon from ever becoming Ice King. It's pretty sad to see Betty just immediately regress back to trying to cure Ice King. She got so close to accepting that Simon is gone. Also, this plan is just kinda ill-fated because the higher-ups obviously aren't fans of that plan. Meanwhile, Finn and LSP discover that she can indeed cure the elemental spell, but obviously they need to make it stronger. And luckily for them, while Betty is doing her whole time travel spell, Ice King interrupts it, causing her to become furious and fucking vanish, so he takes all the crown jewels back to LSP and Finn. And they begin a type of anti-spell, where the power of the jewels and LSP reverses the elemental spell, turning Ooh back to normal. Yes, LSP, Lumpy Space Princess, the one who at very best took advantage of a teenager and pressured him into intimacy at his lowest point, is the hero of this arc. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Anyway, Betty ended up being sent to Mars to be punished, and Ooh is back to normal. Well, mostly back to normal. There is one minor exception.
What? Over here! Hey, buddy!
That's right, Jake is now in this strange blue form, much more similar to the alien that impregnated his father. But Finn is just happy to have Jake back and doesn't care about it. So, that ending is sweet, but this is probably the worst of Adventure Time's 3 miniseries, purely because it makes the most obnoxious and one of the genuinely most fucked up characters in the show into a hero we all cheer for at the end. Like, seriously, why? The fact that LSP has yet to even suffer any type of consequences for what she did is the show's biggest writing fumble, in my opinion. And it's made worse by the fact that not only is she never punished, she's turned into a hero. Seriously, this ending just fucking sucks. And Elementals is the weakest miniseries by far. Stakes had Marceline, and expanded on the lore of vampires, finally explaining how she was the vampire queen when we never saw anymore, and also showed us Marceline's backstory. Islands expanded on the world and showed us Finn, Martin's, and Susan's backstory, while explaining what happened to humans in general. Elements has the characters explore Ooh, but slightly worse, and makes the worst character in the show a hero. So yeah, this sucks, specifically the latter half of the arc. Even without that, I still think it would be the lowest, just because Islands and Stakes are very strong, but LSP being here just cements that in my mind. Elements is just the worst. Now, I'm done with the rant, and Adventure Time is done doing these miniseries, thank God. Now we can finally move on to a normal episode, Abstract, which follows Jake, who's still a weird blue thing, though he insists nothing has changed. He rejects change in general, as a matter of fact. When he has a dream seeing Germain painting abstract art, it distresses him, as apparently Germain only paints realism and representational art, so he tries to go save him. Eventually, when he finds Germain, he explains nothing's going on, he's just changed and trying something new. And he points out that Jake's in denial that anything about himself has changed. Not just physically, but he's also changed as a person. And after some denial, while he looks at Germain's paintings, he finally accepts that he's changed. Because everything changes. And as long as he accepts that he'll change, but it'll always be Jake, he'll be alright. And he finally turns back to normal, ironically enough. This episode is some of John DiMaggio's best voice work, by the way. And this episode in general is just great. I recommend you check it out. That's your homework. It's really refreshing after the Elemental series was such a dud. But I don't want to gush any longer. Again, maybe I'll make a video about it, but I've already said I might make a video about quite a few episodes. Now, let's move on to Catch Up, which is a Marceline and BMO episode. Very rare pairing, but I like it. The plot of this episode is that BMO and Marcy swap stories about their recent adventures, but obviously a little exaggerated. I like Marcy's because it explains how she actually reacted to the elemental spell first taking effect, since she'd definitely never go down without a fight. And the ending is really fucking sad, as she accepts that she's just not strong enough to fix this, and just gives in, becoming a candy person with Princess Bubblegum. But the ending of this episode is really sweet, when BMO shows Marcy some pictures of her mom. I legit wasn't expecting this goofy episode with a cameo from J.G. Quintel as a screaming bird to have such a sweet ending, but it was a nice surprise. Now, let's move on to Fiona and Cake and Fiona. That episode title was shockingly hard to say. Okay, I don't want to spend too long on this episode, but it's important. Ice King shows everyone a videotape of Fiona and Cake, and then someone claiming to be the real Fiona shows up, shocking everyone. But turns out she's not the real Fiona. She just saw that same tape projected onto her TV somehow and likes cosplaying as Fiona. Ice King points out how this is, lying and deceiving, something Fiona would never do, and she runs off, realizing that she was actually the Queen of Ooh. Oh yeah, the Queen of Ooh is also introduced in this episode. And right before the episode, we see someone projecting Fiona and Cake ideas into his mind. So that's interesting. Now let's move on to whispers. This episode follows Sweet Pea, who keeps having nightmares and hearing whispers of the Lich. They terrify him so much that they cause him to run away in the dead of night. Meanwhile, Finn and Fern are hanging out, Fern feeling like total shit since he never seems capable of what Finn can do. He couldn't even protect Ooh from being turned into a fucking weird at-war wasteland, but he'll keep trying. Eventually they run into Sweet Pea, and they decide to just protect him as they sleep in the swamp for the night, and they'll bring him back home in the morning. Sweet Pea explains the nightmare, and both Fern and Finn immediately realize what's going on. It's the Lich starting to break through once again. But not just that. In the middle of the night, they discover the Farm World Lich's hand whispering to Sweet Pea. Finn, realizing what it is, chases it. In fact, he chases it to where it all began. Back to the Well of Power. And it seems like Finn is about to lose to the Lich once and for all, as he gives one of his trademark speeches, projecting his shadow onto the wall. And even worse, Sweet Pea managed to escape Fern, and is also there, seemingly overtaken by his Lich side. Until...
I am not a king of ruin.
What?
I am sweet. You're just a naughty hand.
That's right. Turns out Sweet Pea's sweet side actually won that battle, and he defeats the Lich once and for all. Meanwhile, Fern, he's fucking done being the other Finn. He's done failing, deciding he's gonna make himself the only Finn.
Yeah, but that's a weird thing to call me.
This episode fucking rocks. It's sad seeing Fern slowly feel more and more like he'll never be Finn, despite literally being Finn, and seeing the Lich one last time is awesome, and Sweet Pea being the one to finally defeat him is a perfect end to the storyline. Now, let's end this shockingly short season with 3 buckets, which follows Finn and Fern hanging out again. Fern revealing he's gotten really good mimicry and shape-shifting abilities, being able to perfectly replicate Finn in both appearance and voice. Uh-oh. He then decides to take Finn to a dungeon to slay evil there, just like the good old days.
I know a meatloaf dealer. What the? Fern? 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 I think maybe the wind blew the door shut. In active nature, I would presume.
I'm sorry. I don't actually know how to make meatloaf. That's just a pan of dirt.
Yeah, as you can probably expect, there is no evil here. It's a trap for Finn. So he leaves Finn there, promising to come back with a new bucket and dirt every month. Finn is obviously upset by this, but doesn't really know what to do until he discovers his arm actually has more features than he thought. He uses the arm to escape and attacks Fern. He very clearly doesn't want to hurt Fern, pleading for him to just give up and they can both go home. But Fern just won't listen, which forces Finn to...
It doesn't have to end like this. Today doesn't have to have this kind of finality.
Fatality.
Jesus. Finn is so clearly fucked up and traumatized by this, he did quite literally kill himself. Fern was literally Finn, and the closest thing he had to a true blue twin brother, and he clearly cared about him like one. Like, aside from their first meeting, Finn never wanted to fight Fern. Finn cared about him so much that doing this traumatizes him, and Finn usually has no problem killing things. Him and Jake actually have an insane kill count, so this is a big deal. This episode was amazing, honestly, but we also get a little hint towards the next season as Uncle Gumbald picks up Fern's grass pieces. Let's not linger too much on that. This season as a whole was super mixed. Elemental was good until it wasn't and annoyed the piss out of me. Should mention, I'm not genuinely angry at LSP. I'm not someone who will genuinely hate a fucking fictional character. She just annoys me. But the season did turn around at the end there with the last few episodes, but overall, this was one of the weakest seasons in the whole show. It feels drawn out, despite it also being the shortest so far. So I hope they turn around with this mixed quality with the next season, which is also the last season. So they really only have one more shot. So let's finally move on to Season 10. That's right, we end with a perfect 10 seasons, and this one starts with The Wild Hunt, which follows Finn and Jake having to stop a massive banana monster that's been attacking the banana guards, which is obviously a slight problem. However, despite him never struggling before to kill, especially to kill a monster, after what he did to Fern, Finn just can't bring himself to kill it, even when Jake's life is at risk. But he doesn't give up, and follows the beast, teaming up with Huntress Wizard to take it out. God, I missed her so much. She's a fun character, and her and Finn have such fun chemistry. She's even the one to help him get over Fern, putting herself in danger. Finn realizes that saving her, he can do what he couldn't with Fern, and he finally slays the beast, and kisses Huntress Wizard. They also realize this beast is made out of candy, and that's because our mysterious Uncle Gumbald is trying to make his own kingdom, and he's made something new and better than this monster. This episode was lovely. Finn's story and development is great. Seeing him actually struggle with death after killing someone who's legit human and not even just pure evil is great, and Huntress Wizard helping him is sweet. I should mention, I'm just covering the whole season this time, every episode. I know I don't usually do that, but every episode is important, so I can't really skip any. Well, there's like one episode that's not important, but I just decided, fuck it. You'll see. Anyway, let's move on to Always BMO Closing, which follows BMO becoming a door-to-door salesman with the help of Ice King. And right before I explain why this episode is important, random thing I wanted to mention, for some reason this episode randomly brings back I've labeled this the sword gag, where a sword will appear along with XYZ time. They haven't done this since Season 2 to my memory, but it's funny to see it again nonetheless. Anyway, eventually BMO and Ice King stumble upon Gumbaldia, which is where Uncle Gumbald lives, as you can expect. And in exchange for Finn's baby teeth, no, you heard me right, he gives BMO a silver cup, then sends a bunch of baby teeth Finn clones to attack the treehouse, but they defeat them, so that's nice. Keep the silver cup in mind, by the way. Now, let's move on to Son of Rap Bear. Okay, so this episode isn't very important in all honesty, but it's one of only two I'd be skipping if I didn't mention it, so I just decided why the fuck not. Phoebe is challenged to a high-stakes rap battle with Rap Bear's son. I didn't really mention him before. And so she has to hone her freestyle rap skills to defeat him. The best part of this episode is Phoebe and Flame King kinda somewhat making up, and him supporting her rap endeavors. Sorry, it's just now dawned on me that we know Phoebe's real name, but Flame King is only ever called Flame King. Anyway, yeah, he supports her in her battle with Rap Bear's son, and she wins. I guess you could say her beats were pretty fire. So this episode was nice. I can't not like it, as Keith David is in it, and I am obligated to like Keith David in any role he's in. So let's move on to Bonnabelle Bubblegum, which follows Finn, Jake, BMO, and Princess Bubblegum just chillin'. Princess Bubblegum seeing BMO's silver cup reminds her of her uncle, and she finally tells her backstory about the creation of the Candy Kingdom. Apparently back when she was quite young and it was just her and Nettie against the world, she decided to make, well, a family. An uncle named Gumbald, an aunt named Lolly, and a cousin named Chiclay. Apparently, for a while, it was all sunshine and daisies. They grew some taffy trees, they farmed and bonded, but one day, Gumbald got an idea. An awful idea. Uncle Gumbald got a wonderful, awful idea. So he chops down the taffy trees. Hey, wait a minute!
And here at this site, my great-uncle Gumbald cut down all these taffy trees in a single night.
Cause those trees were evil! Right, Princess Bubblegum?
Nah.
So yeah, this is the event we were told about so fucking long ago. Apparently, Gumbald wants to make his own Candy Kingdom. That's also a tourist trap, When Bonnie tries to stop him, they first set her up with young Mr. Cream Puff.
Old Mr. Cream Puff?
We used to date.
Holy shit. And finally, they decide to try a new concoction called Dum Dum Juice. Gumball also uses this on Chiclay and Lolly, turning them into Manfred the Pinata and Crunchy. Holy shit! And then, when he tries to use it on Bonnie, she causes him to accidentally spill it on himself, turning him into the Punch Bowl! Oh my god! This is some of the first candy people we ever saw. This is genuinely one of the best retcons and plot twists in a cartoon that I've ever seen. It's such a cool little callback. Anyway, in the end, Princess Bubblegum takes on the title of princess, and, well, the rest is history. Some of that history you've actually already seen, you know, with Shoko and all that. I'm realizing now that that was like an hour ago. Princess Bubblegum seems a little bittersweet about the whole thing. Well, until she realizes that this is a cup actually from her uncle, and that the whole resetting of Ooh caused her family as a whole to return, and they're definitely up to no good. This episode rules, man. Princess Bubblegum's backstory definitely exceeded my expectations, and the plot twists and retcons are so fun. Making 3 other Bubblegums the first 3 candy people we really see is genuinely such a great idea. Really makes it feel like we've gone full circle in a way. And I can't wait to see what comes next in 17. 17 follows Finn at the Candy Kingdom, celebrating his 17th birthday. You fucking idiot. Everything seems pretty hunky-dory until the mysterious Green Knight arrives, also offering Finn a gift, but also a challenge. Basically, they have 3 challenges to see who is the best. The Green Knight cheats at the first one, lets Finn win the next one, and then they finally have one last arm wrestle to see who's the best. And it's revealed that the Green Knight is Fern. Yeah, he's back, though it was really obvious. Fern does win the arm wrestle, and right when he's about to take out Finn, Gumball stops him, finally revealing himself to Princess Bubblegum, who figures out that the reset in elements brought them back, which I just mentioned. They then skedaddle, saying they really only did this just to show how fucked Princess Bubblegum is gonna be, since they did just take out her strongest warrior, and they promise that this isn't the end. So, that's not good. We do get a little break from this tension in Ring of Fire, another episode that's not particularly important and I don't have much to say about. It's about Tree Trunks needing to give a ring back to her ex-husband. Her ex-husband is voiced by David Herman, who voices Mr. Frond in Bob's Burgers.
I think you've been holding on to the secret when you don't have to. This may sound crazy, but kids might listen to you more if they knew that you made a big mistake when you were their age.
You know what, Tina? You're right. That does sound crazy.
That's 3 Bob's Burgers voice actors in total. Anyway, this episode's nice. Now let's move on to Marcy and Hunson. I'm just now realizing they really like the name and name title, huh? Anyway, this one finally brings back Hunson Abadir one more time. This time just to make Finn a new sword in preparation for the battle with Gumbaldia. And that's quickly done, so he wants to see Marceline. They very hesitantly decide to let him do that, but only with his magic binded, making him basically a normal, albeit very menacing looking guy. He claims he wants to make up with Marceline once and for all, considering he was never the best parent for her.
Marceline! Long time no see. Some goober with glasses summoned me. What's that thing? Just gonna put this here, okay? Now let's go suck some souls! I don't know what it is.
Oh yeah, little loose end tied up there. Hunson is the one that Simon sent after he had to leave Marcy. Anyway, Marcy is also very hesitant to accept him after, you know, but he honestly seems genuine. Despite that, things are still obviously tense and awkward, and that only gets worse when he goes to her concert she's throwing for ghosts and kinda ruins it by being a little too proud of her. In fact, he's so proud of her that it, ruins the concert, and the ghosts start kicking his shit in since he can't fight back. One thing I love is that this is the first time the whole rock, paper, scissors rule with the ghosts and vampires actually comes into play, as Marceline also can't save Hudson, leading Finn to save the day with his night sword. So that's nice. Hudson finally says just how happy and proud he is of Marceline, so that's sweet. This episode is just so nice. Hudson is fun to see again. It's been a really long time in retrospect. It's also really sweet that, well, Hudson genuinely wanted to patch things up. He's a shockingly deeper character than you'd ever expect. Anyway, let's not dilly-dally and move on to the first investigation, which follows Finn and Jake being tasked to investigate Joshua and Margaret's old office by Kim Kil-won because a monster of some sort is haunting it. So they do so and discover that the office has weird properties. Stuff like furniture and even rooms sometimes just shifting around like it's their fucking back rooms. That joke's dated. Anyway, they even begin running into strange ghost memories that they can interact with, which seems to cause certain things in the memories that they remember to happen. Eventually they discover that this isn't a ghost, but instead the work of the Clock Bear? Otherwise known as
a guy that knows what time it is.
That is such a random callback, but anyway, they even realize that they were actually the monster that spooked Kim Kil-won's client. So that's a fun little loop. This episode was fun. It feels like it's a bit of a send-off to Joshua and Margaret, and that's nice. They've been such a huge part of the series, being Finn and Jake's parents, and the reason they're such great heroes. Also, Jake gets kidnapped by his alien dad. Anyway, on to Bananas, which follows Finn trying to find something to do while Jake is gone. He does one of those write the joke things in a magazine, and is pissed when nobody gets his joke. So he decides to team up with Ice King to see what the actual winning caption was.
I'm going to write you a prescription for one giant club?
So they decide to fix this clear injustice and print out Finn's joke as the last blah. That's the name of the magazine, by the way. And then, once it's finally printed, they destroy everything so no one can make any more blah. I mean, the obvious course of action, if you ask me. Now, let's move on to Temple of Mars, which follows Jermaine seeing that Jake is in space through his dreams, and goes to see what's going on with Finn. Finn, now having a lead through Jermaine, decides to go to Mars since that's the only place in space he can really access. You know, with Magic Man's whole thing. Which works, and they arrive on Mars, where they not only run into Normal Man, but also run into Betty, who's apparently on the path to rehabilitation. Apparently, to locate Jake, they have to retrieve a device from a mind maze, so they go into it to retrieve it, with Betty's help. As you can guess, the three trails in the mind maze play off of the different characters' problems, like Finn's guilt about Fern, Betty's obsession with Ice King, and clinging on to the past, and it's here we learn that she was planning to go on a lovely trip, but the day she was supposed to go, she met Simon, and stayed with him instead to help him find the Enchiridion, and she decides that she can save herself and gives past Betty a different future. Once they finish this, they find Jake. Yeah, he was brought here by the device. This episode was fun. Betty's backstory is fucking depressing, and it's also made worse by the fact that she does not learn her lesson. In fact, she convinces Normal Man to help her use Golb's power to bring back Simon and Margles. Uh-oh. Anyway, let's move on to Jake the Star Child. This episode reveals what happened to Jake after his dad showed up. He was taken to his home planet, his dad revealing his name to be Warren Ampersand, and also revealing that Jake is apparently a chosen one, destined to battle Ishkano, a dark being with tentacles that stretch across the galaxy, and apparently he needs to use his stretchy powers to get an artifact that will help him do that. Also, his dad is dying and gave Jake and him matching belts. After using his abilities to get the artifact, called the Panzark, Jake notices that he's losing energy, but his dad seems much more energetic, despite dying. Before he can question further, Ishkano shows up, and he has to stretch to use the Panzark, which drains him of even more energy, and you can guess where this is going. Jake's not a chosen one, this isn't his home planet, there is no Ishkano. Warren has just been sucking Jake's life forces and youth with the matching belts. Apparently he's done this thousands of times, basically having the infinite life glitch but he actually feels a little guilty this time, which Jake takes advantage of, stealing his belt and tricking Warren into giving him all that life essence back. Warren then decides to use a rocket to steal Jake's kid's essence, which wouldn't work anyway, as most of them can't even stretch. But either way, he flies into a black hole, so that's unfortunate. Well, unfortunate for him, it's fortunate for Jake. I will say, I feel like this whole episode is a huge retcon, because, like, the big twist in the episode Warren first appeared in is that he seems like he may be a baby, but no, he's an adult, and this is a scam he runs all the time. But either way, this episode was fun. It definitely feels like it was done to finally explain Jake's backstory before the end, since they probably won't get a chance to do that after the show's over for obvious reasons. So yeah, this was nice. Now let's move on to Gumbaldia. This is the penultimate episode of the show, and it opens with the Candy Kingdom preparing for war with Gumbaldia. Finn and Jake, however, aren't exactly down for an all-out candy war, so they decide to try some diplomacy and go to visit Gumbaldia to try and establish some peace, and they're welcomed? Very hesitantly. Uncle Gumbald is completely uninterested in establishing any kind of peace, just desiring war. He even reveals his ultimate diabolical plan to use a massive cake mech to wreck ass. But as he shows this to Finn, the lift they're on falls and Finn has to save him, which seems to give him a whole turnaround, as he seems to immediately take a liking and respect to Finn, even inviting him to dinner and practicing their strange traditions with him. He even signs a peace treaty, which absolutely flabbergasts Bubblegum when they bring it to her. Unfortunately... Okay, so yeah, the glitter juice was the dum-dum solution from earlier. This attempted attack means they're officially at war, and that means Gumbald must assemble a team of previous villains. This will not be relevant in the slightest, and I honestly don't know why they're here or even mentioned. But anyway, this episode was fine. Finally time for us to end this all with Come Along With Me. This is the 45-minute finale to the show, and oh boy do I have a lot to talk about. So this episode opens up, well, in a completely unexpected way, with us gazing into the future of Ooh and meeting Shermie, a tiny energetic rabbit thing, and Beth, a princess who can open portals all over the place through her stomach. They see a massive Gumball Guardian that scraps up Finn's robot arm. Shermie and Beth both take interest in it and want to learn more about it, so Beth decides to go to the library.
Oh, not the library! You can't make me!
The library and discover the one person who could know about it is the King of Ooh himself, Bimo, who lives at the peak of a mountain and has a massive collection of things from all across the show. Seeing the arm, Bimo tells the story of the Great Gum War, and that's when we pick up where we left off, Finn and Jake scouting the battlefield, seeing Betty, Normal Man, and Maja, but not much of the actual opposition. Meanwhile, Princess Bubblegum has rounded up basically all of the allies her, Finn, and Jake have, even dubious ones like Lemon Grab, to help aid in this war. Also, Huntress Wizard is here. I think it's a real missed opportunity to not have her and Finn have any interactions in this entire episode, but you know who does get a moment?
A word?
Yeah, that makes up for it. I love this scene with Marcy and Bonnie. Marcy being terrified of the war, being one of only like 5 characters in the show who witnessed the Great Mushroom War firsthand. The war took her mother from her, so she's absolutely terrified of something like this happening to everyone else. And I love that what Marceline says is one of the first and only things that make Bonnie hesitate. And as both sides get to the front lines and are about to attack, Finn gets an idea and tries to convince Princess Bubblegum one last time. I love this scene too. Princess Bubblegum being reminded of Shoko and knowing that she's been friends with Finn for centuries, probably close to the same amount of time she's known Marceline, is the only thing that actually makes her try one last time for peace. It doesn't go well, so they use the nightmare juice to knock everyone out. Unfortunately, all Gumball and Princess Bubblegum want to do is kill each other, causing them to go chase each other. Fern is abandoned once again, which he doesn't take well, becoming a pterodactyl.
I'm gonna fly around and wreck things until I feel better, or until I tire myself out.
Which causes Finn to chase after him as a butterfly, and eventually they turn into bears and begin fighting. Finn trying to convince him that they don't have to fight because they're both the same person. Jake decides to help by finding Finn's vault and proving they are the same, and especially share the same torment. Meanwhile, Princess Bubblegum and Gumball continue battling, and then they see things from each other's perspectives. Gumball feeling Bubblegum's terror when he attacked her and stress of ruling a kingdom, and Princess Bubblegum realizing what it's like to be a candy citizen, that they actually have more complex thoughts than she thought, especially the family she doused in dum-dum juice. Back with Fern and Finn, Jake returns with the vault, Fern and Finn finally understanding each other and facing their torment. They then travel inside Fern and finally destroy the grass demon once and for all, meaning he's free, finally back to a true blue Finn, at least in his mind and heart. And soon, they wake up and try making peace.
Rat.
What?
But apparently Gumball was actually planning to betray Bonnie anyway? Okay. So instead they make peace with Aunt Lolly. Also, Fern is slowly falling apart since the grass demon was the reason he had a physical body. But other than that, everything is sunshine and daisies.
Yep. We donked up for real.
Yeah, so remember Betty and Magic Man? Yeah, they ended up summoning Golb, who begins immediately using his powers to turn Gumbaldians and Candy Citizens into horrific monsters. Princess Bubblegum literally telling her people to just fucking run away, since yeah, they don't stand a chance. In fact, the only one, according to Normal Man, with any chance of stopping this is Ice King, so he brings him up to try and talk Betty out of this, and she doesn't take it well. She gets so angry that it causes an explosion, leading them directly into Golb's mouth and his stomach. Finn follows closely behind them, and his arm gets chopped off. You see? Meanwhile, the battle with the monstrous creatures rages on, and Marceline becomes absolutely enraged when she sees Princess Bubblegum crushed by one, turning into the dark cloud and destroying the monster, only being calmed when she notices that Bubblegum is fine. They embrace and...
I might have a concussion.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Fucking finally, they kissed. Thank God. I've been waiting so goddamn long for this, seriously. Finally, it can no longer be denied that these two gals are anything but super incredibly gay. Unless you're one of those guys who claims this was all Rebecca Sugar. Yes, there's people who really believe that Rebecca Sugar came in and manipulated everything to make Princess Bubblegum and Marceline gay. I'm not kidding. Fortunately, while they kiss, the monster regenerates and begins making its way to the treehouse. Inside Golb's stomach, Betty, Ice King, and Finn are being digested. Apparently for Golb, that entails being broken down and regressing to your most basic form. And for Ice King, that means... That's right, against all odds, Simon is back, and the crown is back to its original state as well, before Gunther even used it, which is grim as it implies Gunther and everyone else has been fucking erased. While Betty is happy to see Simon again, they're, about to be eaten by a chaos god. Meanwhile, outside of Golb's stomach, Jake noticed the beast heading towards the treehouse and decides to try and stop it, turning into his blue form and everything. However, he fails, and the treehouse is destroyed, which finally makes him break, and there's only one person who can help him. BMO. Saying that for once, they're gonna take the title of Guardian, since Jake is always the one protecting him and Finn, and they begin singing Time Adventure, which is a lovely little song. And not only is it great, it also hurts the monsters. Princess Bubblegum and Marceline notice this and join in the singing, as they realize that musical harmony harms Golb, and his monsters, since Golb is, well, the embodiment of discord and chaos. So everyone begins singing in harmony, and I mean everyone. And using this, it opens a little escape tunnel in Golb's belly, which means that Simon, Finn, and Betty can escape. But Betty refuses to go, and shuts the two out, and she tries to use the crown to try and defeat Golb, but it doesn't work. And after many failed wishes, she makes one desperate last wish. And it works. Golb beginning to morph and shift until he's fused with Betty. Simon is absolutely heartbroken by this, but it saves Ood as she flies up through a portal, vanishing. And then Gunther grabs the discarded crown. Oh dear, now we gotta deal with Orgolorg.
Say, where's Gunther? My beautiful child that I love.
Oh, no, he just wishes to be Ice King, or the Ice Thing, as I believe it's called. But to add on to the sacrifices, Finn finds Fern, slowly disintegrating.
Just promise to plant me there.
No, I'm not crying. Anyway, Bonnie and Finn have one last talk in the ruins of the treehouse.
You're getting tall. Good night.
Night, PB.
I love that line. It really shows just how far Finn has come. He was originally so much shorter than Bubblegum, and now he's grown up, and nearly the same height as her. And the show ends with Finn and Jake hanging around the music hall, which begins singing Come Along With Me, as we get to see the futures and even pasts of some characters, showing that even if the show's over, in a way, the fun will never end in the distant lands of Ooo. This finale has me somewhat mixed, and most of that can be attributed to one single thing: Simon Petrikov. Simon returning while sweet in a vacuum kinda is odd when it comes to the themes of Adventure Time. You see, Ice King and his development is very clearly meant to be a metaphor for someone developing and changing because of mental illness, while Betty is very clearly meant to represent someone who refuses to accept that their loved one won't be the same anymore due to the mental illness. Sure that they can bring back that person they love if they just try hard enough. You know, they're the people who claim mental illness and disabilities is caused by shit like vaccines and stuff and can be cured with crystals and prayer. And all her attempts to save Simon are always portrayed as negative or even villainous. So why does Simon actually come back? I think they just wanted to bring him back because he is a fan favorite character, and also give Betty some kind of happy ending, but I feel like it kind of ruins the allegory and validates Betty. When, like, she's clearly meant to be someone who's ableist and anti-medicine, like, that's clearly the allegory they're making. So why do you validate her? Yeah, that's a little strange to me, but I like Simon, so it balances out. Overall, doing this was shockingly less draining than regular show. Despite being longer than regular show, I felt way worse after that binge than this, and I think that's because Adventure Time never felt static. Every time Adventure Time was starting to feel repetitive or complacent, it would shake things up. Right when I said it was starting to feel repetitive, stakes happened. Or they'd shake things up in the status quo, introduce something new, someone new. They constantly added on to it, so it never felt repetitive, never felt complacent. It always felt like it was trying something new. I always heard that Adventure Time was like other long-running shows. Starts off really good, then later gets super shit and terrible and will make you want to die. But I don't know. I never felt that. It changed and grew, yeah. Sure, there are some stinkers at some points, but there's also some genuinely amazing episodes in there. As well, way more good than bad. And the ending, while having some problems, is genuinely beautiful. It had me tearing up a little, if I'm being honest. So, we're back here again. What's the answer to that burning question? Was Adventure Time really that good? Well, I can't answer that. Not yet. That's right, you've been duped, tricked, deceived, and dare I say, hornswoggled. I'm not done yet. We have a little epilogue to get through. The 2 Adventure Time sequel/spin-off shows, Distant Lands, and Fiona and Cake. These won't really affect how I feel about the main show, and I won't be talking about them nearly as long, I hope, but I want to cover them, because I think they're pretty important still, and plus I'm not going to have a fucking chance to do this again. So, let's move on to the first spin-off for Adventure Time, released 2 years after the finale, Distant Lands. Distant Lands is a 4-part anthology series that focuses on different characters from the Adventure Time series, at different points in time. The first episode is BMO, which follows, well, BMO, obviously, who's currently traveling through space. Okay? And something I noticed immediately is that the art style feels a little different. Like, it still is obviously Adventure Time, but there's something so slightly different about how everything is animated and drawn that I notice. That's not a criticism, by the way, I just noticed it. Anyway, as BMO travels through space, he bumps into a weird alien eye thing that hijacks his ship and takes him to this strange civilization called the Drift, which is where this cute bunny alien called Y5 lives, and they're constantly being forced to find useful materials to help their parents and the Drift's leader, Hugo. They're so focused on being useful, they're not great parents. Yeah. But eventually Y5 finds BMO after he lands in the Drift. Y5 realizes that BMO could be very useful, so they take BMO back to their secret lab to, check up on him, see what he's made for, and see what parts he has. BMO, however, decides they're just gonna help out the Drift and fix up a hole they made. After doing so, he dons the title of Sheriff, and also names the weird eye thing Olive. So hey, that's nice. Doesn't stop Y5 from deciding to take him home. Also, Olive can shapeshift into anything, forgot to mention that. And while they encounter some conundrums on their way home, Y5 eventually arrives and their parents...
Howdy, Mom! Nice to meet you.
Yeah, they don't exactly see any merit in BMO and try to take him apart until an alarm goes off and Y5 puts them together to try and help this place that's basically flooded. And they succeed. And after their success, they're picked up by Mr. M and brought to Hugo, who's basically Jesus to these people. And also, I must say, Mr. M, he looks very familiar. I just can't put my finger on it. But anyway, Hugo decides to send BMO into the jungle pod to get the crystal that he needs. Apparently, they can't go into the jungle pod because, well, it's incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, BMO isn't flesh, so he stands a chance. And despite some difficulty, he manages to get it. However, Mr. M Mr. M betrays him.
BMO always bounces back. Not this time. But I'm supposed to save the Drift. That's my job. Now your job is to be dead.
Remember when this audio was popular on TikTok? Anyway, Y5 rummages through Mr. M's office, and they discover that Mr. M is actually killing the Drift as they take more and more components from the different environments. Y5 tries to tell their parents about this, but they don't believe them at all, and deactivate Olive and take the drive they stole. And they're finally fed up and say they're gonna help BMO and save the Drift, calling out how horrible of parents they've been.
Kids, right? Always calling out their deadbeat parents.
What?
What?
So, they save BMO, or BMO's parts, I suppose, and take them to Seago, who's, well, a knockoff of the Moes, who, while repairing BMO, reveals that Hugo is also super duper evil and plans on just taking VIPs into space with his project. So once BMO is returned and Y5 makes up with them, they go to finally expose Hugo, who, well, just admits to it before trying to escape with the Unity pod. Everyone finally believes Y5 and decide to disconnect the Unity pod to stop it from completely draining the Drift. And it works, and Hugo is basically left drifting in space. So that's good. And everyone decides to rebuild the Drift and thrive there, instead of just fucking off. Also, Y5's parents finally apologize for being assholes, and BMO decides his work here is done, and goes back into space, soon arriving at Earth, and meeting Finn and Jake for the first time. That's a fun little twist, revealing it was a prequel the whole time, and they kinda try to make you think it's a sequel. And overall, this episode is pretty fun. It's a nice little beginning to this short little anthology. So, let's move on to...
Gotcha, scared you.
Obsidian. This episode takes place after the events of Adventure Time, opening with an introduction to the Glass Kingdom, including See-Through Princess and her best friend, Glass Boy, who is, well, treated like shit, because he has a crack. Apparently this kingdom basically worships Marceline because years and years ago she used a song to defeat a lava monster, and now they sing it every year to keep the monster from coming out of the furnace. Unfortunately, Glass Boy, trying to fix himself with the heat, opens the furnace and lets Larvo out. That's the name of the monster, by the way. And after escaping prison, he decides to go find Marceline. First, Glass Boy finds Simon, singing Remember You at a bar. I really wish they released a full version of Simon's cover. I don't know why they didn't, honestly. Anyway, after meeting Glass Boy, Simon takes him to Marceline, who is currently hanging out with Princess Bubblegum, as they're officially a couple now, if, the ending of Adventure Time didn't, clue you in on that. Also, Simon is Marcy's roommate now, so that's nice. Anyway, Glass Boy explains what's going on, and while hesitant, her and Princess Bubblegum decide to help out the Glass Kingdom, and while on their way, they pass by Marceline's childhood home, and we get to see more of her childhood with her mom, who's currently having her draw out some stuff seemingly for fun, while she prepares to take her to a clubhouse. After that flashback, they arrive at the Glass Kingdom, and after some hostility, Marceline tries using her song to defeat Larvo again. We discover this was actually originally one big fuck you song towards Princess Bubblegum, and that the previous events in the Glass Kingdom were actually why they broke up. However, when she tries singing the song again, it doesn't work. She tries to sing another angry song, and...
The other day, you used my brush. It was okay. I didn't mind. Ugh.
Yeah, she doesn't really have that angry punk in her anymore. So after realizing that Princess Bubblegum expected, maybe even wanted her to fail, she decides to go to the place where she's most tortured. Back to the desert, and back to her childhood home, where we get to see more of her childhood. Marcy and her mom are traveling through the desert, and while being attacked by a weird mutant wolf, Elise, her mom's name according to the wiki, sees Marceline suck a soul for the first time, which seems to make her very scared, and while she tinkers with a motorcycle and coughs up blood, she snaps at Marceline, just telling her to leave her alone and go to the clubhouse, and it seems that this was the last time Marceline saw her mom. Meanwhile, Princess Bubblegum tries to defeat Larvo, but ends up just making it more dangerous.
I did it! All that root beer came from my body!
All you're doing is making the shark more dangerous, Bob.
I can say that, Hugo!
It was an FYI.
Back with Marceline, she finally returns to the clubhouse, which is actually just a fallout shelter, and makes the discovery that Elise left her a message there. And it reveals that she wasn't scared or angry at Marceline. She just didn't want Marceline to watch her die. Jesus, that is fucking depressing. After having this realization, she decides to go back to Bubblegum and help her out. Fortunately, these goop assassins attack her and... Shit. Oh yeah, by the way, Marceline is being chased by glass assassins. Or glass assassins. Anyway, she returns and, can't really be much help, so Glass Boy decides to save the day by luring Larvo back into the cave, Princess Bubblegum and Marceline following close behind, and they end up getting caved in when these royal dick burgers fuck with Princess Bubblegum's force field, and as Marceline realizes this could be the end, she finally opens up telling Princess Bubblegum what happened with her mom, and they have a heartfelt moment as Marceline sings an adorable love song. And we see that Larvo isn't some evil beast, just some creature that lives in this cave. And the love song seems to work as it goes through a metamorphosis and becomes a cute butterfly thing flying away. And after See-Through Princess refuses to step down after getting a crack, it's revealed that basically everyone has a crack, which is... It's super corny, but it's a sweet little message. Also, Finn and Brownwind show up at the end. I didn't mention Brownwind. It's Jake's granddaughter and Kim Kilwald's daughter.
That man's towel just blew off.
My bad.
I just wanted to show this clip. Anyway, this episode is super fun, and it's really fun to see Princess Bubblegum and Marceline actually being a couple, since they only got together right at the end of Come Along With Me, so seeing a full 45 minutes of them being a couple is adorable. And again, the ending is corny, but it's sweet. It's sweet corn, I suppose. Alright, now we're gonna watch the episode that made me cry. Together Again. This episode opens up like any old Adventure Time episode, intro and all, and it follows Finn and Jake stealing an ice cream that's got 50 flavors from a bunch of ice cream monsters. But something's just off. The episode feels dreamlike as they keep shifting between scenarios without rhyme or reason, until eventually they come across a grave, and Jake crawls into it as he melts.
No! This isn't happening! Not now! Not again! Not...
God, this episode is already a gut punch. Eventually, Finn realizes this is an illusion and rips off a parasite on his back, revealing he's actually a super old man. And also, he's dead, which means he can finally see Jake again. Soon he runs into Mr. Fox, who's his guide to the dead world, and reveals that Finn's actually able to change into any form his spirit has been before. I love that Finn specifically picks the version of himself that's missing an arm. That's really cool. It shows that this is his ideal self. Anyway, Mr. Fox explains that Jake is in the highest dead world, the 50th, and Finn is supposed to go to the 37th. Finn says fuck that and decides to go to Death's castle, even running into Tiffany, who's apparently a Reaper and capable of moving between dead worlds. And soon, Finn confronts New Death. Yeah, old Death died and his son replaced him. Finn tries to get him to let him see Jake, but it doesn't work. However, New Death decides to let him go, despite, really trying to kill him, and not killing him gives Finn the opportunity to steal Tiffany's harmonica thing and go through the different dead worlds to find Jake. He also runs into some familiar faces, including his parents.
Belly aching never solved a ding-dang thing, yeah.
This scene is really sweet. Fortunately, it's cut short as Tiffany and the Reaper show up and fucking obliterate this dead world, which absolutely breaks Finn. And this is where the tears start forming, as Finn has a complete meltdown. It is just so fucking heartbreaking to watch.
Why didn't you wait for me?
Jake!
I need you.
Luckily though, this emotional outburst finally causes Jake to show up. Unfortunately, he seems to not care. He acts above it all and tries to return to the 50th dead world, until Reapers show up and attack Finn, which causes Jake to finally stand up for him and save his brother. And then, it turns out, this was all New Death's plan, as he wants to get to the 50th dead world, as apparently even he is not in control of it. Unfortunately, after discovering that it's not just super heaven, he ends up sending everyone down to the first death world, which is the hell to 50th heaven. But Finn and Jake decide to contact someone outside the death world, that being Peppermint Butler. So he decides to send them to the Domain of Life, who's this cute snake lady. I love her design. And while initially not interested in helping, after discovering New Death wants to end reincarnation, thank you, iPhone. After discovering New Death wants to end reincarnation, she gets fed up and gives them a weapon called the Kiss of Life, which can apparently just one-shot death. Also, Tiffany actually saved their family and is slowly bonding with them. They even save his life. Anyway, Finn and Jake go to attack New Death one final time. However, he reveals that if they kill him, one of them will become Death, because that's what happened to him. He ended up killing Death because of someone's influence, and that someone has now overtaken him entirely.
Burn. Heroes of Ooh. It's only a matter of time.
I know that voice.
That's right, the Lich's hand has taken control of Death, Finn and Jake having to defeat him one final time. But they fight over who makes the sacrifice. I love this scene. They both love each other so much that they fight over who sacrifices themselves. But eventually, in this final battle, Mr. Fox is the one who uses the Kiss of Life. Apparently Finn and Jake were just holding the weapon the wrong way. So now Mr. Fox is Death, and he restores everything back to normal, and Finn and Jake have one last heartfelt moment, Finn explaining he didn't really live a fulfilling life after Jake's death, because deep down he was just waiting to die so he could see Jake again. And so he decides to be reincarnated and live a fulfilling life without Jake, finally accepting his death and moving on. However, Jake decides to go back anyway, just for fun, and to be with Finn again. This is one of the best things to come out of the Adventure Time franchise. It's a heartbreaking and touching story about love, loss, and moving on. The voice acting is amazing. Jeremy Shada is giving us his absolute A-game. Also, the designs of the dead worlds and the animation in general is just gorgeous. This is the best episode of Distant Lands and one of the greatest things Adventure Time has ever made. There's just one weird thing. It's not the finale. for some reason. Yeah, we actually do have one more episode. That being Wizard City. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is the episode I have the least to say about. Basically, you know how in the last season of Adventure Time, Peppermint Butler gets hit with the dum-dum juice and turns into basically a baby? Well, this is him grown up a little, going to relearn his magic skills. I didn't mention it, but there's a running gag that Peppermint Butler is actually a dark wizard, and here we learn that he was the Dark Wizard. He was so evil that he was banned from Wizard City and treated like a spooky ghost story, almost like their Voldemort. Meanwhile, Peppermint, our kid Peppermint Butler, claims that Pep is only his uncle, which everyone is shockingly chill with. Like, obviously, yeah, Peppermint wouldn't be responsible if Peppermint Butler really was his uncle, which is obviously a lie, but in most stories, people would still probably distrust you. Unfortunately for Peppermint, he is struggling quite a bit with magic, which Peppermint Butler makes his displeasure with quite clear to him. Yeah, Peppermint is being harassed and bullied by a ghost of his past self for struggling. Eventually, Peppermint is put in the lowest magic house with only one other member, Abracadaniel's niece, Kadabra, who's only interested in doing stage magic, thinking real magic is too easy and boring. Anyway, the whole plot is that a mysterious stranger is kidnapping people and wrecking shit up, ending up framing Peppermint, who's eventually exposed as being Peppermint Butler. Eventually, Kadabra and Peppermint discover that it wasn't one wizard wrecking shit, it was all the teachers at school, who want to resurrect a dark magic being and treat Peppermint Butler like Jesus, because they think he's the perfect vessel for this being. Eventually, Peppermint does become this creature's vessel, specifically to save Kadabra and kill the teachers, and Kadabra saves him with stage magic and real magic combined. And they have a happy ending where Peppermint stays in the lowest house and tells Peppermint Butler to go fuck himself. So that's sweet. Again, I don't really have much to say about this episode. It's a wholesome little coming-of-age story mixed with a cool mystery. The twist was pretty fucking obvious. I don't hate this episode, but I just don't get why it's the finale. It's not some big deal, but it feels like a mistake, because Together Again works perfect as a finale. In fact, when these episodes were first, listed, people thought it was a mistake. Either way, Distant Lands is a lovely little epilogue anthology after Adventure Time's ending. Every episode is super fun and sweet. I just wish we got to see more. When this show was first announced, I was kinda hoping we'd get an episode about Susan and Frida and what they're up to. That would be perfect for this show. But I guess it's just a missed opportunity. The show is still great. And it was the true end to Adventure Time. For 3 years. Until we got Fiona and Cake. So I actually remember seeing this when it was first announced, and I was not super hyped, if I'm being honest. It felt like such a weird decision, and I was honestly expecting it to just be Adventure Time, but with Fiona and Cake instead, because, they're fan favorites. But then I noticed, wait a minute, is that Simon on the poster? Why is he here? Why is he in all the promotion, actually? And then we got the news that this wasn't a kid's show. No. This show was for big boys. The news that it was for adult is what truly piqued my interest. That's when I got pretty hyped for Fiona and Cake, and so I waited for the premiere, which was Fiona Campbell. This episode introduces, or rather reintroduces us to Fiona Campbell, not Mertens, and Cake, the normal cat. However, in her dreams, Fiona is a badass warrior princess, and Cake is a big stretchy cat who can talk. But that's just in her dreams. In reality, Fiona is a lost 20-something, constantly getting fired or quitting job after job, hating them all, and overall she feels bored of this world. Like, there's not enough magic in it. But even though she's fired from her tour bus job,
I never even wanted this stupid job in the first place, and no one even cares about your dumb tours!
Jesus, stop!
At least she's got friends, like Marshall Lee, the laid-back, aspiring musician with a strained relationship with his mother, to put it lightly. Oh, and Gary, a more uptight and nervous, aspiring baker who's currently working at a bakery ran by the most dream-crushing Irish lady ever. Also, Cake is acting strange, being heavily attracted to cold things, and after a visit to, well, not a vet, but the next best thing, LSP, Cake runs off and vanishes into an ice cream portal. To where exactly? Well, we discover that in Simon Petrikov, which, well, reintroduces us to Simon Petrikov. Apparently, he's no longer roommates with Marceline and now lives with the humans who moved into Ooh as a zoo attraction, and he is deeply unsatisfied with his life, not only because he is constantly being asked when he'll make more Fiona and Cake stories, but also because he just doesn't feel like he fits in or has a purpose anymore. He's the normal guy from modern day, hundreds of years ago in Adventure Time, and he lives in a magical world with mutants, unicorns, candy people, and even the humans are completely alien, all being futuristic with collars that let dogs talk, flying cars and motorcycles. The only human not like this being Finn, who's a badass warrior who saved the world multiple times before he was even 18. The intro implies he may even somewhat miss the days of the apocalypse with the Oozers. At least then things were simple. I also feel maybe there's a little bit of venting from Adam Mudo and possibly even Pendleton Ward. Not to analyze too deeply, but the way Simon is constantly pestered about Fiona and Cake, saying he doesn't want to make Fiona and Cake anymore and wants to work on new stuff, but nobody wants that new stuff. Everyone just wants more Fiona and Cake. Definitely feels a little like something Adam Mudo and Pendleton might struggle with a bit, and it's something a lot of popular creators struggle with. People just wanting their most popular works even when they finished it with a proper ending, but that's just a little tangent. Anyway, Finn decides to help cheer up Simon by blindfolding him and taking him to the heart of the forest, the most dangerous location in Ooh.
Oh! Oh! What the... Why didn't you tell me about the tree?
What tree?
And while Simon seems to have at least a little fun, especially when sharing his knowledge around the campfire, in the end he still feels empty. He can't even find joy when speaking with Marceline, who is basically his daughter. We even get a song from Rebecca Sugar, which perfectly describes how Simon feels now that he's not part of the madness. And the episode reveals that he's trying to summon Gulp, or open up portal to Gulp, just so he can see Betty again. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. All it does is open a portal in his head for Cake to leap through. And also, Prismo's remote begins beeping loudly. I love this episode. Tom Kenny does some of his best voice acting of his entire career here, and it only gets better. Also, this story is amazing already. They're really taking advantage of the mature audience by doing such a mature and depressing story for Simon that would be probably a bit too far if it was an Adventure Time. Like, unlike a lot of shows, it's not just mature in the way that it's graphic or crude, but the way it covers the feelings of emptiness and depression someone like Simon would feel in a world that's just not made for him. I also love how it mirrors Fiona's character. She completely disregards anything interesting or magical, so to speak, in her world, while also desperately wanting it, while Simon lives this magical dream world and desperately strives for normalcy of any kind. It's just, that's a great parallel. Now, let's move on to Cake the Cat, which follows Cake leaping out of Simon's head and in a panic running through the human city to try and find Fiona. Luckily, before she ran off, Simon gave her a collar that can allow her to talk, and after... yeah, that, she runs into the squirrel from up a tree that adjusts the collar until she sounds, well, like Cake. And soon she arrives at a market where she, well, causes a bit of a ruckus with her musical number. Meanwhile, Fiona is desperately searching for Cake, staying up all night to just find her. Receiving a little help from Marshall and LSP, and when she stops by Gary's bakery, he vows to help her as well. Unfortunately, or fortunately, she won't need his help, as she notices that the freezer in the bakery has become a portal, as she steps through it and pops out of Simon's head. Simon obviously being incredibly pissed and also incredibly confused. Fiona, however, realizes the magical world she's in and is super fucking hyped. She meets up with a Fiona and Cake fangirl, and she helps her find Cake, who's being pelted with tomatoes.
Oh! Fiona, just pull the pin!
You can talk?
I know! This place is nuts!
Oh my god, this is one of my top 3 fantasies.
Fiona, the pin!
Fiona, using her, stick-waving skills, beats them all up before...
Oh my gosh, you really are Fiona and Cake! The real ones! Can we go on an adventure?
Well...
Yeah, things may not have been as happy as they seem, and we understand why in Prismo the Wishmaster, which opens with Prismo longingly looking at memories of Finn and Jake. Actually, that happens in the previous episode, Cake the Cat, you fucking idiot. Obviously not taking Jake's death well, but when he finally decides to check what the alert on his remote is, he quickly panics and teleports Fiona and Cake to his time cube. And... okay, we gotta address the elephant in the room. Prismo has a new voice.
Oh, don't worry, dude. I got you covered. They're homemade.
I am Prismo the Wishmaster.
That tells me nothing!
And I was always confused as to why. No hate to the voice actor, but Prismo's original voice was just so charming, and this voice just doesn't capture that charm. Also, I should mention, the reason why Kumail didn't return to voice Prismo is a little infuriating. Also, this is from a quick Google search, so sorry if it's wrong. So, Kumail didn't turn down the role, because he didn't receive the offer for the role. Apparently some goober at Max or Warner or something fucked up and never actually sent the offer to voice Prismo to Kumail, who said he would have been fucking thrilled to reprise his role. He literally said he'd do it for free. That is... Jesus, that's so annoying. Again, no hate to the new voice actor. They do a fine job, but it's just not the same, and the weakest aspect of the show by far. He still has some good lines, though.
You just handed me the only thing I want.
My pickles?
The time room!
Anyway, Prismo turns Fiona and Cake into their more familiar forms, and also explains that apparently he's the one who really made Fiona and Cake. Apparently Prismo got fed up making universes for other people and decides to make a universe for himself, for a change. But since he's not allowed to do that, he hid the universe in Ice King's mind, but when Ice King was turned back into Simon, it caused Fiona and Cake's world to become normal. Prismo brings Simon into the time cube.
Better take a closer look. Now what?
Scolding him for trying to summon gold and accidentally causing a crossover. By the way, this line confuses me a little bit. Maybe I'm just stupid.
I didn't do anything. Liar. Crossovers don't just happen.
Because, according to the Enchiridion, crossovers do just happen sometimes.
The time room produces the time waves that are experienced by other dimensions. Some dimensions have permanent links that allow travel to and fro. Others become linked temporarily by naturally forming wormholes, and others can become linked artificially by magical portals, torn open by items of great power.
This is such a nitpicky thing to point out, but it's just kind of bothered me since I watched it again. But back to the show. Things get even worse when this strange red man shows up. This is the Scarab, who's a god auditor determined to take down Prismo. Prismo tries to get Fiona and Cake to go back into Simon's head, but they refuse and go out on their own, wondering if they even count as real people. Unfortunately, they just go in a circle, but at the last minute as the Scarab starts breaking down a door to get to them, Prismo gives them a remote, telling them to run and never stop running. So Fiona, Simon, and Cake all use the remote to teleport to another world, that being Farm World. And it's there Simon reveals his plan to make Fiona and Cake's world magic again, and make it go on forever.
I need to become Ice King again.
Oh no. Yeah, so the plot of the show is basically Simon trying to find the crown so he can go insane and not feel out of place anymore, which is a little fucked up, but we get to see them continue this journey in Destiny, which follows them both exploring Farm World, searching for the crown. Apparently, after the destruction of the crown and the world was unfrozen, it basically became a Mad Max apocalypse here, where Big Destiny calls the shots, claiming he beat Finn, or the Snowman. Sure, bud.
Big D's mind is back! Wow! I must escape first try!
He also has a kid now. Actually, 2 kids, but only one is important, that being Little Destiny, a girl who seems rather loyal, but helps save Simon and Fiona and Cake when the other kid is trying to rob them. They then run into Jay Mertens, who takes them to Finn. Again, it's weird to think about how this is technically the Finn we started the show with. Anyway, magic is a touchy subject in the Mertens household for obvious reasons, and while they're initially welcome, Finn snaps at them when he learns they're looking for the crown. Later that night, Jay reveals that when Finn got fucking hammered one night, he accidentally told him where he found it. So he takes the 3 to this crater, also revealing he's actually secretly dating Little Destiny, who's mysteriously sick. Jay even gave her this little gem from the crown. Wait a minute. Yeah, Big Destiny shows up and attacks them, and they figure out the gem Jay gave her is from the crown, and is almost certainly what's making Little Destiny sick. Which obviously presents a little bit of crisis in Destiny and Jay's relationship, but luckily Finn and Bartram show up to save the day with his fucking flamethrower arm, damn. Also, Simon suggests they use the crystal to track the crowns in other universes. After a little spat with the Destiny gang, and Jay and Little Destiny making up, the Scarab shows up, scaring away everyone but Finn, who fucking gets his ass for a moment.
Sweet.
But the Scarab eventually overpowers him and the gang fucking gets out of there. The Scarab grabbing onto them right as they do, teleporting with them, and that's where it ends. God, this episode was great. I love seeing how Farmworld turned out after the crossover episode, and I love seeing how being the Ice King has changed Finn, and seeing the family he started. Also, him going toe-to-toe with a god without hesitation is fucking sick. Also, Little Destiny and Jay are cute. Now, let's move on to The Winter King, which follows the gang entering a new dimension, and the Scarab immediately being frozen by the Winter King, who's this weird mishmash between Simon and the Ice King, because, well, he's Simon. He overcame the crown's madness and basically has all the powers and none of the downsides. Sounds perfect, right? Not just for the Winter King, who's managed to create his own ice utopia on par with the Candy Kingdom, but also for Simon, who's actually been shown that perhaps he can have the best of both worlds here? Maybe he can use the crown to bring magic back to Fiona's world, and overcome the crown's power to keep his sanity. However, after a conversation with the Winter King, who just has a machine for duplication so he can just duplicate the crown, Simon discovers that the Winter King barely remembers Betty. Also, is that an ice Marceline with the Abadir axe? You think Marceline would be thrilled to see that Simon has overcome the crown's power. And she also would never give up her axe, so what's going on? Probably nothing. Hey, back in Fiona's world, Gary starts looking around for Fiona after she just fucking vanished in the bakery he works at, and he finds Marshall, who just regularly shows up and takes showers in her apartment. Luckily, after the Winter King charges her phone and gives it bars somehow, she texts Gary to relieve his worries and explain that the random man in her apartment is Marshall Lee. So they start hanging out after Marshall discovers that Gary cooked those fucking delicious looking gingerbread men. Gary even shows him where he finds the best ingredients in town, and when Gary explains his dream to open his own bakery and everything, Marshall decides to make a few calls. Meanwhile, while hanging out with the Winter King, he gives Fiona a magic sword that just makes her a good fighter, which is useful as Princess Bubble, the Candy Queen, attacks. Apparently in this universe, Bubblegum is the weird, insane person who chases after princes, the Winter King in particular. Apparently she wants to literally get in a blender so their essences will be mixed.
So this happens a lot.
Not this part. This is an escalation.
Simon is actually sympathetic to the Candy Queen. Meanwhile, the Winter King has none of that sympathy, encouraging Fiona to just cut down the Candy Queen's people and save them, returning his crown. Meanwhile, apparently those calls Marshall made were to the Lemon Carbs, who are some of the biggest investors in town. Marshall realizes that maybe springing this on Gary isn't a good idea, but it's too late now, so Gary has to quickly give his pitch. Which I think he fucking nailed, but the lemon carbs disagree.
What do you think?
Wait, hey!
Back with Fiona, she seems to finally be living out her magic dreams as she saves the Ice Prince and even seems to earn a kiss.
Huh? What's happening? My magic... It's
gone! Fiona, help me!
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so apparently the Winter King didn't just overpower the Crown's madness, he actually used a spell to shoot that madness into Princess Bubblegum's mind. That's why Marceline seemed to have abandoned him, and Finn and Jake are nowhere to be found. So, that's really fucked up.
What a wad.
Yes.
And he kept doing that.
Yeah.
For 100 years.
Yeah. I'm trying not to dwell on it.
I apologize for the terrible behavior of my fellow Simon, but I do feel kind of vindicated.
Also, this weird thing where certain things Fiona and Cake touch become normal only comes back one more time as a bit of a joke. Kind of feels like it was added specifically to fuck up Fiona here, but hey, at least she does get a kiss from royalty. Unfortunately, the Ice King melts and the crown is just metal and glass now, so it's completely useless. So they have to keep going. Fiona absolutely heartbroken as she thought she was living her dream. Oh, also the Scarab is free now, since, you know, all the ice melted. Luckily, they teleport away before the Scarab can catch them. So with that, we move on to The Star, which opens with us seeing an alternate version of Marcy's childhood. A world where Simon died in the Great Mushroom War, possibly never even discovered the crown. We then get to see the gang teleport into this world, though some time has passed, and we discover this version of Ooh is overrun with vampires and ruled by the Vampire King. I will say, bit of a missed opportunity to not include the other vampires from Stakes, but that could make the episode feel bloated, so I get it. Also, we get to see the Scarab start rethinking his strategy. Unfortunately, he's teleported away before he can actually use his new strategy. After this, we get to see Gary and Marshall Lee attending a ball held by Marshall Lee's mom, Hannah Abadir, who... Why does she look like that? She looks so wonky without eyes that at least resemble Hunson's. Also, they don't really adapt Hunson here. She's just your standard snooty rich parent. The only similarities between the two is she wants Marshall to join the family business, which is an important part of Hunson's character, to be fair, but they don't really try to capture that weird, funny charm Hunson has. Anyway, we quickly realize that to get Gary help from both the lemon carbs and at this ball, he's promising to give up his punk lifestyle and join the family business. Well, that's depressing. Anyway, back with Fiona and Cake, Simon immediately explains how vampires work to the two, and again, this makes me curious about Simon's past, since the Empress knew him and brainwashed him before he became the Ice King. Anyway, they're eventually saved by Cake, who just uses her teeth as stakes. They then meet the rebels, which are being led by Princess Bubblegum and consist of Huntress Wizard and Martin Mertens? A strange and random decision, but I'm into it. This guy is nothing like the Martin we know. He's friendly, polite, and actually pretty selfless. Actually, in a way, he's this world's Finn. Also, Huntress Wizard is a human, but that's less interesting since she's just the same otherwise. Anyway, apparently Bubblegum really just wants Cake, but decides to let Simon and Fiona tag along. And so we learn what I already explained with one addition. Apparently the Vampire King's right hand is someone called the Star, and we very quickly figure out that it's Marceline, who immediately kicks their shit in and even kills Martin, who sacrifices his life for Fiona. Oh, also, by the way, Fiona accidentally brought a baby Finn from another universe here, which is unfortunate. Eventually, they make their way to the castle, now using Cake as their tank since Princess Bubblegum's was damaged. And they come up with a plan to set up garlic bombs in the Vampire King's castle. Meanwhile, Gary actually gets some interest from investors, but he slowly realizes what Marshall Lee is doing for him and what he's sacrificing, and He's clearly not happy about it. Back with the gang, they begin setting up the bombs, Simon being heartbroken to see a version of Marceline that never had a Simon, and Fiona becoming more and more worried about Kate getting hurt. Eventually, the bombs go off and Bubblegum launches her attack, battling with Marceline, while the gang tries to steal the crown from the Vampire King, and Simon also calls out the Vampire King.
Vampire King, you're a bad dad!
Meanwhile, Gary stands up and calls out Hannah Abadir, saying she's a bad mom as well, and that he doesn't care if he's blackballed by everyone at the party, because he cares more about Marshall than he does about his success as a baker. Aww. Back in the vampire world, Fiona tries to stop Cake from trying to steal the Vampire King's crown out of fear of her being hurt.
Does Kitty want attention? Does she also seek annihilation?
You're kinda hot, but you have chicken feet.
All the fighting causes the remote to be damaged and the Vampire King to take notice of Cake, so they fucking bail with their broken remote to another dimension. Princess Bubblegum and Marceline fall as Gary and Marshall run into an elevator and kiss, and that's how the episode ends. I really love this episode. Seeing just how different Marceline could have been without Simon is amazing, and seeing Martin actually be a good person, not just that, but a truly selfless person, is both jarring but also great. Oh, also the ending was really nice. Now, let's see what happens next in Jerry, which opens up with a cute little flashback with Simon and Betty before we then get to see the gang in a new universe, which sucks dick. It's a massive deserted wasteland, like literally nothing alive is around. This completely dreadful wasteland isn't helped by the fact that Cake is absolutely pissed at Fiona for stopping her, and Fiona isn't taking this as well as the other stress very well. So Simon decides to cheer her up by telling her the story of how him and Betty met. Apparently they met when they reached for the same book in the library. Betty was apparently quite a big fan of Simon's work, and super excited to see a presentation he gave at her university. The other people don't share the same sentiment, since all he says is, well, I went searching for these things and didn't find them. But when he offers Betty a chance to go on a trip to find the Enchiridion, she happily takes it. Meanwhile, Fiona and Cake and Simon come across Bimo, finally a friendly face. However, he's the only face too. Everything else is dead. Even the treehouse has withered away its natural parts, leaving only the frame. However, according to Bimo, there is one more living thing in the world. Jerry, who tells funny jokes. But we don't see him. Yet, at least. Instead, Bimo takes the gang to the Ice Kingdom. As they walk, Simon continues telling his story. Apparently Betty was much more willing to take risks, while Simon liked to keep it safe. Tale as old as time. But once again, this story is put on pause as they arrive at the long melted away Ice Kingdom. They find Ice King's top secret tapes, Fiona and Cake finally getting a look at what Ice King was like, and Fiona starts having doubts about their plan, realizing how much of a sad, lonely old man Ice King was. Cake doesn't seem to share these doubts, and neither of them seem to notice the split second at the end where Ice King and Gunther turn into skeletons. Bimo then has another idea, to take them to Princess Bubblegum. On their way, Simon once again regales his story. Apparently when they found the Enchiridion and returned home, being met with quite the large crowd, Betty didn't want to take the moment away from Simon, and Simon is unable to say he loves her, so they go their separate ways, for now. But back in the here and now, they arrive at the Candy Kingdom, discovering that, yeah, it's completely abandoned, and Bimo's just pretending to be Bubblegum. But they still take a look at the remote. The news that they can't fix it, causing Cake to lash out at Fiona, and she runs away crying. Simon once again comforting her by telling her how the story ends. Apparently when Simon returned to the library to check out the book Betty and him both reach for, he finds a note from her, which is basically a love note that causes Simon to do the cliche thing and find Betty right before she leaves for the trip and confess his love as well. So Betty doesn't go on the trip and stays with Simon, which as we all know turns out well for everyone. Back in the present, Bimo is so moved by the story, they decide to use their powerful, true loving heart to jumpstart the remote, and it seems to work.
It's working! Whoops.
Oh. Damn. That is fucking depressing. So, They bury BMO and decide to break the news to Jerry. I wonder how he'll react.
Oh, look! Jerry's real!
Run! Oh, no. Yeah, if you didn't put 2 and 2 together, this is the world the first Lich was teleported to when he wished for all life to perish. However, despite the Lich doing his whole weird hypnosis thing, he doesn't actually hurt them or do anything. He just sits there, depressed. Yeah, the Lich is just left without any purpose now that he's killed everyone, so he's just got no motivation anymore. Fiona also reveals here she actually found this world's crown. Her and Cake have a brief fight, Fiona not wanting to just fuck up their world because they want to have fun, and not wanting to ruin Simon's life, while Cake wants to do this so she can keep her magic self and be her true self. Eventually, they decide to go through with the plan. Simon uses the Lich as a battery and does the same gold ritual to let Fiona and Cake back into his head, which works. He then finally puts the crown on, or almost does. A portal opens up and sucks him in, along with the Scarab, who finally was allowed to track the gang down by the boss. And the Lich, seeing this portal open, has motivation for the first time in years. God, this episode was fucking amazing. I love how you as a viewer will just slowly put together the little hints and realize what's going on and what this place is. Hell, when I first watched the show and realized it was a multiverse debacle, I remember thinking, what if they went to the universe the Lich made with his wish? So seeing this actually happen was amazing, and plus, it's just nice hearing the Lich's voice again. It's been a while in retrospect. Anyway, let's move on to Casper and Nova, which picks up with Fiona having a vision of the world just completely fucked up. Gary becoming a gum glob and Marshall Lee becoming a weird snake thing that bursts into flames. Also, the worst of all, LSP looks exactly as you'd expect. Finally, Fiona wakes up and the world is exactly as she left it, except of course Marshall Lee and Gary being a couple now, which she's thrilled to see. She tells them what's about to happen, and while they initially react as, well, anyone would, they then see Cake stretch, and yeah, they realize she's definitely telling the truth. Meanwhile, Simon is now in Golb's void, alongside the Lich, who's praying to Golb, who finally shows themselves. The Lich snaps at Golb, furiously demanding to know why he felt like he had no purpose, and what Golb wants now. Golb responds by ripping him apart and turning him into one of the many geometric shapes surrounding him. Simon then explains that he desperately wanted to find Betty and that he felt like he also had no purpose, but after meeting Fiona and Cake and making his plan, he has one now. But right before he dons the crown, Betty stops him, and we switch perspectives to Shermie and Beth, where we learn they're actually revolutionaries battling against the Pup Kingdom. And after they escape, Simon's mind is shot into Shermie. Obviously, both him and Beth are very confused, and he decides to go with Beth to the library to perhaps find the magic crown of this world. Meanwhile, the Scarab, after being broken into a bunch of little scarab bugs, climbs into Simon's mind and into Fiona and Cake's world, where they're all really confused about, well, why nothing is happening. And also Marshall and Gary are worried because, well, Fiona and Cake are about to reset everything when they just got together. But they don't have time to worry about that now, since the tiny little gremlin scarabs show up. But luckily they deal with him. Meanwhile, Simon Shermie goes with Beth to the library, finding a book on magic artifacts, before almost being murdered by the book guardians, but still, and soon they begin reading it. It's a choose-your-own-adventure book/game that has an absolutely adorable art style that I love, and it follows Casper and Nova, who are explorers and best friends. Shermie going with Casper's plan to find a magic crown and quickly discovering that there's no do-overs. Meanwhile, in Fiona and Cake's world, they decide to find a new portal, splitting up to clear more ground. Unfortunately, they discover LSP ruining all joy, happiness, and any semblance of stability is a universal constant, as he lets out all the mini scarabs, causing the scarab to reform, which ends off this episode. I was so fucking hyped to see Shermie and Beth again. Seeing more of their world really makes me want some kind of spin-off or sequel series of some kind. The fact that are rebels battling against their world's kind of equivalent to the Candy Kingdom is so fun. I want to see more of it. At least I get to see more of it in the next and final episode. And final topic in our little, okay, not so little retrospective. Cheers. This episode begins with us seeing Simon continue playing Casper and Nova. He laments about the fact that every single time they get close to the crown, it always goes further away. Also, Choose Goose, Pond Swan harasses him. We then need to pick up where Fiona and Cake left off. The Scarab talking about how absolutely horrible Fiona and Cake are, and how their world is an abomination. However, when he attacks Fiona and Cake, they have the upper hand, as they have his crystal, and start releasing all the gods he imprisoned. And apparently he imprisoned people for shit like playing games on a work PC, and stealing office supplies. These guys don't hold them back for long, as he fucking murders all of them. Back with Simon and Beth, they continue reading the book, with Casper and Nova getting in a rocket ship to follow the Demon King who stole the crown. Back with Fiona and Cake, the Scarab quickly kicks everyone's shit in and gets the crystal back, using it to delete their world piece by piece. Cake deciding to stretch into the form of Godzilla and begin kicking the shit out of the Scarab. Meanwhile, back with Simon and Beth, their reading of Casper and Nova continues. They've arrived at the Cosmic Gate to get the magic crown, but the gate's closing. Nova using her body to hold it open, putting Simon into a no-win scenario, where either Nova gets crushed, or he drinks a potion that makes him forget Nova forever. Simon hates this scenario, yelling about how there should be more choices, Beth pointing out that there might have been more choices if he didn't pick Casper's option every time. She then explains that while Casper and Nova did love each other, it wasn't exactly a mutual intensity. Nova basically being obsessed with Casper and sacrificing everything to get what he wanted. Simon finally understands this is what it was like for Betty, so he's finally allowed to go back into his own body, and he has one last psychic talk with Betty at the bus stop, briefly seeing what it would be like if he decides to do what she wanted, before they both acknowledge that, just like in Casper and Nova, there's no do-overs. And Simon and Betty bid each other farewell one last time.
You were a wonderful experience.
You were everything.
God, that line, man, fucking kills me every time. This scene is a little vague and ambiguous, but I'll explain what I personally think it means a little later. Right now, Simon and Fiona have one last call where Fiona tells him not to put on the crown, that she wouldn't change a thing about this world. Simon has a breakdown, the stress being just too much for him, and he coughs up Fiona's world, and it turns into a dandelion. Simon putting it through his head and giving it to Fiona, who makes a wish while blowing on it, which, as we see with Prismo, causes their universe to become canonized, and the Scarab's crystal forces him to repair it. This doesn't make him happy at all, even though Fiona says there's no hard feelings, because from her perspective, the Scarab was just trying to do its job. The Scarab, though, reveals this is much, much more personal, so he decides to, well,
I'm gonna tear down Prismo's precious sandcastle with my bare hands!
Luckily, though, Prismo calls in the friends they made along the way, and Fiona uses the strawberries that made Cake grow to become massive, and kick in the Scarab's shit before using his crystal to egg him. And it's finally over. We get to see a little montage of the city being rebuilt, and Fiona finally being happy in her town, while Simon is finally happy anew. Even the Scarab gets a little happy ending, being Prismo's assistant, I think, and Prismo teaches him to use the character creator. So overall, a great ending. By the way, I wanted to say what I thought happened with Betty. I think the ending implies that Betty is gone now, that she's fully fused with Golb. Because when she blows Simon away back to his world, Golb Betty returns to the original pose, the sitting pose that Golb had. And the blue light around them and everything implies some type of transformation is taking place. So I really do think Betty is gone now. Like, she may still be in there, but it's mostly gold. So overall, I think this was a great ending. And God, what a great show. Seeing Adventure Time cover these more mature subjects, growing with this audience, is amazing. I love Fiona's arc of finding magic in her own world, and Simon learning that he can make his own purpose and find his own place without Betty and moving on. I remember seeing people upset about this ending, saying Fiona and Cake should have changed the world, that it feels pointless that Fiona and Cake went through a 10-episode adventure and didn't accomplish the goal in the end. And I think that's a really childish way to view it. Remember how I said that, to me, a core pillar of Finn's character is his selflessness? Finn is just naturally kind-hearted and good. He will sacrifice and help people, even when they're not good themselves. He stands up to Marceline to save the Vampire King, who's probably killed thousands of humans just because he refuses to fight back. Fiona is not Finn. She's not even a Merton anymore. Fiona is selfish, and her goal is selfish as well. She wants to completely reset her world just because she wants to live a more exciting life, while also refusing to do anything exciting presented to her. Let's think about what the ramifications of Fiona actually achieving her goal would be. She'd take Gary, for example. She'd suddenly shoot Gary from humble, nervous baker to fucking monarch in charge of a whole kingdom. Or turn chill, laid-back, and friendly Marshall Lee into a vampire demon who fucking melts in the sunlight and probably had the most traumatic childhood ever. And for both these people, who literally just got together as a couple, she'd be completely resetting their lives and actually making them into bitter exes. This is a selfish goal. Notice how Fiona and Cake are the only two characters who really gain from this? Fiona remains the fucking same, and Cake gets cool stretching powers. The point of this adventure was not to make Fiona and Cake's world how you remember it. The point was to make Fiona grow and realize what she's going to do to everyone, and make her appreciate and see the beauty in her own world. I didn't mention it, but in the first episode, Fiona meets the male version of Huntress Wizard, just named Hunter, and he talks about how dandelions and a bunch of other plants are seen as weeds and disgusting and should be destroyed, when they're just plants. This isn't just supposed to reference the Scarab and how he sees the world as an abomination. It's also supposed to allude to Fiona's own view of her world, that she also sees it as this boring thing that needs to be changed. Feels like this complaint is born purely out of people liking Fiona and Cake and not wanting it to be gone. They want to see Fiona and Cake just how they remember it. They don't want to see the boring normal world, and I think you just gotta let things go. It's okay to miss it, but this is what it is now, and I think you could try to see the beauty in this show. So, what's my conclusion? What's the answer to that burning question? Was Adventure Time really that good? Yes, of course it was. It was an absolute blast to get through, at least most of the time. This was a massive undertaking. I've been working on this video before even finishing my Legend of Korra video, and I am honestly shocked how consistently enjoyable Adventure Time was in comparison to regular show. Not a dig at regular show or anything, by the way, but Adventure Time really never had a duds season like I'd say regular show did. Sure, it had some shit episodes, but those never felt like the majority. The only big flaw with Adventure Time is, well, it's just too long at a certain point. It just becomes a slog to get through. But even then, it never gets absolutely terrible. I think one benefit of Adventure Time is how it never becomes complacent. When things get repetitive, they start mixing it up a bit. They try new things, focus on new characters. They never feel like they're just going through the motions or are out of ideas. Hell, even though the show's over, they still don't feel like they're out of ideas, with Distant Lands and Fiona and Cake. Hell, we're getting a new prequel movie and a season 2 to Fiona and Cake, which confuses me. The ending to Fiona and Cake felt pretty definitive, but it feels like Adventure Time is just one of those shows that will never truly die. Even though it's over, they'll still find a way to resurrect it every now and then. And I suppose that's true to the theme song, isn't it? Thank you all for watching. This video took a lot of fucking effort to make, and I really hope you enjoyed it. I was really shocked seeing how much people seem to love my regular show video. I've been wanting to make long-form content for a while now, so my first attempt quickly becoming my most viewed video was really inspiring. Like, when I made that video, like halfway through editing, I had to come to terms with the fact that it could just be a complete flop, 1 view. But y'all fucking blew my expectations out of the water and into the fucking heavens. And I hope you enjoyed this video just as well. I surely enjoyed making it. If you did enjoy it, go ahead and leave a like if you'd be so inclined. You want to see more? Go ahead and subscribe and turn on notifications. I have way more videos coming very soon. Leave a comment if you want to tell me what you thought of my video or of Adventure Time, or both. I have been Emerald, and I need to take a nap. And bye. Hey there, this is a post-editing Emerald. I just finished editing the last segment of this video. I just wanted to say again, thank you so much for watching it. I really couldn't have predicted the reception my regular show video got, so I've decided to just go all in with long-form content, and I hope you guys like it. I wasn't joking earlier, by the way. My next video probably will be on Steven Universe. I probably will have a few smaller, shorter videos in between. I'm not going to just keep you completely dry of content like I did with this one. I also wanted to thank all of you, because while I was working on this video, we hit 1,000 subscribers. So consider this my gift for the first big milestone. I hope you liked it. If you didn't, you're smelly. Anyway, I'll see you in the next video. Hope you enjoyed this one.